Oh, he's wearing his sunglasses, but not at night, at 8:40 in the morning, if you're me. Robert, you're also on the East Coast, yeah? Are you also an hour ahead of me? I can't hear you. Are you muted? Is it me?
There we go. Yes.
Oh, there we go. Okay, sweet.
I'm in California, so.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I've only had to sync time with you like once or twice, so.
Yeah, this way I can nap during some of the episodes, and you guys won't even notice.
Well, you could just, you know, you just go to bed.
No, it's fun. After each break, like the next one, I'll have a pillow. The one after that will be a dummy, just in my place.
What's funny is we actually would notice if you left but you weren't still around because you wouldn't be typing in the comments constantly.
That's true.
Because you'd be asleep. John, how you doing, man?
Not bad, not bad. I got some coffee, I got some food in me.
What did you have for breakfast?
Hot Pockets.
Hot Pockets. You're like a walking commercial for Hot Pockets.
I made sure to get some stuff that was just like quick in the microwave.
Yeah, my wife made me a sausage and egg biscuit.
Well, hello, Mr. Fancy Pants.
It's pretty good. Yeah, turkey sausage too, because I can't eat regular sausage. It was really good.
Nice.
So this is going to be Insurgents. I've been looking forward to this one.
Is this actually a good one?
It is a good one. Well, I mean, you be the judge, but I think it's a good one.
What would Austin think of this episode?
Austin is a giant question mark when it comes to this show, we're finding. You can't...
An enigma, if you will.
He is. Wrapped inside of a Googleplex. You cannot know. Okay. Well, you guys about ready? Do you have it rigged up?
Mm-hmm. I do.
You got it on Lex with his sophisticated gestures. He's doing this. Right at the start.
I've got a black screen at the start.
Okay. Well, I let mine roll a couple seconds, and I saw what the first image was. So.
Yeah. I'm looking at the scene selection, so I have a vague idea of some of the things that are going to happen. That's one legitimate nitpick I have of these Smallville DVDs. As great as they are, when you go to play an episode, it takes you to the scene selection, so you immediately see some of the stuff that's going to happen before you can start it. Never loved that.
No, it just spoils everything. You don't want to find out about what happens in Smallville. Never a dull moment, except for all those boring parts John keeps complaining about.
Except for the really repetitive Clark Lana scenes.
Well, I feel like we're all in agreement on that, aren't we?
Yeah. Except for the end of last episode, that was good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. Move forward from that. That's what really kills a lot of stuff after it.
Yeah, someone said earlier that they thought Smallville Season 2 was better than Season 1, and I think I agree, but what gives Season 1 the edge for me is, as the Kryptofreak episode, the Freak of the Week episodes, as silly as they are, they do stand out. Like, they're memorable. Like, oh, it's the Bug episode. Oh, it's the Fire Guy episode. Season 2, a lot more of this just kind of blurs together for me. It's a lot of Clark Lana scenes. It's a lot of very repetitive types. I mean, I think it probably is better than Season 1, but a lot of this, there aren't as many standout episodes as like the one we just had.
Yeah, I can understand that perspective. I'll show you right now. We've only watched half the season so far, but I'll show you right now why Season 2 is etched out for me over Season 1. Are you ready? All right. Look at the bubbles. Look at the bubbles. Look at the bubbles. Now, it's possible we get down to here in Season 2 and you start seeing this much red as well. That could happen. But right now, we got 3 reds. The 2 of us, John and I. And I haven't been putting your bubbles in because you're not watching every episode with us, but you've also agreed on the sign flips. But I mean, look at this. And even though John's got more red than me, it's still, there's some red spots in there.
Yeah.
You got red on you.
So far, I would say this season edges out 1 if we're comparing just the first 11 episodes. But we'll see how the back half is.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. There's a couple of huge things we still haven't gotten to that are as good or better than anything in 1. Like Rosetta, obviously.
Yeah.
But
I'm gonna miss that one.
And Insurgents and Suspect I like a lot, and those are back to back. So we're gonna have, in my mind, 4 good episodes in a row. Although Skinwalkers, we were pretty lukewarm on our green color. Something of a puce, really, not like an emerald. Okay, is everybody ready?
Green Lanterns, we're mildly Green Lanterns.
The mildly Green Lanterns. How's your willpower? Got a little bit of will. I don't know.
That's why they call me Robert Mild.
The Joker's mild. All right, you ready? Look, these are going to be the jokes after we've been up for 8.5 hours.
That's what you're in for, folks.
Everybody, please press play right now. See, I wouldn't lie to you. That's what he's doing.
He looks like he's about to solve the limit configuration.
I thought you were going to say cure cancer.
I mean, the ship can do that. Why not?
Okay, so I forgot about this. This actor, it's weird to see here because he was one of the main characters in Stargate Atlantis. It has this kind of small bit role here, and that show, he would have done this before he got that. That was like 0506, I think that started. He is.
TH1.
Is he
I also
doctor?
theorized...
I think he's a doctor in that show, but he's got the same Scottish accent. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine. TH1 sent in a $5 super chat. Also, we need to spin the wheel. I also theorize that the ship is somewhat biological at putting the green key in the ship is like uploading a virus directly to a computer.
Yeah, I'm not sure why it would have any biological components, and it looks just straight up metal. It's just an alloy. But it does look, to your point, it does look virusy when the, well, I say that. I was going to say when you hit it with kryptonite, but then the problem is it's veiny, like Clark's hand when he gets hit with kryptonite. The song we're about to get right here as he goes to town on his office is Invisible Man. Dead Man's Invisible Man. I remember that. This is not going to be as much fun when we get into 4 and 5. I don't know the seasons like I know this. Okay, let's spin the wheel, folks. I like this scene a lot, by the way. He's finding all the bugs. He's losing it. It's like, Lex, I think you've lost your mind. See, this is the kind of situation I can see him doing this kind of thing. Not the meter maid situation.
This wasn't even
scripted.
scripted.
CD player.
Yeah. This wasn't even scripted. Michael Rosenbaum just really lost it.
That's not a good line.
He just walked on the set one day and started wrecking stuff.
Guys, we got another Smallville quiz. From the wheel
Nice.
this time. That's a good one. Should we wait and do it between episodes?
I mean, we can do it during.
Yeah, we can do it now.
Okay. It shouldn't take too long. I'll pull it up real quick. We'll keep talking about this episode.
We're still in the first act. So I'll just set up.
It's true. So we're going to have to really crack down when we get to the important stuff.
I don't know if I buy him lifting that pool table on its side. Have you ever moved one of those things? They are heavy.
I know. But maybe that's the reason I don't have a pool table down here is I almost bought one and then I couldn't even get movers to move it.
Yeah, I call shenanigans on that.
Give me just a second with this quiz. I'm having a hard time getting that page to load. Oh, here it goes. Here it goes. Is the slow motion necessary?
Ooh, no.
No, it's not. Let's see what season 2
I want that CD
stuff
player.
there is here.
Don't break it.
Let's see. Oh, it looks like all these... Oh, no. We've got episode quizzes for every episode we've watched already, it looks like.
Oh, nice.
Let's do one for Visage, because Visage was fun. In the opening scene, who is at the Talon with Lana? Chloe, Clark, Pete, or Lex?
Clark.
Clark!
Sure. Clark.
In what country was Whitney last seen in? I don't
Canada.
know!
I don't know.
Did they tell us?
Cambodia.
Obviously Canada.
Is it Canada? No, is it Afghanistan?
I'm not sure because they were being vague on the politics.
I thought they were being really vague about it too. Was it a made-up DC country?
Corto Maltese?
I don't think it was that. I would go for it.
Should we say... I'm going to say Afghanistan. Is that how you spell Afghanistan? I think it is. Who was Chloe's role model in the first grade? Eleanor Roosevelt, Betsy Ross, Jackie Kennedy, or Martha Washington?
Oh, I thought that said
Martha
Jane Kennedy.
Washington.
No, it was Betsy Ross.
Oh.
Lana is with Chloe, Pete, and Clark when she first saw Whitney walking down the hall at school. True or false?
False.
True.
Because it's just... okay. I thought she was just with Clark because Clark's alone.
I thought she was just with Clark too. Am I wrong?
Because in the final shot, like...
Oh,
Clark's
no, wait,
alone.
it is just Clark.
Clark!
Clark?
Lex told Helen that he knew how much money were transferred to her bank account from Luthor Corp.
Oh, no, it's because that he knew money were transferred. That doesn't make any sense either, but...
No, it doesn't. This is what happens when you're dealing with user-generated content.
250.
$1 million.
Are you sure it's that? Do you remember that number, or are you just guessing?
I'm like 75% sure.
Okay. I'm not sure, so I'll go with you. Chloe told Whitney she would love to set up an exclusive interview with him for the Torch. True or false? That is true.
True.
Who tore up the bathroom at the Talon?
Clark!
It was not
Did you
Clark.
just say Jonathan?
It was not Clark. It was Tina.
Clark!
Clark. Lieutenant Blank was the officer sent to tell Mrs. Foreman that Whitney was dead. Oh, God, I don't remember that.
Lieutenant Dan.
No.
I'm going to go with Dan. Did you say that, too? The first person Clark told he thought Tina had morphed into Whitney was Lana. True or false? No, that's false. He tells his parents that.
Yeah.
In the kitchen. Who was the third person Tina morphed into?
Are you sure? Because he sees Chloe or Lana in the hallway, but it's Tina. No, that's Pete.
Yeah, but the first person he tells, like, remember he sees it. He does the X-ray, and then he goes home, and then he tells his parents that's the reveal. I think it's Tina Greer.
No, I think you're right because I was mixing him up with Pete.
Who's that? Pete
Well, that's understandable. Who the heck is that guy? Who was the third person Tina morphed into?
Whitney, Lana.
It's Jonathan.
Jonathan.
Sure.
Right?
Was that before the Chloe scene?
What?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna submit so we can get back to this episode. Yeah, Venice. Oh, it's Indonesia. When do they say that? In the episode, Whitney is shown with 3 other soldiers. The message on the screen said Indonesia.
Oh, screw you. Like, how are we supposed to read that?
100,000 was the amount of money. I was pretty sure you were wrong, but I didn't know what it was, so I went with you. Okay, but this is stupid because it wasn't Whitney, it was Tina. There is no Whitney. Whitney's dead.
Stupid.
Only Zool. McNulty. Oh, now that you say that, I kind of remember that. False and Jonathan. Okay, well, there's some BS in this quiz, but we took it, folks. Took us a quiz. We got 7 out of 10. I don't care what this person says. One thing I've always wanted to do is go in and make a catalog of all the random books that Clark reads. He reads a lot of random books. Oh my god, yeah! They're in the loft!
Who?
Lofts are not people. Okay, you ready for this?
Lofts are not friends, they're food.
We've had 17 scenes with Clark and Lana in the loft. That's not even 17 scenes just in the loft. That's specifically these characters there.
Well, you know, I gotta give them kudos. They are getting every cent out of this set.
Mm-hmm.
Bing!
You're a monster.
I sure am.
Listen, sir, if you're not going to start taking this seriously.
Sir, we have moved past serious.
We've gone into early morning nonsense time. Tom put another $2 super chat. Wheel to watch. I don't. I'm just reading it. It says wheel to watch, or part of in a different language.
What?
I don't know, but I'm gonna play a sound effect because.
What? I need you by the time we do season 3.
Yeah.
To add a sound clip of Stone Cold Steve Austin going what? So every time a super chat doesn't make sense, you can just play that.
Yeah. What is this episode about? What's happening here? His parents are
she's going to meet her dad that will matter for 2 minutes. And he's upset because the Kents are fighting for some reason.
For some reason.
Meanwhile, at the X Mansion.
What the hell was that?
Oh, that's an awkward exchange.
Yeah. I wouldn't have phrased it like that.
Can you believe your dad ruining our lives all the time? Why are we so intertwined as families? Why did my mom do this to us? Okay, so this is the single most used establishing shot in this entire series. How sick do you get of that by season 10? That's like Megazord footage. You just see it 1.5 million times.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if it's just because I like the building architecture or what. I get more tired of this that farm establishing shot.
Oh, that's fair. But we stopped going there in the last 3 seasons, but we don't stop doing that.
It's more egregious when you have extras walking in front of the building. It's like the Batman 66 shot where it's the same people walking.
So I'm not sure why Lex's alias here is green, except just it's the color of money. I don't...
He has a green suit sometimes.
Is he wearing a green suit?
In Kryptonite.
You know, something I meant to mention, and it sucks because we're past it now, but you know what's crazy? Yesterday was St. Patrick's Day. I don't usually do anything for St. Patrick's Day, but it's Kryptofreaks and it's all green. Isn't that amazing? We just happen to do this. We just happen to do Kryptofreaks on St. Patrick's Day. Spectacular. That's not Bishop. That's some lady.
Oh yeah, I guess this is their Mission Impossible episode.
Yes. But it's a fun change of pace. Smallville is good at hostage situation episodes. That's what we've learned. Because one of the best episodes of season 1 is the hostage situation episode in Jitters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, you're deliberately taking me away from my family because you have the hots for me, blind Lionel.
Oh, Tom specified wheel idea, watch an episode or part of an episode in a different language.
For 5 minutes? I don't think we can switch it that fast. Like midstream, all of it. That's really funny, but I don't hate that. But I don't think we could get away with 5 minutes.
There's also just a lot of variables there.
Okay, I want you guys to go round robin and tell me how expensive you think that watch is. Go.
$250.
Yeah, 300.
No, that's definitely worth at least $1,000, right?
Oh, I was saying like 250,000.
Yes, 300,000.
300,000? Oh, I was gonna say I thought you guys were in the hundreds of dollars right now, and I'm like, that's Lionel Luther, you guys.
Yeah, no, that's definitely worth a few $100,000.
Yeah, I think it might be. I lowballed mine when you guys said what I thought you were saying.
Haven't you ever watched The Price is Right?
Well, they've never had watches that expensive in Contestants Row. So yes, but
no, that's how they always do it's the section where they like try to guess how much something costs.
Yeah, Contestants Row.
$250.
250,000.
The weirdest one to me is when they guess like $1.
Oh no, that's strategy. It's not that they think a thing is actually worth it. Have you ever watched Price is Right?
It's been probably 15 years.
The point is they think everybody else has guessed too high, so if they guess $1, they've got that range from that all the way up to the lowest one. Because you can't overbid. Hey, you brought up Price is Right. If you don't want to talk about Price is Right, you don't have to bring up Price is Right. I think it's important to shave.
See, they're right back to where they were.
They're right back there. But sometime in the 3rd season, he's going to say, "You're always welcome here, Lex."
Austin, you just missed Lionel hitting on Martha. I just thought you should know that.
That's so
You just
sad.
missed that scene.
Although to be fair, I can kind of see where he's.
Sorry, what?
I can kind of see where he's coming from. He's just more mad at Lionel.
No, it's true. what's going to be crazy, I think it's next episode, is when Lionel tells Jonathan he's overreacting about the watch, about the gift that he gave Martha. Clark, and he says,
Austin, why are you up so early?
And he says, this watch from me is like a Whitman sampler from you.
Oh dear God!
That will always,
Tom, you've got to use some spacing.
That will always stick with me. Does anybody else feel like this is really typical kind of cliche casting for the lead bad guy here?
Yeah.
Thief, I guess.
Austin, what are you saying ew about?
I bet you that watch he rides a motorcycle.
Does anybody want to tackle Tom's super chat?
Okay, let's see if I can read it.
It's making me go cross-eyed.
Can I read it? Or about the price of... Oh, he was saying what I was saying, Whitman sampler. How do you also remember that?
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man.
What happened?
Austin said he was woken up by dogs running on him.
I think he was saying ew to Lionel and Martha's love affair.
But he doesn't know what's happening. Clark!
Tom, if you have to fit into $2 chat, just write a normal message, man. AMC, this is a really good one this season. Oh, and then he retracted it. Maybe Austin, he doesn't like this episode.
Austin, you say you feel like crap. We've been watching Smallville for 10 hours. How do you think we feel?
What's this we stuff? You've been watching Smallville for like half the time we have.
Speak for yourself, sir. He's been watching the whole time. He just wasn't in here with us.
Well, that's true.
I saw all of his texts, and it would have been amazing if he wasn't watching, because it sure read like he was watching.
It only counts when you're in the group chat.
Oh,
yeah, that's fair.
Okay.
See, Smallville obvious question mark.
This seems like maybe kind of a standard. What am I trying to say? Oh, half-price lattes, yeah. This looks like kind of a standard hostage situation until you get to kind of the juicy mystery of what it is that Lionel has hidden in his vault, because he's got information on Clark and he's got refined meteor rock, and you're like, oh God, what does he know? Like, how far ahead of Lex is he already? And it's not typical in the first place, now that I'm thinking about it, because of course it's Lex that hired them in the first place and put them in this whole situation. And it's interesting connecting it back to Jitters, comparing it to that, because the way Lex was handling that situation and kind of compartmentalizing and not telling Jonathan what exactly he was after, he gets, because Lex was like talking to Earl from inside, not telling anybody, so already obviously Jonathan's not trusting him, and he's like, you know, you have information we don't have, this isn't right. And then here we've gone from that to he caused it. This is on him in the first place.
Yeah,
he put Clark's mom in danger, didn't do it on purpose, didn't know about it, feels bad about it. And I love that all happens because of how deranged he is at the beginning about being bugged. Like, he loses himself so hard there. Like, that's, in some ways, that's the first glimpse of the, like, future real Lex Luthor we get, I think. Or at least it's a big one.
Does anyone else feel like this whole subplot with her and her dad is just a waste of time?
Well, it ultimately ends up being a waste of time because, if memory serves, this is the second to last time we'll see him. And we're just gonna forget about this whole thing after Suspect. I think next episode we see him again because he helps them as a lawyer, and then I think that's it. And we're trying to give him this big character flaw where he like starts things and can't finish them. He's excited about Lana now, but the mom says his wife rather says that he's going to lose interest. Nothing ever goes anywhere with any of that.
We're going to be seeing that a lot in the next couple seasons.
We are. Get ready for it. You guys should come up with a counting Kryptofreaks, because we're gonna have crap that we can't stop doing over and over again, just like the show.
Count every time Cap says the word contrived.
The snag is I'm stealing crap out of your dad's office.
Mr. Green, is this a reference to Incredible Hulk 6 years before that movie happens?
Yes. I don't know if you know this, but this was heavily inspired by the Incredible Hulk.
You know what I'm glad it's not, though? I'm glad it's not something like deeply personal and obvious, where he's like, "This is Mr. Julian." This is Mark Rent. This is a nice exchange between these guys. I feel like John and I are both conflicted about the way we're like yo-yoing back and forth with this relationship. But this bit where he asked for a helicopter, it's pretty great.
I just feel like at this point he should have settled on how he feels about Lex.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the problem is these times where he needs Lex, and when Lex actually comes through for him. Because he's having to admit that he is seeing more than flashes of humanity in him, and sometimes he doesn't have the resources to accomplish something that he has to when he's in a bad situation like this. So, like, I get that.
Yeah, no, it just makes him look like a jerk when Lex does all these nice things for him, and then after he's done, he's like, "Screw you, Lex."
Yeah, but then this is where I'm conflicted. But then in saying that, are you ignoring the parts where Lex is seeming to manipulate the Kents, or actually is, I don't know, like withholding information and that kind of thing? Oh, here's Maggie Sawyer. True. We're going to count that as a reference. Sorry.
How much is Maggie Sawyer in this show?
Couple times, not really. You know what? When he moves to Metropolis, we might see her more later on. I cannot remember.
And same actress?
I see. I don't know the later stuff that well. The show stops.
I wondered how they were going to keep Clark out of there.
I'm sorry. What?
I was wondering how they were going to keep Clark out of there, because, like, if you don't have something set up where he can't get in, this is over in 2 seconds.
Well, so there's a couple things. Obviously, Maggie Sawyer's onto him now, so he's going to have to find some way to sneak in. Once he does,
but they also say that all the entrances are laced with explosives.
Yeah, so he's got to be careful about that. But also, keep in mind what I said about what's in the safe, because we have an excuse for kryptonite.
Austin, this is Clark.
Tom, $2 super chat. Wouldn't be easier to torture Lionel for the one of two? I don't know what that means.
You know, I have to give Tom credit. He keeps finding new interesting ways to spell Lionel.
Yeah, it's very creative.
Oh, he under that he said 2 of 2 key or combination. So it wouldn't be easier to torture Lionel for the key or combination.
I mean, no, because they're in there already. He's got hefty equipment and stuff. See, I felt like this was kind of a bombshell when I first saw it. It's like he's got not just kryptonite, but refined kryptonite. What is he even doing with that? By the way, we'll never know. I don't know. I don't know why that's in that vault. Like,
the world may never know.
My question is, why aren't they twitching?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you won't like my answer. Because none of them are great black character actors that I'm a fan of. That's why. Those are the only people that get to be twitchy. And of course, this was super cool. Am I counting that as a reference?
Yeah, that's the first time seeing it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the first time we've seen the place, but we've gotten the name of it before.
We won't count every time it shows up, but
yeah, no, that would be stupid. You know what? I'm gonna go back in and add another one. I'm gonna count one for the LexCorp logo from a few episodes ago.
Yeah, sure. Is this another episode that teases, oh, Clark might be flying? We're getting there.
Kind of, but it's more the leaping tall buildings thing, right? I do like that the first time he does anything close to flying, it's off the Daily Planet. Like, some of that kind of stuff gets too on the nose, and again, everybody has to draw their line in their own place. I thought this was kind of a clever thing to do. And just a neat shot. It looks cool, or at least I remember it looking cool. Oh, see, he's got it.
Oh,
he's got. I thought he had it. I also have it. It's right here. I've got it. And I also have the future one that he's going to make later with some of his refined meteor rock. But I don't know why he needs that much of it. It's a keepsake, he's going to say. That was believable.
So is he still, like, for real blind, or has he started faking it?
So it's really hard to say when exactly it happens, but so I think it's next episode that we'll... Is it Suspect, or is it after that? No, because he's still... No, it's Lucas where he reveals it. Yeah, or it's the Lucas episode. What is that called? It's I said it earlier. Prodigal. So that's gonna be 15. So he either is. So like, I think he's still blind at this point, but that's just my personal opinion. And I seem to, and we'll keep using this shot a lot too. I seem to recall. It's funny because they shot it for this, and it becomes an
establishing shot.
An establishing shot, yeah. Reused footage. But I recall there being something at the end of this episode that made me think that he has to still be blind. Like, maybe something Clark does. I cannot remember. But I can tell you at the end. Oh, no, AMC, I did not count that walking away angry. You are right. I like the Luthor Corp set. He says octagon thing.
Metal octagon looking thing.
But especially the octagon. It's my favorite shape. it reminds me of stopping. So obviously Martha at this point should be like, I can't work for this man anymore. And I think it's this episode or right after that she says, okay, I'm done. And what she should say is, I don't know why I did that in the first place. That was kind of crazy talk. I like the sting.
It's a good sting.
It's a big episode, man.
They got Sting to do this episode? That's amazing.
I like the birds flying. I don't know. There's some good choices here.
Bullet time?
That is bullet time. It sure is.
What if he just went splat?
Have you
Well,
ever
he
seen the other
wouldn't go
guys?
splat because he's too indestructible. Like if he can get shot at with bullets at point blank range, he's probably gonna be okay.
No, but what if he went splat and that's just how the show ended?
have you
Are you
seen the
hoping
other-
against hope that's what happens because you're ready to go to bed?
No, I just think it'd be funny.
Have either of you guys seen the other guys?
Long time ago.
No.
I'm not a big fan of that movie, but I think it's The Rock and Samuel L. Jackson are like the old cool cops that everyone loves, and they're in the middle of a chase and they're on top of a roof, and they look down, they're like, aim for the bushes, yeah, and then they jump down, hit the cement, and die. And that's what happens to those characters in that movie.
Oh, AMC, I see what you're talking about. We were talking about Lionel revealing that he has his sight again in Prodigal, and he says, yeah, with a pool ball to the head. You know, the best way to check if your loved ones are actually blind or just faking. That's a
Yeah, I
great
remember that scene. I just don't remember what episode.
Yep. Well, I think it's Lucas that does it.
Yeah, I
Is
thought
it
was
Lucas
Lex,
or is it
but
Lex?
I'm
I think
probably
it's
wrong.
Lucas that chucks the pool ball at his head. Wouldn't it be funny if somebody running behind him is like, "Hey, wait, you're Luther. Why'd you just say your own name just now?" That will- See, the reason this is great is because it's Lex and Lionel. Like they're the adversaries. I'm Batman. Okay, but how much money are you making right now? I'm just wondering about that.
Yeah, they don't throw any numbers around.
Yeah.
Just vague double.
I just don't trust how rich he could possibly be at this moment. Thank God for Schneider, man.
And Rosenbaum.
I can't decide if you guys are bored or just really watching this episode. Like, I'm trying to make content, okay?
I'm really liking this episode.
Content.
Yeah, it's good.
I love these expressions that Glover's doing where, like, he's not worried, he's a million steps ahead. These people are so beneath him, like.
Yeah, sorry for the dead air. I'm just watching it.
No, you're fine. I'm just giving you crap.
Have you done that as a Batman '89 commentary, a silent commentary? Have I suggested that?
I don't know. I'm not capable of that. I mean, if I had somebody else there to do most of the talking, like maybe, but I feel weird about just sitting there.
It'd be that Batman Begins Batmania all over again.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like at least I had someone else talking.
No, I just want to see a video of you staring at his screen for 2 hours.
I'd watch it.
Oh God. Boy, that is the most least common denominator kind of content where you're just like, it's technically content. There's something there. I'm reacting. This is me reacting. And then it's like every now and again you go. Just like raise your eyebrows slightly. And I want to say no offense to anyone, but like, offense to people that do that. I don't understand that. Like,
someone just got thrown.
It's cool if you react and you're actually, like responding, and then you talk for a couple minutes afterwards. Like, that's okay.
That's a throw and Clark on Kryptonite.
Yeah, see, I knew that was going to happen. I mean, also because I watched this episode a lot. But I knew it was going to happen even before I'd done that.
Is this the part you were talking about where Lionel must be blind? Because...
Yes.
If he could see, like, why is Clark writing on the ground?
Also, yes, and also put a pin in this, because, and I know I've talked about this already, but this is the scene, and this is why I was talking about it. I just couldn't remember where it was. When we get to season 4 and you have the body switch, he has to be blind here, or he would immediately know that Clark is susceptible to the meteor rock. He does not know that. But the other thing is, you'd think he would at least have a clue to it and wouldn't be as surprised as he is, because even if he can't see, he's hearing her, like, screaming his name and that he's, like, hurt or in pain or something. And I don't know, maybe Lionel's assuming that one of the other guys did something to him or something, but, like, she's throwing rocks, he can hear it bounce around and stuff, but then he shoots him, one shot, point blank, maybe he can see, I don't know, but if he can see... That the thing in 4 is stupid. You see what I'm saying? This is a situation where retroactively it's messed up.
God forbid there's a plot hole.
Sometimes retroactively we fix things. More often, this happens. I don't know. It just makes me yell a lot. Oh, by the way, Austin, you're wrong. You're still wrong. The effect is really cool.
Yeah.
I agree.
The heat vision effect.
It's heat vision, not laser vision.
I like Maggie Sawyer's actor a lot, and you guys ready for me to be a broken record again? She doesn't get enough to do.
Oh yeah.
EMC, Cap, did you count Clark and Lana in the loft while they're talking about her dad and his wife? I think I did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've been pretty on top.
Didn't I get excited about that?
Scene. Yeah.
I'll never leave you on Valentine's Day again.
Was Dan Turpin ever in this show?
No. Well, he might be in somewhere in 8, 9, 10. I'm not sure. I'm really not. Okay, so this is one of my favorite shots of this whole show. Here in a second. If this is what where I think it is. I think there's this like parallel shot where like they're hugging for the cameras and the kids are or do they just leave? No. I'm thinking of the thing from Jinners. This is the other one.
Yeah, we've already had that scene.
Yeah, we've already had that scene. This slow motion's no, but that's what I'm remembering. Yeah. So like they don't, but the kids are still hugging, and Lex is super jealous, and this all works great. The song in retrospect is kind of cheesy with this material, but I don't care. And he's there by himself, and it's just that shot, and like
great.
The Daily Planet is there. Just the framing of it. Oh, could we have just been left with that? That should have been the end of the episode. Yeah.
Yeah. Is he standing? Is he standing in like practically the same spot where Lionel is when he dies?
Yeah, probably.
Is that on purpose? Does that make that better?
Oh, don't give it that kind of credit. You can't give it that kind of credit. You can't give it that kind of credit, and no, it wasn't a Power Girl reference. When I wrote about this episode, I think I spent like half an hour on this. I just wrote like crazy about that scene. Like, it's part of why I don't do them like that anymore, because they're long and I get really pretentious.
That's why we love you.
Oh, thanks, but I bother me. Dave Akintate Kappas Pete said anything recently about the party with his half a dozen MP3 collection? I forgot about that. He goes, I don't remember where that is. I don't remember that. Thanks, Dave. He remembers something I said in an old written review with this, where Pete has this line where he's like, I've got half a dozen MP3s. They clearly don't know what that means. I can play digital music. I've got 6 tracks. Not albums. Tracks. And then Martha hides it. We play a game of hide the octagonal key throughout the season. I'm sorry, what was it?
How does she get the key?
The world may never know.
Flower?
And that's where it is. It's in there. That's not as good of an ending, by the way.
No. I don't remember when that key shows up again.
So I do. It's gonna call out to Clark toward the finale, and he's gonna be like running around trying to find it. You remember like the high pitched whine that it makes that like draws him to it? I think
it calls him like a dog.
Yeah, it's a sound only a Clark can hear. Okay, guys. We're gonna set up the next episode. Let's go ahead and do sign flips, and then I need just a real quick couple-minute break, and then we'll go ahead and start the next one.
Yeah, and it's the boy for a second as well.
That's fine. I gotta go. Thank you guys so much.
Oh no, thanks for being here, man.
Oh, thanks for hanging out.
Are you gonna go to bed?
I might for a few hours. I
it's
might
finally broken.
We broke him.
No, I might dip in for like one more episode in like 4 or 5 hours if you guys don't mind.
Yeah, let me know,
still
man.
Have me.
We may have Jason here at that point.
Oh, cool. Has he seen all of this show, or is
no
episodes?
No, he's very spotty.
Okay.
All right. Well, thanks, man.
Oh no! But again, thank you guys for having me. I've had a really good time with this.
No, it was a ton of fun having you.
And nice to meet you, John.
Nice to meet you, man.
For sure.
Bye.
I'll see you guys later, potentially.
Oh yeah, John, you hadn't met Robert yet.
I had not.
Robert can't get out of the call. He's trapped in the call.
Say
He's trapped in the Phantom Zone. He can't get out. Is he gone?
Yeah.
Oh, good job. You figured it out. Okay, so we're going to go on just a real couple-minute break. I got to change out discs and stuff. So set up the next episode, folks, if you would. It's Suspect, another cool one. I don't think it's as good as this last one, but I still like it. And I'll see you guys in just a little bit.
Yep, I will be right back as well.
Oh, wow, look, this was a longer episode, apparently. It's gone for 50 minutes now.
Wait, what?
I left my timer on.
Oh, I was looking at the runtime of the episode. I was like, no, it's not.
We missed the after-credit scene!
Not
Okay.
the after-credit scene.
John, you're not even going to believe this. We're going to watch another episode of Smallville.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Get ready for it. Aren't you excited? Oh, you know what? I was gonna drink some coffee. I'll do that next time. Are you doing good?
I'm doing all right. Getting up and moving every couple episodes helps.
Yeah, it helps a lot, doesn't it? How are you in the comments, folks? Anybody get up in the morning and just join us? We've got a smaller crowd now. It's like not a whole lot of people on YouTube looking at live shows at 9:30 in the morning.
Anybody ever just wake up in the morning and think, I'm gonna watch Smallville?
Yeah. I'm gonna see if anybody happens to be streaming themselves making a lot of noise while watching Smallville. But you know, there's something on the internet for everybody.
That is true.
And if you happen to be looking for that, never fear, here we are. Okay, so it's time for, I'm in a mood now. It's time for Suspect. Let me get my green disc.
Cap's mood is awfully suspect.
It is. You can't trust me. And even when you decide you can, a couple episodes from now, you're going to go right back to not trusting me anymore.
Dang.
Okay, do you remember this one?
I remember bits of this one.
This is the whodunit where we see it from a bunch of different people's perspective. It's kind of like a follow-up to Zero, but a lot more ambitious. In the same way that the last episode was kind of a follow-up to Jitters. Like almost...
Remember whodunits?
Like not a direct sequel to either of those episodes, except the hug thing I think was a direct callback to Jitters. But I think like these are kind of spiritual successors in like genre and theme and such. Okay, everybody got it rigged up.
Remember whodunits?
Yeah,
I am ready.
I do. It's like Clue, but not as funny.
Every time I hear you say Clue, I just think of, it's either Marvel Mania or Batmania, where it's like, can we please recut this movie like Clue? Oh, it's Blade Trinity because Eric is telling you that there's 3 different endings.
And like, did I say we should recut it like Clue? I don't even remember saying that. It's for when you're on camera too much and then somebody comes back and quotes you, you're like, I don't remember saying them. Okay. Are we ready?
There are certain Marvel Mania quotes that I remember too well.
That's really funny, John. Oh man, and just think now you're in the legacy of all this nonsense. You're gonna have some brilliant quote on Kryptofreaks that somebody's gonna remember. What was it you said a few hours ago that I could not stop laughing at? I can't remember. God,
I don't remember, but I think that's where I peaked.
I'm gonna go back and I think, well, and I don't want to say that you won't come back to that. You might. So I don't mean that. But like you hit a stratosphere. I gotta go back and find it. It's been too many episodes now. I can't remember, but it was just lovely. Anyway, all right, here we go. That was like a printed on a T-shirt kind of line. Like it was really good. All right, everybody, please press play. I'm all stopped up now. I got my head cold. Okay, everybody, please press play right now.
The other Marvel Mania one I like to quote constantly is, I think it's on the first Tim Story FF movie. Eric is like, my favorite FF movie is here. The bar is up here. I don't understand.
he probably got that from somewhere too.
Probably, yeah.
A lot of talk about helicopters the last couple episodes. Yeah, this is a great setup. I love the melodramatic lighting and all the lightning and thunder. You got to have that.
The opera is what sells it.
You're right? I love Lionel with his opera. It's enough to make me want to play it myself. But and I've done that before. I've listened to a little bit of opera here and there. But it would be fun to just turn it on in the bunker when company comes over, just to look as pretentious as possible. No, this is what I do every day.
I like it in certain stuff. Like, I love the way the Punisher, the Thomas Jane Punisher movie is scored with the opera during that big fight. But, like, if it's not in the movie, I don't want to listen to that. It sounds like a bunch of screeching to me.
Yeah, you're saying it's mood music. It's score. And
yeah.
And that's all it is for you.
Yeah, and it's also just really funny to see... I forget his name, but the 2 like bumbling sidekicks in that Punisher movie, like dancing and singing to this opera thing as Punisher gets the crap beat out of him.
Do you think anybody was shocked enough by that opening to think that Lionel was dead?
Yes.
I guess what I mean is, do you think it's convincing enough? Because the problem with it for me is, and I mean, it's been, we're binging this, so it feels like it was just a few hours ago for us. We're 13 episodes into the season, but still, you had a big cliffhanger where you made us think you might kill him off and then you didn't, like only to do it here. I guess that's the problem with thinking it might happen already.
Yeah, that's fair. So my biggest issue with this episode, because if I remember correctly about the resolution,
yeah,
it's that we never had any kind of hint that he had a problem with Lionel.
Yeah.
And why would he turn on Jonathan?
It's kind of one of the Scooby-Doo endings where you find out the motivation after the fact.
Yeah.
Now, I say Scooby-Doo. I mean, we do that in a lot of whodunits, certainly. Where at the end it's like, oh, this is the real reason, but it's no fun to try to guess at it, because all the breadcrumbs don't lead you there naturally.
The most frustrating whodunit is the first Friday the 13th movie, because if you're just seeing that without having it like lived in the zeitgeist of that genre, there is no possible way you could figure out who it is. Yeah,
then it feels like it's cheating.
Yeah, I mean that's one of those rare franchises where the first one's not the best movie.
Do you like how? And I get it because it's the big special effects moments, but do you like how the end of the second season intro is just Clark getting hurt or attacked in like a million different ways, and then just Lana jumping in front of an explosion?
You know, there's one thing I do appreciate with this show and older shows is we still did opening credits, like opening title sequences.
Yeah. And it would only be a few years after this that we start really getting away from them. I think we're in a period now where some shows are already starting to just have real quick, simple ones, especially 2 or 3 years after this. Like, Lost is only, what, 04, 05? And it's going to have a 12-second opening title sequence. Because it's not titles. It's a logo.
And then Arrow is just like a shot of an arrowhead.
Yeah, but that's all the way in 12. We were already a couple years into mostly doing that at that point.
Yeah, that's true.
I was trying to think of the first show that I saw that did that, like, and it might have been Lost, or 24 doesn't have opening titles. That was 2001. That was the same year
I've never
it started.
seen that show.
That's a whole other can of worms. And that's a show that is designed to do what we're doing right now.
Yo, what's up, Tank Gunner? Hey, thank you.
Hey, how you doing, man?
I'm quite proud of my posters.
So one thing I appreciate with this episode is that there is kind of a split second where Clark wonders if it's possible his dad could have done this, just because, you know, all the evidence is there.
My problem with all of these shows, and it's not really with all of these kind of episodes, and it's not necessarily each show's fault. It's just it's been done so much. I'm like, yeah, but don't you think that's too easy? Like, if you never watched television, this Clark probably hasn't, but...
Oh, look, it's Dominic. We haven't seen him in a while.
Ooh.
Dominic!
Ooh.
Dominic Salvatore?
Falcone?
Maroni?
Somewhere in the middle.
Somewhere in the middle, I guess that would make it Thorn.
I was thinking Salva Coney.
He's Dominic Thorn.
Salva Coney sounds like a really gross hot dog.
Tank Gunner says I should 24. I've thought about doing it for a live stream. I have done it before when we first started the channel, before live streaming was even a thing. I was, or at least on YouTube, I did a 24-hour watch of it, and I posted a couple of videos throughout the day just talking about my experience with it. But at some point, I might do that. I don't know that anybody's going to care, that anybody would watch that, but I would consider doing it again. It was fun. That's fun because the gimmick is it's all in real time. Sorry, what?
It's that guy.
And again, I think this is the last time we'll see him. So again, all that stuff about him, like that warning. Oh no, he might, not care about you after a little while and stop returning your calls and all that. Never comes back. I don't know if they lost that actor. You know, like if he had another job and couldn't come back. Here's a question for anybody that can answer this, because nothing's coming to mind right away, with the exception of stuff like, Rosenbaum leaving and then being replaced with guy with Bane face and a bunch of clones. John, does anybody get flat out recast in this show?
No one major.
I'm not immediately thinking of anybody.
Do you count, like, the Zod thing as a recast?
Well, I guess you sort of do, but... Yeah, not really. Because, like, you're not going to bring Terrence Stamp to do it physically.
Well, no, because Rosenbaum played Zod first.
Yeah, but that's not a recast either. He was possessing a person's body.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. Like,
so no, I wouldn't. But I wouldn't consider it that way either direction.
Yeah, for sure.
Tom put in a $2 super chat. Forget who shot Lionel. Again, all these different ways of spelling Lionel.
That's Lionel.
Yeah, yeah. Who drove the
Lionel Luther?
I feel like Tom looks at the written word just very differently than other people. Like, it's about getting the very basic point across.
Well, what's funny is that's one letter away from being a completely different character. For
yeah.
A completely different show.
Yeah, Lionel Luther. Who drove the van/truck? I don't know what he means by that. Like when? What do we do? You know what he's talking about?
Do you mean just who shot Lionel in general? Like who framed Jonathan?
No, he's saying forget that. Who drove the truck? And I don't know what truck he's talking about. Oh, is he talking
Jonathan's
about just
truck?
Oh, I see. Well, we'll get that. That information comes at the end.
You need to play a sound.
You're a criminal. I'm a criminal.
I am a criminal. Thank you. Is it a smooth criminal?
Yes. But the alien ant farm cover.
Hey, I like that cover.
I do too.
Oh, okay. Austin gave me shit for that one time, so I'm always just like, did everybody hate that?
Come on, Austin. Okay, so here's the Wild Coyote thing. How is it in a different county? Did he have to drive out of his way to go to this bar?
Also, like, this is not the Jonathan we've ever seen.
Right. But that's because we'll find out that one of the culprits is lying about all this. And when you're in charge of the investigation, Tom, oh, the truck that runs Clark and Pete off the road. I don't know if they come right out and say who did that. I can't remember. It's been a little while. I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Apologize!
I did. I'm sorry.
Fatality.
Oh, yeah, why aren't we playing Mortal Kombat sounds? Why aren't we playing Gilbert Godfrey doing Mortal Kombat sounds?
Fatality. Finish him.
My favorite thing about this story so far is that it's completely impossible.
It's ultra sloppy. I just like it's kind of like Zero, where it's implausible. It's
no,
it
like,
kind of works
it's not
backwards from a conclusion and everything, but it's got a lot of atmosphere and the acting is really good, and you do get engaged with it first time around before you know what's happening.
It's not a problem that's impossible because obviously he's making all this stuff up. But it's also like, did you really think you were going to get away with this with a sloppy story?
Yeah. Well, it's sort of like this show, right? Where you'd think that he'd be able to come up with, like, backed into a corner, something you'd buy more than this. And the show's scripts have this problem a lot.
I've seen better whodunits, or better frame jobs done in wrestling. And that wasn't even for a murder. That was somebody got ran over.
Oh, that was levity. We got some levity.
Oh, that was so funny, man.
Jar of quarters. I just wanted Pete when he said I've got advantage the police don't. I just wanted Pete to come back with that thing he said earlier about needing an instruction manual for Clark.
He's like, why are you dragging me out here, man? I don't know you.
Tom, $2 super chat. How did Ethan keep it open if it's in a different county? It's not. He keeps saying country. It's not a different country. But yeah, no. I was making that point for you again. Like I agree with you earlier when you said that, Tom. That like.
Jonathan went to England and killed the sheriff, and they brought him back.
It's such a believable story. Boy, he just snapped and then became a, like, multi-level genius. I guess. Oh, I got played on sound.
You know, he got some of that red kryptonite, and I don't know how it affects humans, but it did.
He must have swallowed it. Shouldn't have done that.
He went to a completely different country.
God, you know what this is?
All too easy.
It's all too easy.
It always is.
Yeah, it's just like, how does Ethan have jurisdiction? The Wild Coyote's in a whole other country.
That is one dedicated sheriff. He drove all the way to England.
Well, he's dedicated to his own crime. Rukaku question, did he shoot the deputy? I don't know if Sheriff Ethan has a deputy.
No, he doesn't because he shot him.
I buttoned my shirt all the way to the top. That means I'm angry. Oh, actually, he didn't. He left it open. But he does look like he's dressed for confrontation.
We're gonna do a TLC match.
Tom, so did Liam see who shot him, or is he still blind? You mean Lion? I don't understand. Who's Liam? You John. Oh no. Don't ruin John. Don't ruin him.
Liam Luther.
Liam.
We went from L-Y-N-A-L to Liam.
This name is degenerating. Are you gonna be okay? Are you gonna make it?
I will be, yeah. Losing my mind.
I mean, that's fair.
Kill me? You don't want to kill me. I'm your best friend.
Okay, so is this one more plausible?
Yes, but I like that Clark doesn't believe it.
You know what I want the third one to be? Oh, maybe Lex and Jonathan were in on it together. That's what it should have been. Jonathan went out to the Wild Coyote so he'd have an alibi, and then he was like, that's a really dumb alibi.
Lex went to England to shoot Liam.
I'm drinking in a different country.
and together they killed Liam Luthor.
God, I apologize to the viewers. I feel like all you're hearing us do is laugh this particular commentary. You know, it's all just. That's all you get.
Liam Luthor's supposed to be on Supergirl, but got replaced by John Cryer's Lex instead. Yeah.
So I like Small coming in and being Jonathan's lawyer and giving him something to do. And 2 episodes in a row, it feels like I know I keep hitting this point, but it makes it feel like he is like slowly being kind of absorbed into the cast, and he's going to be maybe more than occasional recurring. And then we never see him again.
He went to England.
Oh, I have to update the title. Thanks, Discussing Topics. God, he's always on the ball with that. Oh. Can you believe he said that? So did you catch that, John? That's never sat quite right with me.
Which part?
So they're in a shouting match, and he's saying stuff he shouldn't say, and Clark says, so Lex says, are you insinuating that I'm the one that pulled the trigger? And Clark says, it's not like I haven't seen you shoot someone before.
Yeah, the biggest failing with Clark and Lex, even though I think this is some of the best stuff in the show, is they'll have Clark forgive Lex until it's convenient for him to not forgive Lex.
Well, that's just really dirty pool. Like, the one time he saw Lex shoot someone, it was to save his father.
Yeah.
Right?
I think so.
He shot Roger Nixon.
Oh, that's right.
To save Jonathan Kent.
Yeah.
How is he throwing him under the bus like that? Well, I saw you shoot somebody once. I mean, it was to save the man that I'm thinking now maybe you framed, but like, really? What, really? Has he shot somebody since then? I feel like an episode or 2 ago he had a gun. Again. But I'm forgetting why.
No, I don't think so.
I don't know why I'm thinking that. I'm probably just delusional. It's fine. Oh, Discussing Topic says Small is in one later episode. I don't remember which one. But I think it's just this season that he's in, unless he shows up in something way later and I don't know about it. But I did shoot the deputy. No, that's been your kind of prevailing character arc. Yep. I mean, I like that his mistakes have consequences like that, where like he didn't do the deed, but he's looking guilty because of other mistakes he's made. Martha also did put him in that position to some degree.
What if the plot twist at the end was that Martha shot Lionel?
And then it was a long con all the time. She started working for him to shoot him.
She goes, Liam, I shot you.
Clark is really dedicated to seeing his father freed because he's gone all the way to this foreign country. I'm sorry, Tom. I don't mean to keep making fun of you, but once it came up and we started laughing at it as an idea in and of itself is mutated, and it's very funny.
In all seriousness, though, this is the Clark I wish was more in the show. Like, this is the Clark I believe becomes a journalist.
Yeah. You just mean because, like, he's trying to solve stuff, he's working hard?
He's tracking down leads, he's interrogating people.
Oh, you're saying you could see him, this kid becomes the investigative journalist.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Maybe you said that and I missed it. Sorry.
What's really weird is, like, when did they all decide that Jonathan is going to be the fall guy for this?
Yeah. Well, I guess it's just because Ethan and him are friends, and Ethan knows that everybody trusts him. I mean, that everybody trusts Ethan, so he figures nobody will. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's for the sake of character drama.
So.
Oh, that was a near car crash. Is this an actual car crash? Oh.
No, it's a Dukes of Hazzard stunt. So I know it's just because A, he has to drag Pete along, and B, we need to set up that moment of tension.
Yeah.
But, like, does Clark really need a ride everywhere?
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I guess if Pete has to be there with him, he does. That looked really bad.
What an amazing shot, number one.
Wow, his jacket actually got messed up a little bit. Usually that doesn't happen.
They're usually pretty good about that.
It's real hit and miss.
Sorry, Pete. I know your dad's been, like, fired from his job, and your mom's the only one working, but you've now got a toaster for a car.
He's fine. He was driving a really nice car before. Yeah, Tom, I think it's just a hired gun. I think it's just generically a hired gun. And I think he says something about his father, like, knowing people like that, or Dominic knowing people like that. I don't know. I don't remember. Lex, your line is, I should have just let him die. Oh yeah, this is where Lionel's buying out LexCorp. I forgot about that. We've already had a variation of the scene, but I was talking about it.
So I haven't seen a whole lot of the, like, whodunit movies, but I love when we do stuff like this where it's like the same thing from different perspectives.
I do too. It's a fun gimmick, and it's fun to. What I like about it, just in what it says about, you know, the world we live in, of course, and in human perception, is that there are like lots of different ways to interpret any situation, and there are a lot of different possible ways to get from A to B to C. The problem with it narratively is you almost never can trust that any of the versions you see are the real one. So what you're really looking at is just, or what you're really doing is just eliminating the ones that aren't real, and then you get to the end and they show you the real one.
Yeah.
So in that way, it kind of feels sometimes like a little bit of a waste of time. I mean, I guess as you're eliminating them, you can kind of guess at what the thing really is, but I don't know how often that's really effective. When they finally show you the real one, and you're like, oh, wow, yeah, that's the only way that it ever possibly could have gone. But I'm not a giant mystery guy myself. So this is above.
I mean, my favorite whodunit is Scream, which isn't really much of a mystery.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I have a favorite, really. It's weird. I'm not a big mystery guy, but I like courtroom drama. And those things can overlap, certainly. But I think that's just more of a setting that I like, and I think the rules and law are interesting. Everybody's got a past with Lex Luthor.
I mean, he's not wrong here.
He's really not. And she's being passive-aggressive, and that's not quite fair.
Living with Chloe is really rubbing off on her.
You think? I think they're just maybe toxic together, and they both suck more. That's what I think.
Well, I mean, that's like classic Chloe. I'm going to do whatever I want, and then when I get yelled at, I'm going to be passive-aggressive about it.
I'm gonna turn it around. We just don't have a lot of characters like this in the show.
Well, no, the show becomes insane after this. Doesn't have time for real people.
Yeah. Yeah, I really buy this guy, and a lot of it is the acting, certainly.
Oh, AMC makes a good point. Technically, Clark and Pete walked away from the bartender angry.
Oh, that's true. You're so much better at this than me.
Maybe we should bring AMC onto the show. He
So,
can do all the counting.
Can you believe how quickly that whole thing was resolved? Like, I think it was handled pretty well, but we went from help me out, no, I didn't ask you to barge into my life, to here I am in like 40 seconds.
Just passive aggressive him into submission.
Yeah, it's that kind of trope where once we get the exposition about our tragic backstory off our chest, now we're willing to do the thing we didn't want to do.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Santori, I was right. Except I'm still gonna go with Dominic Thorne.
Oh? He has X-ray vision. The cops don't even have vision.
Of any kind. You don't want to open that. It's going to be gross. Oh, God, look out. It's Kryptonite. Oh, for once it's not Kryptonite.
No, it's dinner. For somebody.
What about the smell? How bad is the smell? That's a good commercial break. That's a smart way to keep people watching. He knows. Now we got to sell you some Eggo waffles.
TH1 sent us a $5 super chat.
Oh, geez. Thanks, man.
It's interesting that both times that Clark almost kills someone is when Jonathan is in jail for murder framed.
Oh, you know, I that's right. Because he's talking about, I mean, I'm sure there's other times that it kind of happens where he loses his cool, but he's talking about the Sam Phelan thing.
No, for sure. That's very interesting.
John, do you remember Sam Phelan?
Oh?
But of course. God, you get me with it every time. But that's certainly the thing that would most push him over the edge, right? Like Clark at his age and with what he's experienced so far is I think in a fragile enough place that if he were to have the big tragic backstory, Superman looks a lot different.
Yeah.
Now, and people aren't going to agree with this. I also have always had a difficult time buying that this kid it turns into the Superman as we know him. Okay, let's spin the wheel, folks.
I feel like we owe them like 3 wheel spins at this point.
Do we really? Have we not caught up on
Did you
them?
do one before we started this episode?
I should just start making a tally. Okay, John, you got to look up another guest star's Wikipedia.
Ethan.
Yeah, find out who Ethan is. There's an idea.
Portrayed by Mitchell Coaster.
His last name is Coaster?
Coaster Man.
Oh, I thought he was a Coaster Man.
It'd be cooler if he was.
Oh, yeah, AMC said Lana walked away from her father angry. Thanks.
Apparently he doesn't even have a Wikipedia page.
Oh, weird. He was a recurring character on the show.
He has an IMDb page, though.
Acting.
Oh, because he's only known for... Oh, he's a character actor. He's been in, like, The Dead Zone, Night Vision, Stargate.
He was in Stargate? I'm not sure where that happened.
It says he played Special Agent James Hammer in 3 episodes.
Yeah, weird.
The only thing I know about SG-1 is that the new Kratos is in that show.
Oh.
That's Christopher Judge.
Is it Judge? I figured that's who you're talking about. Ah, I didn't know he got Kratos. That's awesome.
Yeah, he's great.
I love Christopher Judge, dude.
He's so good in those games.
He got so shafted in Dark Knight Rises, man. He was supposed to have a much bigger role in that.
He's in Rises?
He is in Rises. He fights Batman on the ice, and he does his trademark teal eyebrow thing.
Oh. Yeah, because they wanted to like an older, someone who sounded more wiser and older for an older Kratos.
Which is so weird to think about because he's one of those guys that will just perpetually be like 29, 31 in my brain.
Rumor has it Sony's looking to develop a God of War show, so I kind of hope they keep him.
Oh, they should just lateral move that and let him have it. He's got a long history of television.
Yeah.
He's overqualified for that.
I'm of 2 minds because if you do that, that means you're starting with the reboot. Or soft reboot.
Did they make a new likeness based on him? Like, does it look like him?
No, I mean it's still Kratos.
Oh, okay.
The new game is just like the old games happened. You don't need to know them, but here he's doing this. But I'd like to see them make like a compelling story out of the trilogy.
God, that line delivery is great. Yeah, I feel like it's supposed to play... Tell me what you think of this. I feel like it's supposed to play like scarier and more menacing that Lionel like lives in town now. Like he already had his tendrils everywhere and was messing up stuff, and it was bad. But like now that he's here, it's supposed to be like way more awful, and I'm not sure how well that plays. I didn't realize that either. AMC, the judge was Magneto in X-Men Evolution. I didn't know that.
I still gotta watch that. The only thing I know about that show is they recreate the Buffy and Faith dance.
Yeah, I've never watched that all the way through. Proviso is good word choice. Sorry, what?
I haven't either, but the opening credits has Kitty Pryde and Rogue recreating the Buffy and Faith dance from season 3.
It's weird.
Well, you know, Buffy is just like Kitty Pryde.
Sure. Sure, I've always said that. You know, I'm sure Whedon was thinking that too when he did his run.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me, honestly.
Yeah, actually, yeah, find out.
It's really weird right now because, like, the last 2 Buffy things I've read have both been about Willow's daughter being a witch slayer, and it's, like, glorified fan fiction.
Yeah, you told me that. That's ridiculous. I love how above... Oh, I'm sorry, can I talk about this show? I love how...
Oh, I thought we were talking about Buffy.
I love how... I said this earlier about how above everyone Lionel is, and how he kind of is patronizing everybody he deals with in Smallville. Like, they just don't even know what game he's playing. Like, including the sheriff, like, the main law enforcement of the town.
The other thing I don't understand, and I don't know if this is a problem with the show's writing, more so just I don't understand his logic.
Yeah.
Is he seems to believe that all of this is Lex's fault for daring to, like, rebel from him. But it's like, no, it's your fault. You just couldn't handle it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, how much of that is wearing him down, trying to control him? But then there's this thing where Lionel's always kind of, it feels like almost at odds with himself when it comes to Lex. Like, on the one hand, he wants to completely control him and get him to do whatever he wants and to not get too close to the mysteries he's trying to uncover. On the other hand, everything he does to Lex is to strengthen Lex. So, like, why does he want... Once it gets to the place where they are kind of worthy adversaries and Lex is in his way, I don't know why he continues to test him the way he does. And so then the argument
like...
you have to have is he past the testing thing now? Is he done doing that? Are they just rivals at this point? I don't always know.
Is it just me? Well, or is it just we have to waste time till we get to this? Like, they have an idea for later on down the road, but we need
God, you know what we have next? Do you know what we have next, sir?
Oh, God, I've never liked this episode.
It's the Rave Cave!
I've never liked this episode.
No, me neither. We gotta do the Rave Cave. Are we assuming that the worms are aliens for Krypton? I don't know. I think they must be.
I think it's John Carpenter's The Thing. This is the first crossover in television cinematic history.
What are you talking about? Every 5th episode is just a horror movie ripoff in the show. You could say that about Saw. You could say that about Flatliners. You could say that about Die Hard. You could say it about Clue.
Can we please recut this show like Clue?
Feeling it.
I will give this a very strong green.
That's a fun episode.
My sinus.
Obviously, it's got its logical goofiness.
I don't know. I can overlook that for an entertaining episode.
Yep. No, same here.
That's why I think I like so much of the back half. Is it's really dumb, but it's really entertaining.
Okay, I don't want to do this every episode. I am going to take one more break right now because I meant to get coffee and I forgot, and I also need to see if Jason's going to come down.
Yeah, I also need some coffee, so it's all good.
Okay, well, we'll see you guys.
I'm going to watch this freaking worm episode.
Yeah, we're gonna do this again where we make Jason only watch the bad episodes.
That should just be what we do for all 10 seasons. So he only knows the bad episodes.
And we're like, no, Jason, come on down. It's gonna be great. And he's like, really? I'm watching this.
By season 10, it's that like cliche horror movie shot where like you have to drag him down the stairs to get him to come watch.
Oh, and we'll do another wheel spin at the beginning of the next episode because I think you might be right. We might be down by at least one.
Yeah.
Can you see the screen right now? Do you see what's going on with the
They're completely tied.
The chat box? But no, but also look at the super chat box. It's all Tom.
Yeah. He's been the only one leaving super chats for a while,
which is really nice of him. But I don't know if I've ever seen that, or at least ever noticed that, where it was the whole super chat box is one guy. It makes it look like we have a single viewer. We do have more than that. Okay, guys, thanks for being here. Paradox Cameron, Liam and Lex is the best characters of the show. I feel like there is there a Liam somewhere?
Liam is no. I think it's Lucas.
No, there's Lucas. I know, but I love how none of us can talk right now. You're like, there is no. And he's like, Liam and Lexi is the best characters of the show. Paradox Cameron, have you even been with us this long enough to have a speech problem in your typing? I don't mean to make fun, but it was fun saying that sentence out loud. Okay, we'll be back in just a few minutes, guys. Hey everybody, I'm back. Sorry it took so long.
Hello.
Took a little bit
What's up?
of time to get Jason downstairs, and my family's leaving the house, and Sarah needed a few things. So anyway, we are in good shape now. We're about to watch episode 14. We're blowing through them. It is Rush. Aren't you stoked?
Oh, what a rush.
I'm in a rush to finish it, that's for sure.
So, because I know you're not a wrestling guy, but there was a wrestling tag team back in, I think, the 90s, and that was their, like, catchphrase. That's all I think about when I see the episode title.
Oh, I bet most people go to the Rock Band.
I mean, that's also true. I like Rush. They're not my favorite.
Me neither. Yeah. It's fine. Did you ever see Balls of Fury with the guy that was obsessed with Rush?
I have not seen that.
I mean, I wouldn't, like, highly recommend it. Walken's funny.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, that'd be why I watch it, because Walken's the man.
My wife likes that movie. It's uncharacteristic. I don't understand that. Anyway, let's go ahead and get into this one. Jason, I hate to break this to you. You're back for another kind of dud for the season.
No, I'm always in for the bad episodes. But
Jason,
it's always so late in the season. If I came in at like 2 in the morning, I feel like I'd be good.
You could still end up within a dud area, although you'll notice that so far we've only had 3 reds.
Yeah.
For both of us this season.
Jason, we've decided that you're only allowed to watch the duds.
Yeah. I can only watch the bad episodes.
Yeah, he wants to make it a tradition.
Oh no.
Senior
how
Stitch
you
cap
doing,
several.
Jason?
Oh, go ahead. Sorry. How you doing?
Good.
Well, now that
It's like, well, I was good until you told me we're on a dud.
now that we got all the small talk out of the way. All right, guys, make sure that you're rigged up to timestamp 0. Get ready to press play when I say now, and we'll try to blow through these a little quicker. I had a little bit of time in between the last 2. We're going to spin the wheel right as we begin this one, because I think we're at least 1 behind on that. And here we go. Everybody, please press play right now.
Don't forget to update the episode title.
Here we go. It's the Rave Cave. Look, Jason, have you heard me talk about the Rave Cave?
Nope.
I always make fun of this. Sometimes I've called the bunker the Rave Cave.
Yeah, I've never seen this episode.
Oh, well, you're in for something.
You were in for an episode of television.
Yeah.
This is one
Seriously,
of
this
the...
guy just keeps showing up everywhere.
Jason, who's that guy?
Who is that guy?
Actually, hey Jason.
Yeah.
Tell John who that guy is. What's his name?
Oh, he's Pete.
Ooh.
It never gets old. We're raving around Sageeth here.
TH1 with a $5 super chat. When I think of this episode, I think Fortnite, because a few episodes ago there was a POI called Rave Cave.
Oh, of course there was. That seems like a...
I mean, Tom,
Fortnite,
everything makes you think of Fortnite.
Jason, have you ever played Fortnite?
No.
You want to play Fortnite?
No.
Oh, all right. Are you ready to... the painting. Get off the paintings. Look, this is sacred area. That's why I'm also engaging in this rave party.
I thought you were going to say this is Satan's area.
No, it's equal opportunity. We got Sageeth and Naman on the cave painting. Also, isn't this insane? Like, this was an area of the caves that the Kawachis couldn't find for centuries. And now we're raving it. I don't understand how Lex is allowing this.
I don't either.
I don't get it.
Whoa.
Yeah, because he's not himself. Oh, we got to count that. We got to count that. It's a man who's not himself. It's not even a main character. You know who that is, Jason?
No.
It's Mr. Exciting.
Oh.
Who?
Whoa! It's a tick character. Okay, here we go.
Oh.
It's Ric Flair.
We're gonna spin the wheel. Have you seen the Wheel of Weird yet, Jason?
Yes.
Here it is.
On...
Oh, I got a blind watch again. Why is it always me? You're on there. All right. Whatever. Oh, here. I wonder if I can just do it.
You've got help now. Jason can just cover your eyes.
Jason, just tell me what happens in this episode here.
Okay.
Can you color commentate? Ah, this isn't gonna work. I'm gonna have to take this off again. Pete, see, the secret to loving this rave party is to get bit by an alien worm.
Yeah.
He's like, how did I get here? I don't know any of these people.
What do you think is the sheer amount of screen time that Pete gets, like, not himself versus when he is himself?
Who? It's probably like 75-25 so far.
That's very close to where I was gonna say. Okay, somebody keep track of the time for me. I gotta blind watch this for 5 minutes.
It's the title screen.
Thanks.
You know what happens in that.
Yeah,
so.
I can hear it. You know.
Jason, we gotta save this guy.
Yeah, we gotta finally save that guy.
Can you believe how alert John is?
Yeah.
Like, does he seem like he's been up all night?
No, not really. You
Just
definitely
wait.
do, though.
Oh, I do? I seem like I've been up all night?
Yeah.
Screw you.
Dad, look, it's Don Glover.
I can't! That's not Danny Glover.
No, it's
No,
John
it's really
Glover.
weird. All of a sudden, Danny Glover just showed up in the opening credits. I don't even think he's in the show. They just put him in the credits.
Who?
Who?
Oh man.
The premise is so faulty here, right? That like they would even be allowed in the cave like that.
He's. That's your issue with that?
This is probably really weird. Like.
So, for context, if you don't remember, Cap, he's driving on the sidewalk and almost hits someone. And Clark's like, "Where's your helmet?"
Somebody almost died. I just want to make sure you're okay.
I don't know who you are, but I want to make sure you're okay.
So, retroactively, is this supposed to sort of set up... See, I don't think it is. I was going to say, is it supposed to sort of set up Pete's kind of like reckless streak that he has when he does the high-octane Kryptonite racing?
I don't think so.
Ultimately, I don't think so either, because I don't think this is the same thing as Red K. Like, I think it makes you lose your inhibitions, not necessarily tap into something that was already inside of you all along. You know, like the magic hubcap.
Well, Senior Sticks, I'm afraid there's no saving anyone from Smallville.
This is very warm. All I hear are woodwinds.
Espresso for your morning rush.
Oh my god. They should try to get the single episode title in the marquee every episode.
Yeah.
Can you believe they did that? I'm glad Jason read it. I would have never known.
Yeah.
I'm busy being enveloped.
It's the only explanation.
How much more time do I have in here?
About 2 or 3 minutes.
Are you serious? This is another one of those things. I don't know. It's just funny to imagine anybody coming in right now. Like, what is he doing?
I love this conversation because she's like, you always assume that you have all the time in the world. You should, not in Smallville. The body rate's higher than the population.
They're having to evict people to have space for the cemetery.
T-Edge won $10 super chat.
Oh my
theory
goodness!
That the space slugs were bought by the Kryptonians.
I think they were brought by the Kryptonians.
Who? To see if they were worthy of getting powers from the rocks. Like if the natives don't do something reckless, then they're responsible.
You mean like they were intentionally giving people superpowers? Is that what you're saying?
Also, like, it's never suggested that the slugs are a test, because if that's the case, everyone fails.
Yeah, because doesn't it give you a fever and you die?
Yeah, I think it feeds on adrenaline.
What
is
was
the
that?
thing.
What was that? What was that look? She's just like.
Well, I guess it's not the same thing as Nicodemus. I can't remember if it actually makes you sick. I guess it just makes you like. It's like the anti-scarecrow fear toxin thing from the animated Batman, right? Like you lose your fears, so you ultimately commit suicide.
Yes, but I think it does that because it feeds on adrenaline.
Okay.
I believe your time is up, by the way.
Oh, sweet. Okay, cool. I can get out of my fortress of solitude.
It's like that.
Ow.
Okay, so now I'm gonna do this. I think it's a Star Trek reference.
Oh my God! Is
like
he
that
really?
one episode where they have to keep like building adrenaline. Is that a Star Trek thing?
I mean, keep going. I don't know what you're talking about yet.
Well, isn't there one where they like get sick and it causes them to, or there's something that like feeds on their adrenaline, like a parasite?
I think it might be that episode I referenced earlier, Naked Time. I don't remember that being adrenaline though, but it might be. You talking about TOS?
I'm gonna be honest. I have no idea. I just know that I thought it was a Star Trek thing.
It might. I mean, it probably is, but I'm not sure. Just based on that, it's a little vague. Here in a little bit, we'll do another wheel spin. What?
How many things did you put on the wheel?
There's like 20, 18, 20. If you think of anything amusing, let me know.
Okay.
Oh, $10 super chat from Tom. So we already read it, but I forgot about that. So Tom, let us know if you want another quiz or if you want me to sing something. Robo Brando, what have I just walked into? See, I knew it. Somebody was going to have to explain. But Tom, that didn't have anything to do with adrenaline. That was just like the Urix and Animorphs, like aliens taking over people's brains.
I'm still waiting for a proper Animorphs adaptation.
Right? Me too. Hey John, you want to read Animorphs sometime?
I mean, I would do that. I will. I've read that when I was a kid. I read all 54 books like 3 times.
Wow.
I skipped.
I was obsessed with those books.
I was too, but I skipped a few here and there because a lot of the ghost written ones were kind of terrible.
I was like 10. They were all good to me.
I came to it a little later. I was reading it like 14.
Okay. My favorite is always the one where Jake gets possessed by a Yeerk.
That's my favorite too. That's 10, 11?
6.
6.
Is it that early? Wow.
It's real early.
Well, for me, you never beat Analyte Chronicles.
Well, yeah.
Just never gets better than that.
That's my favorite book of all time.
I think I read that one. I know I read I'm gonna butcher this pronunciation.
Hork-Bajir.
Hork-Bajir Chronicles.
And it's fine. I mean, it's a good book.
That one's really good too.
And Viscer's quite good.
And I've never read it.
I don't know. All the Chronicles are pretty good, I guess, now that I'm thinking about it. Alchemist is probably the weakest of the 4, but...
And I never read Alchemist either.
I don't think I read Elm. I also had one of those choose your own adventure ones.
Those were bad.
Those were not great.
Yeah, I was like, this is lame.
And I like the Megamorphs where time gets altered and the Nazis have taken over. That one's pretty great.
I liked the in the main books, other than the Jake one. I also liked the David saga.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. That's a classic.
Because it's just Tommy.
He's their evil Green Ranger, except it doesn't work out at the end.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So anyway, Smallville. This episode sucks. That's my review. And of course, this is happening like he's fine, and this feels kind of arbitrary, at least a little. That's funny though. Tell Pete to stop doing donuts outside.
Robo Brando says 24-hour Animorph reading stream.
Yeah, I saw that. But what I was gonna say,
Lionel Luthor become an alien messiah? Apocalypse is season 10.
Yeah, right. Anyway, were you gonna say something?
We should do a 24-hour Animorphs show.
That's what that guy just said.
No, he said reading stream. We should watch.
Well, that show's not long enough to do in 24 hours.
Oh.
You could do it.
Not like findable.
Yeah, it used to be on Netflix,
That's
but you can't
true.
watch it anymore. But if you could, I mean, it only got what 20 episodes, less than that.
What's this character's name that he's talking to?
This is Walden. This is Walden's first appearance. He is the expert on like signs and hieroglyphs that's brought in to study the cave. You know, right after Lex was negligent enough to let a bunch of children go have a rave in his cave.
I was just curious because I know this actor.
Yes, and I forget. I've seen him in stuff too. I think he might have also been in Stargate somewhere. I mean, he looks brainy, so he's going to show up in a lot of science fiction stuff.
A lot of these people don't have Wikipedia pages.
And
really annoying.
I have a theory. It might be because some of them are like Canadian day players.
Oh yeah, maybe.
Like just working actors in Vancouver. Maybe I shouldn't say day players, but like working actors in Vancouver. Not to say that if you're a Canadian actor, you're not going to have a Wikipedia page, but like they might, some of them maybe haven't worked enough for people to, get on the radar. I don't know.
Oh, he's Wally Weaver in Watchmen.
Oh yeah, that's right. And I think I realized that in the theater, where I was like, oh yeah, that's Walden. I was calling Walden books. It's Walden books.
I loved Walden books. And he's in Star Trek.
Oh, give me the episode title. I can't remember. Is it a Voyager, maybe?
It is Voyager. He plays Kafar.
Do you have an episode? It's not important. We can go on.
Faces.
Oh, that's early.
And so he's in seasons 1, 3, and 7.
Yeah.
Faces, False Prophets, and Homestead.
That means he played a Ferengi twice. And I didn't realize that was him. Look, it's not my fault that you don't know things. Can you hand me that again?
Yeah.
Thanks. My fault. Quit making fun of me for knowing things. Quit looking up stuff, talking about it, and then being like, ha ha, you know things about Star Trek.
Yeah, Star Trek is for nerds.
Okay, so does it not feel like we've had a crazy number of people who aren't themselves episodes now?
Yeah. Did you mark it down for this one?
Did I? Yeah. I marked down the guy that killed himself, but I haven't put Pete in there yet.
Who?
So
because we're gonna get 3 in this episode.
So you know what? Immediately, I'll just go ahead.
4. Yeah, 3. Sorry.
It's at least 3. I'll go ahead and mark the third one, and if we see a fourth, but yeah, don't you think? I don't remember what I was gonna say. It'll come back to me.
So that scene right there is where I get a little questionable. Like, yeah, he's supposed to be like not himself and alive, but like how does that translate into selling out Clark?
I mean, maybe he's like just so far gone. Like the longer it's in him, so like anything that gives him a thrill. Again, it being different from Red Kryptonite in that it's not bringing anything out from you that's really there. It's not coming from a place, but also it's just dramatic in the moment, right? Like Clark really can't trust him now because he's under this influence.
I don't see it on the list, but this is also going to be a. Oh no! Wait, this will be a convenient amnesia plot.
That's true. Hey, look!
Chloe will learn his secret.
There's a I do.
It's the secret of the ooze.
I do have amnesia there. Should we go ahead and mark it now, or we should wait because we should see how many people get it. It's going to be at least 3 also.
Yeah.
Right?
No, it's gonna 2 at least. I'm not sure about 3.
Okay. Oh yeah, because we're not sure if there's a 3rd one because I don't think Lana gets it. By the way, there's another episode where they get this again. Right? Or is it this episode and she slips a red kryptonite ring on him in this? I think maybe that's what happens.
Pete slips him a red kryptonite ring.
Oh yeah, because I'm stupid because he would know that because he knows the secret. Yeah. Now look, in the Kawachi or the Kryptonians or whoever's defense, they did put a warning on the cave wall.
Yeah.
They did paint a giant alien worm, so you should know not to stand over there. AMC says.
So does this mean we finally discovered the secret of the ooze?
Yes. The secret is it's over there. It's in the cave wall.
It's over there.
Okay, should we do a quiz now or should we wait in between episodes?
We can go ahead and do a quiz.
I think we should.
Yeah.
And we gotta do a.
Jason can take the quiz.
He can. Yeah, let me just find one real quick. Let's see. Let's not do a single episode one because he hasn't been watching these with us. Feel free to keep commenting on this. I gotta find us a.
He's in the loft. He's holding CDs. Oh, Pete's going cuckoo.
For Cocoa Puffs.
Somebody get this man some Cocoa Puffs.
Okay, here's one based just on episodes from the first 2 seasons.
Oh, it is Animorphs.
I like to imagine that this is Pete's revenge for having some stranger drag him into dangerous, combat zones.
Actually, this one's just episode titles again. I'll try to find a different one.
Clark on green kryptonite.
Oh, I gotta count things while I'm doing a quiz? Oh, this quiz is bad. Hold on. I'm gonna find us a good one. General Smallville trivia. Okay, are you ready? Maybe we should wait a second. Again, this is good for Sam Jones. At least he gets to have a good time. Don't say who.
What?
What's a Jones? And this is more or less what the cave is going to look like for the rest of the season, where it's got lights everywhere, it's got scaffolding, because eventually Lionel will take it over, and it'll still be like this.
It's the command center.
It's a Yerk.
That's right, and they got a Yerk. It's Animorphs, Star Trek, and Power Rangers today, folks. That's what we got.
Because Crisis doesn't care about Smallville.
That's really funny. Oh, real quick, speaking of, just because we're seeing all the glyphs on the wall here, I don't know if everybody's seen my new tattoo, but I went ahead and got. Can I turn it? Yeah. I went ahead and got this.
Oh.
I wanted to make sure and do this before this season, but that is my Smallville tattoo, and that is my wife's name in Kryptonian. So the S is here, and it's 5 letters. That's my wife's name, Sarah.
Huh. Nice.
Yeah. Well, she has a type, doesn't she?
Robo Brando. Cap and John when they see Sam Jones. Damn, who's that?
No, I know who it is. It's Pete. Give me the damn keys, Roz. Oh, God.
She's just not cut out to play this type of...
You don't think so?
I can't take her seriously.
You don't think she has the seductive chops?
No,
she's gonna suck on a sucker. Yep. This is very awkward. Why are we watching this with Jason?
Yeah.
You're the one that brought it down here.
Yeah, I know. I did. I wasn't thinking about the scene. Hey, Jason. Isn't this episode great?
Yeah.
Was that sarcasm?
Yeah.
I think this is Jason's new favorite episode.
No.
Clark's parents have always known about his abilities. That's true. I want that to be a true and false question. Who was the next regular cast member to find out? Who was it, Jason?
Oh, was it Chloe?
No.
No, she doesn't know.
She doesn't know. Yeah, who knows? Who knows right now?
It's the guy that we don't know who it is.
It's who. The answer is who. Clark usually wears a color combination that is symbolic to his future. What is the combination, Jason?
Oh, it's red. It's red, blue, and red.
This quiz is too easy. Which of these is not a name of a Smallville episode from the first season?
Ooh,
the answer is cancer. The episode Leech showed that Clark's powers can be passed from one person to another through kryptonite. These powers were first transferred when what occurred? This is way too easy.
I want it to be an earthquake. It's really funny.
It's lightning.
I hate earthquakes. I lose my powers every time one shows up.
My only weakness is earthquakes. We decided to do a series called Counting Earthquakes. In the pilot episode of Smallville, what is the color of the thank you truck that Lex gave Clark?
Oh my god. I haven't seen that episode in forever.
The thank you truck.
I think it was red.
It was red.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. In Nicodemus, who of these who was affected by the flower?
Who?
Well, Martha was not. And Clark was not. So it's Lana. Because Chloe's being affected right now by a different thing. Oh, and look, she's going all goth. Look at her makeup.
Yeah.
See, they're laughing at Lana, and I think at the end of the day, she's going to find out that they were all affected by something. It's weird because they go out of their way to make sure that people they don't want to know about anything remotely supernatural don't. So I think at the end of this, she's going to think they were just on drugs or something. I can't remember. Does Clark learn his cold breath technique in the first season? No. What is Pete's last name?
Who?
It's not Pete Mack or Pete Jones the Third.
I think it's Pete Sullivan.
That's Dominic. No, that's not Don. Annette O'Toole played the role of Lana Lang in which Superman movie? This is like, have you ever heard of Superman? First season of Smallville. Oh, this is great. We can answer this because we had to do it in 24 hours. The first season of Smallville had 26 episodes. True or false?
False.
Well, that was the easiest quiz we've ever taken, John.
It was.
Look at that. It's a good thing, too, because John's not even here anymore. So see, now he's going to show off her powers, and she's going to get all surprised by it, and then it's just going to be a giant waste of time. This is just for the audience to get to see all this happen. Because by the end, she's not going to remember any of this.
Where did he even get the red kryptonite?
The best I can come up with is he also bought a ring, question mark? Jason.
This episode just further proves that she would take the secret well.
Yeah. Well, assuming you can take any personality stuff from this.
I mean, maybe I'm reading into it because I know how the whole thing goes down, but...
It would be really awkward if this is the way she actually found out. Oh, wow, that was lucky, wasn't it? If he had walked in 5 seconds earlier.
It would have been even funnier if he missed.
Well, that's true. Is that just because you don't like seductive Chloe?
I just think it'd be funny. She jumps down expecting him to save her, and she just goes splat.
Man, there's a motif happening with you through some of these episodes. It's like somebody's falling from a high place, and John immediately goes to, God, I wish they'd just splat. This is not the first time he said this today. He goes, you know what's really funny? Clark is in Metropolis. He's jumping between buildings. What if he just went splat? And I was like, John, he's gonna be Superman. He's gonna be okay. He's not gonna go splat. He goes, yeah, but what if he did? And then the series was over. I'm like, wait, I think you answered your own question there, sir. Robo Brando. Just when I was thinking that maybe we weren't taking this stuff seriously enough for people, he says, do we think that Smallville Pete also ended up working at IHOP?
Pete was in Man of Steel. Yeah, he's the bully turned IHOP manager. Oh, Hayden's back.
Oh, hi, Hayden.
All Pete Ross's in the multiverse work at IHOP.
Hayden says, I do wish Lana died in the second episode of the show.
Yeah, she could go splat.
Oh, my God. That's great.
You can tell they're edgy because they're listening to 2000s rock.
It sort of sounds like the Batman Beyond theme. That was a splat sound. Splat.
I wish we did that first wheel, like, now. So that you were blind now.
Oh, sure.
Not the beginning of the episode.
Yeah. So yeah, this is all, awkward intentionally.
This is Spider-Man 3, right?
It's just all fantasy fulfillment for, I hate to say this, but kind of, more shallow-minded fans that are just watching this for moments,
Yeah.
That's what it's aimed at.
Well, and this is the Spider-Man 3 scene where he takes discount Gwen Stacy to see MJ.
Dollar store Gwen Stacy. Nothing against Bryce Dallas Howard, but...
She's just not a character.
No, she's not. But she's a pretty good director.
She is. I like her episodes of The Mandalorian.
Isn't that crazy? You know what they should have done? They should have let her direct Jurassic Plague.
They should have just not made Jurassic Plague.
Okay, well, they should have let her write Jurassic Plague, because I don't know if she's a writer, but she would have done a better job than that. I think.
Oh, he took his shirt off.
Yeah, I mean, they still have... They're certainly not just suddenly completely generic and not at all, tapping into their own feelings, but... I don't know if we're supposed to actually take anything from any of this. And even if we do, it's nothing we didn't know already, right? Well, we're not learning anything here.
He took his shirt off so he doesn't have the red kryptonite anymore.
Right.
That's all I meant.
What's up?
I said that's all I meant. It's just he's no longer under red.
Oh, I know. I wasn't responding to that. Sorry, I was just responding to the scene.
Senior Sticks wants to know, Cap, do you think Lois and Clark on CW was inspired by Smallville, (Crisis? I mean, there's no way it's not influenced by Smallville.
Yeah. To some degree, sure. But when he says Lois and Clark, he means Superman and Lois, yeah?
Oh. Yeah. I mix those two up every time.
They shouldn't have called it that, because it is confusing. It's like you have a show called Lois and Clark, and now you have a show called Superman and Lois, really? Like, I get it if you want it to be sort of a dual protagonist thing, and you're, obviously you're trying to appeal to different sets of demographics at the same time with that title. Like, that's a business kind of title. What's weird is, and you've seen more of that show than I have now, I'm not sure Lois gets enough screen time for her name to be in the title sometimes.
It sticks to a dual protagonist piece for the most part.
You think? But it's also as much an ensemble thing with as much screen time as the kids get. I mean, it almost should have been called Superman Family or something.
That doesn't roll off the tongue as much.
I like it better because I wouldn't conflate it with another show that already exists. So now we're back to her seeing... Oh, Rube Super Speed exit. Before she had a chance to walk away angry, might I add.
But she walks away angry anyway.
Okay, I'll count it. Might as well.
So, I mean, okay, so
I have to bring this to 10 because Clark wasn't himself also.
Yeah. Well, that was the 3 I was counting.
Screw Clark!
Chloe and Clark.
Okay. Okay.
No, I agree with you. It's more of an ensemble piece. Yeah, because I think even the kids at some points get more to do than she does.
That's what I'm saying. This is boring.
This episode went from okay
it's
to
just kind of lame. Like, this may have been edgy in 2000, but now it's just like, oh, this is...
We're just wasting time with all this. Like, yeah, there's some spectacle. You get to see Clark catch a car. Like, I get into a move on kind of place with episodes like this, and especially because they did so many of them that
it just exists to make Lana mad again.
It exists to create, and on a the cynical business side, it exists to create trailers that have the right images that people will tune in for.
Yeah, and obviously as well as we got to fill that episode count.
And so the actors get to do cool things, even though it's not cool.
It's a yerk. You don't want to see it. I'm not going to take you to the yerk pool. What was his name? Walden Books.
Who?
No, you didn't. And you know what's funny?
Convenient amnesia.
Oh, would you count that as a car crash?
No, because it doesn't technically crash.
It doesn't crash.
There's a lot of like car explosions and cars being sort of tossed. Cars getting meteors smashing them. See, she's awful. This is the we've hit that turn in the last couple episodes.
Really, just this episode?
You think? Well,
she even knows that Chloe wasn't herself.
Yeah, but she doesn't know that about Clark. But I just don't like the... I keep saying sanctimonious, but that's my big thing. And so now she's back to, oh, that weird way he was acting on Red Kryptonite. And again, it's complicated because I don't know, like I just want to complain about the writing before I want to complain about the specific things the characters are doing, because it's not coming from a character place, it's not character driven. So, like, she seems kind of obnoxious to me, but she doesn't have all the facts, and she's just responding to what little she understands. The real problem lies a lot more, like we've said earlier, with Clark not giving her any kind of explanation for anything.
It's a complicated situation handled by people who have the writing talents of a monkey.
Except for the places where it's better than that.
If the same people that wrote this episode.
Yeah, but so often this kind of thing, I've said this before, this kind of thing will happen in the same episode as writing I like. So you'll get like a Great Lex Lionel subplot where you're like, okay, you clearly brought somebody else in to do this, but then you'll have a screenplay that's got one name on it, and you go, how? I know I'm a liability, and chances are I'm going to get killed. I can't believe he doesn't get killed over Clark's secret. It's kind of astounding that that's not how he goes out.
I will give the show credit for this, though. That is why he leaves in universe.
No, that's true. And I guess it's nice that they don't throw him under the bus in that way, where like he gets to leave before he gets, tortured to death or something.
And then everybody forgot he existed.
I just want his answer to anything anybody asks him about Clark, John, to be, our friendship is going to be the stuff of legend. I want him to say it every time.
I mean, it's just the best line.
You don't understand stuff of legend. So, Lex, what do you want for breakfast this morning? Stuff of legend. Hey,
what about legend?
Up, you want to go up or down in the elevator? Stuff of legend.
I also want, when he's in a hurry, he just trims it down to legend. Sir, are you okay? Legend.
Legend. We don't. You don't understand. She had an alien worm thing in her. And you're being passive aggressive. I hate to say this. It's not fair to Keurig because of the stuff that she's getting, but now I just want to call her Kristen Keurig, and that's mean. Because I've been drinking coffee.
Just tell her you were infected by the same parasite.
Yeah. Anything at this point. But I just get to where I get super sick of all like the eye rolling and the passive aggressiveness, and
now I will say
I think some of it is a personal thing with me. I
understand why this is one secret she's not okay with him having, but it's also like,
yeah,
I don't know, if one of them's under the influence, maybe both of them were. I hate this song. It's so annoying.
The world comes in to build a wall between us. I'm indifferent to that song, but I want to play it a lot now because John doesn't like it.
I'm gonna flip red.
Yeah, that's a rough one. I mean, we flipped Nicodemus red. This is Nicodemus, part 2. Like,
this is Nicodemus done poorly.
I didn't like that. And I didn't like that episode. Well, that is only our 4th out of 14.
AMC said Lex to Lionel. Our immunity will be stuff of legend.
That episode was really bad.
But Jason, is it the stuff of legend?
Lex, you've got a car payment due. Stuff of legend!
This car payment I'm about to make will be the stuff of legends.
What do you want on your pizza? Stuff of legend! Hey, Lex, if you were a tree, what kind of tree would you... Stuff of legend! Okay.
I mean, you'd have to go back and watch the video, AMC, but I feel like my red on Nicodemus was like a light red, but I don't remember.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to watch them back to back, that would be the watchable one between them.
Yeah.
But I just don't like these waste of time episodes that don't really tell you anything about your characters. We're not progressing anything. And then when you get to the end, we're kind of forcing a progression of, and I meant to say this earlier, it's so easy too, right? Because early on, we've got Clark and Lana somewhat arbitrarily, I feel like, suddenly in a place where maybe they'll start dating. Like, it's been long enough since Red, but then we had, several episodes where she still was real down on him about that stuff, and she hasn't trusted him, and I don't know that enough has changed. I mean, they've been through some life and death and stuff, but I don't know if enough has changed. And then, of course, this has to be the episode where now maybe they'll get together. It just feels gimmicky. It feels teasing the audience.
Will they, won't they?
I know the answer to that, and it's not interesting.
The answer is they will, and then she'll disappear, and apparently Lex kidnapped her for reasons.
I was going to say the answer is yes, but then stupid invisible kryptonite suit.
Well, no, I mean, that's not even where their relationship ends. Their relationship ends at the end of season 7.
Yeah, I know, but I don't care. That's so stupid, I have to bring it up every time I possibly can.
I mean, I love how stupid that is. Like, it's enjoyable.
Can I still bring it up every time I can? Because it's the stupidest. It's not, though. It's still not, though.
You know what it is? The stuff of legends.
Hey, Lana, you got this kryptonite suit that's all invisible. It's stuff of legend! Okay, guys, we're going to take just a real quick break. I hate to do this after every episode, but
you're good.
I just need to go grab something to drink real quick. So, we'll be right back. Stuff of legend! All right, everybody. We're still waiting for John. Jason, I think the kind of craptastic Smallville was just a little bit too much for Jason. So he's gonna he's got something else he needs to do. So he's gonna go off for a little while, but he's gonna come back in the afternoon for a couple more maybe. We're gonna watch Prodigal now. We're finally gonna get to the Lucas Luthor of it all. Another character we could have done a little more with, but we'll make the most of the one adventure we have with him.
Well, it's funny because on Hulu they credit him as his like real name, and it threw me off.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because he's credited the actor is credited as Paul Wasliski, but I just know him as Paul Wesley. And I do wonder if part of why he never comes back is because he got his own show.
Probably so. I wonder just how much of that was going on. Smallville seemed to have this uncanny ability to cast people right before they were famous.
Yeah. Well, so I've probably mentioned this before, but anybody who's not aware, this guy, the guy that's about to be in this episode, and then the guy that will go on to play Adam, end up starring in the Vampire Diaries together. Which was a terrible show.
Yep, but it was really popular.
Which
is just the definition of CW shows until Legends.
Till the DC stuff. Eh?
Stuff of Legends of tomorrow.
Senior Sticks, Cap, might you get a Superman on your chest, but it is a G for Geekvolution?
Nope. Not gonna do that. I know I go pretty far with my tattoos, but that's a little much. Plus, I've already got the G. I just put it here. I don't know if you know that, but I've got one. It's right here.
Would that make you Geek Man? Like,
yeah. What would that even mean? No, nope. I'm Geekfaloo Man. Nope. All right. Let's watch. What am I doing with my life, really?
And then anime. Code Gas Anime Fan, I think that Teen Titans Go is currently tied with Smallville for longest lasting superhero show because TTG has been going on for 10 years. I mean, but it's Teen Titans Go.
Yeah. I mean, like, obviously it counts because it's superhero, but it's, kind of on more because comedy meme bait stuff, right? Like,
it's like 50% of its viewers, maybe more, are probably like hate watchers.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure why that's still on. I think I heard they made an episode making fun of their terrible reputation. Like,
well, don't they constantly reference like the show that people actually want?
Yeah. Yeah, they're messing with people, and that troll. That show kind of trolls people, and then they made a movie that combined them. They did a crossover movie with the original Teen Titans show.
Yeah,
which I've not watched.
To watch that, but I'm scared.
Me too. I don't want to do. Well, and I don't even have a dog in that. I just don't know how much more Teen Titans Go I can stomach. So that movie was better than it had any right to be, but it was still hard to watch after a first viewing. Because at first I was surprised by it. I was like, oh, this is cleverer than I thought it would be. Then I watched it again and I was like, God, this is a little mean-spirited, I think. Anyway, everybody ready? We're going to get into Prodigal. Everybody, please press play. John, if you're good.
I'm good.
All right, sweet. Right now.
Is this the Batman?
Yeah, this just screams, and now for something completely different. And it opens... I like cold opens like this sometimes where it kind of, for a minute, doesn't even want you to know what show it is. Like, obviously, with the way it's directed, lighting and everything, if you've been watching the show, it looks like Smallville. At least to some degree. But it's like, here's a character we've never seen before. And I guess we do that sometimes with Kryptofreaks and stuff. But I think the big revelation is supposed to be, this is not going to be the same sort of one-off character you're used to seeing.
AMC says hate watchers and toddlers.
Are there any hate-watching toddlers? There might be. We might have that culture now. We might be raising them that way.
I hope so.
What does that say about John? John, can we talk about this episode?
It's the one guy.
It's Vampire Diaries, man.
Yeah.
And you know what I usually say with actors real early in their career like this? I'd usually point and go, wow, look how young he is. That's a guy that doesn't age.
Yeah, not really.
Like, I think every time I've seen, because I haven't seen Vampire Diaries or anything, but every time I've seen commercials for that, anything he's done more recently, it's like, yep, that's what he looks like. I'm pretty sure we can look him up in 2023, and that's what he looks like.
You know what's crazy about the Vampire Diaries is that's like a shared television universe. There's 3 shows in that universe.
Really?
Yeah.
Of course there is. It's like Doctor Who.
And all I know about the Vampire Diaries is season 1 sucked and everybody hates it after a certain season because it just goes off the rails.
Okay, Tom put in another super chat. I don't know what he's saying.
They also did a not movie that ruined an actual movie. This is such an easy way of getting caught cheating.
Yeah, that's probably true. I'm sure he's talking about that Space Jam thing. That's probably what he means with that.
I don't know. He said Space Jam 2 is better than Space Jam 1.
No, but you know about the Teen Titans Go thing with Space Jam?
Oh.
They did a quote-unquote movie that was Teen Titans Go to Space Jam, where they're just doing a commentary over Space Jam. I'm sure that's what he's talking about.
How embarrassing.
It is embarrassing. The worst part, though, is that the joke's on me because I buy every superhero movie that comes out. I'm going to have to actually buy that.
Easy.
Well,
Space Jam 2
it's all over now.
Movie?
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
I can't hear that without thinking of Michael Chiklis.
Why Chickless?
Gotham?
Oh, good call. Did you think that the score there was a little over the top and kind of typical?
Do you mean like the part where you were playing the Guilty soundtrack?
No. I mean in that scene.
Oh.
Where it's like, oh, they're in.
It seemed...
Where were they? Were they in? They weren't in Japan. Where were they?
Did it say? If it did, I didn't see it.
They did at the very beginning, but it was like, bow, 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 and I was like, this is kind of obvious.
There have been 4 TTG films. See, that just makes me sad.
I just can't even remember. We just saw it, and I cannot remember. Daniel Calagno. Hi, that's a name I don't recognize immediately, but I'm sure you've been with us before. I'm curious how Cap is physically capable of staying up for 24 hours. I'm exhausted, even with a night's sleep. Well, I don't want to tell you how to live your life, but I might suggest a little exercise. Maybe eat some fruit. I don't know. You just got to kind of pace yourself and make sure and get some rest right beforehand and eat as close to right as you can. Have a little caffeine here and there, but not too much. Sorry, what?
It also helps to just be doing something.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly, because this flies by when you're really engaged in it. And by the way, I'm not the only one here doing this. John is also getting through these 24-hour streams. He's doing great.
Thank you.
I'm just saying that so you come back.
Oh. I think we should make Austin do the next one.
I think we should too. But I don't want you to not do it because A, I've been really enjoying this with you. You're doing a great job. But B, I have to say that so we'll come back. And B, because I don't want to spend the whole time with a guy that's like, where I spend 40 minutes giving you a breakdown of everything I think is working wonderfully in the show, and then, you know what, Austin, you haven't said a whole lot. What do you think? And then he just turns into Jay Sherman. It stinks. Shut up, Austin. He's not even here, and I want to tell him to shut up.
I do not have a Red Bull. I do have a Monster, though.
I had to give up energy drinks, man. I got too addicted to that stuff.
Yeah, I don't drink them very often. I actually don't like how they taste.
I didn't most of them either. There's that clear Monster that came out that I liked a lot, but I got to where I was drinking it way too often. They're expensive. You can't even make them cheaper by buying them by the case. Like,
okay, Tom, now you're just doing this on purpose. While Lionel...
Oh, he is doing that on purpose, isn't it?
Kicking Lex out is a bit convenient. It gives us a great entertainment between Lex and Jonathan.
No, I agree with that. I don't know if it's exactly convenient. So much as just, it kind of plays like maybe an obvious premise where, like, you're going to the well, you're rolling a d20. Like, what's a dramatic situation for this kind of family drama? The rich kid gets cut off. He's got to go to the poorer kid's house. And the irony is Jonathan thought they looked down on him, and now Lex is the downtrodden. But it is a fun situation to play with, and they get some mileage out of it. I forgot that was this episode. So we were talking about that earlier. This is the one where Jonathan will get to the end and say, "You're welcome here anytime." After Insurgents. After Lex got his wife kidnapped and almost killed.
To be fair, he can't prove that was Lex.
But he knows it was. Oh, sorry, it was Mr. Green.
Yeah, it was Bruce Banner.
Bruce Wayne?
Oh?
Ha 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 ha!
No, my favorite, I hate this movie, but my favorite, Bruce Wayne thing is, Bruce Wayne, why are you dressed up like Batman?
I like Joker in '89. Bruce Wayne, n'est-ce pas? Okay, we got to do another wheel spin, John. You right?
I am ready.
Now it's time for another exciting episode of Basketball Brothers. Oh, every statement must be a question. Who?
Why is basketball?
Who is this kid playing basketball?
I don't know. Why does he keep showing up?
Why is Lex still not figured out how to drive?
Why is Lex like, look at my new toy, my brother?
Why is Lucas dressed up as Clark on Red Kryptonite?
Why is Lucas Clark on Red Kryptonite?
Why don't we get to see Lex play basketball?
Yeah, why didn't you say something?
Hey, this is a question from earlier, John. Why are there pagers and cell phones?
So I don't remember much about this era because I was like 8, but was there ever like a transitional period between the two?
Yeah, I'm kind of kidding when I say that. There certainly was a little bit, but I didn't really know anybody with pagers. Hardly. So it's kind of weird. Like we were getting to a place more and more where people had cell phones, and like not everybody did. Anyway, questions.
Why did Lex just drop him off here and leave?
So that they could have this conversation.
But no, like with pagers, why did we invent pagers? Those are the most useless inventions ever on the face of the planet.
Yeah, I mean, certainly it feels more that way now, but like it was a way to get a hold of a person remotely, which was like extremely difficult any other way.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, it's easy to look back at things like that. Like, what was the point of a Palm Pilot? It was huge, and you sync to it on your computer. It took forever, and then you took information with you. You couldn't get on the internet with it. Like, but it was the best we could do. It was the best we could do.
$5. Is
Thank
this
you.
a case of son like mother, seeing as Lucas's mom tied up Lex and Lucas ties up Lioness?
Tom, I appreciate the super chats, man, but this has been a little cryptic.
HB Haga.
I see what he's saying. Yeah, Lucas. Yeah, that's actually a good point. Lucas kind of does take after his mom at the end of this episode, if memory serves. Because like he's talking about how she tied Lex up and then tried to get him with an axe, and Lucas. Well, actually no, because the whole thing's a ruse. If you'll remember, he gets Lionel tied up, but he and Lex actually have this whole plan. So I'm giving away everything with this episode, but Lex is ultimately like it will start where it seems like it starts, where Lex gets cut off and Lucas is with Lionel, but ultimately Lex is able to team up with Lucas and turn it around on Lionel. So that whole kidnapping plot is not what it seems. And I think maybe because, like, if you're thinking about it, I didn't give that any thought before. Maybe the idea is that if you were thinking about the Rachel Dunleavy thing, that's helping you buy that more. Maybe, I don't know.
Senior Six says doctors still have pagers. They use them.
Chloe just ordered a drink. I guarantee you she's not going to get what she ordered.
It's not even close.
It's not even close. Part-time. Isn't it strange supervising your friend who just made out with this friend last episode?
Yes, but amnesia.
I know, but Lana didn't have amnesia. What is it with people hiring or being hired by people that they have huge moral issues with in the show? Your town is not that small. Stop it.
It's Smallville.
No, it's not. You have 45,000 people in your town.
That was last season. Now we have 10.
No. Get it down to 7 and we can talk.
Give it like 3 episodes.
Senior Sticks, Cap and John, why didn't Lex have a backup plan in case Lionel cut him off? That's actually a great question.
It's the great and powerful Nah.
Don't you think... Hi, Noah. Don't you think... Noah, is Tom trying to win a Super Chat game? I think he just likes seeing his name 7 times on the screen.
I think he just likes messing with us.
I don't mean to make fun, though. I appreciate the Super Chats. But I really like Senior Sticks' question. Because wouldn't you think that... Yeah, this is not a guy that would want to put all of his eggs in one basket. And you'd think that he would have maybe some money sequestered off somewhere that Lionel couldn't get to, that he doesn't know about. But yeah, it's all Lionel's money in the first place.
Isn't this all part of Lex's plan?
Say again?
Isn't this all part of Lex's plan?
No, that's what I was saying before. I think what we'll find out by the end is that Lex really is caught off guard by this whole thing. He really does end up getting cut off. He really does need a place to stay. None of this is part of the manipulation. But by the end, he is able to go to Lucas and makes, I forget what exactly it is, but make some kind of a plan with him. And like he ends up having tricks up his sleeve, but it doesn't have anything to do with money. And so he's able to get himself out of this situation. But I believe he is completely in this situation. That is such a good point. Why does he not have like a Swiss bank account?
Well, it's not about if he can if he's prepared. It's about if he can go the distance, you know. Like the hit film Rocky.
He's got to go the distance. He's got to ease his pain.
Yeah, what if the next Lex Luthor is Sylvester Stallone?
Yeah, or Ray from Field of Dreams.
You have like 20-year-old Superman and 80-year-old Lex Luthor. Instead of Adrian.
That's a good line.
That's
a good line. And she set him up for that too. Come on, Martha, don't walk into that. She says, you can't turn your back on Lex now. And he says, I have no intention of turning my back on Lex now. It's good. HB Hog of the town of Citiesville. Yeah, our first Powerpuff Girls reference in the however many hours we've been doing this. God, is it already almost noon?
Yeah, it's almost 1 o'clock.
Wow, we have been at this for 14 hours? No.
Yeah, but 14.
Yeah,
Almost
14.
15.
Look, I'm not the mathematician, okay? He left.
That is true.
I like this story about how Lex knows how to do hard labor because of the farm he went to when he was a kid. This whole thing works, I think. Only time he felt normal. That's good.
Yeah. This is a good Lex episode.
Oh, it's a great Lex episode. And it's also kind of fun that this happens. I mean, obviously several episodes after, but in the same season that for 5 seconds Lex thought that they might be brothers, and now they're living together for a couple minutes.
Yeah.
And I feel like these, in a lot of ways, this show does not binge well, but stuff like this you pick up on more when you watch it all in rapid succession.
That is not an Xbox game.
No, and why is that loop a second and a half long? Yeah, please turn it off. Stop it. Just stop it.
You also couldn't turn an Xbox off like that.
That's true. I don't know. I'd take the 10 million. That's just me, though. Give him a blue book. Make him take a test. What about what Lex reports to Uncle Sam? See, we're even dealing with Lionel sequestering his own money away. This, like, if Lex really did handle his finances this way, God, I'm glad he brought that up. That's such a good point. John, if you really handled his finances this way, it's not a matter of one of them is playing chess and the other was playing checkers. It's one of them is playing chess and the other one is playing, like, Candyland.
Yeah, I can see that.
Well, I'm glad because that analogy is ridiculous. Now I'm just imagining Lex playing Candyland and by himself. Oh, look at that.
Legends.
So yeah, I said toward the beginning of the stream that I thought there was a place where you could kind of start gauging where Lionel gets his sight back. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's really just between episodes because it doesn't make sense that he would still be blind in Insurgents. I think he has to be. I still
I think it's right here.
And well, what I mean, this is where the reveal is. But the question, the $10,000 question, is how long has he had his sight? And Rosenbaum, because he hasn't gotten to this yet, keeps saying he thinks that he's, or one of those guys that I forget who, that he's been, maybe he's had his sight the whole time and he's pretending the whole time. There's no way he's pretending the whole time. He's an idiot if he is. But his hair is amazing. The future is Vampire Diaries.
This guy just has like a punchable face. He can go splat.
And you kind of want to see Lionel be the one to do it, too.
Yeah, Lionel sends his own son Splat.
It's like, look, you have these two options, okay? You can either take this $10 million, or I'll punch you in the face!
Your life won't be worth spit!
Do they even go to school anymore? Like,
they go to night school. He didn't know about him. When did Lex have time to help work on the Talon? He does have a punchable face. I'm sure he's a nice guy. I think he does a good job in this episode, certainly.
No, I mean, I've seen interviews with him, and he seems like a cool guy. Nobody hates the Vampire Diaries more than the cast of the Vampire Diaries.
Really?
Oh, yeah, him and the guy that plays Adam, I can't remember his name now. I've seen a lot of interviews where they just trash the nonsense in that show.
Wow, that's fun.
They, like, don't care now. It's over.
Well, and of course you're starting to get that with this show a little bit, too. But it is a hit and miss show before it's a just wretched hive of scum and villainy.
Like none you've ever seen.
And so... On that rewatch podcast, they have good and bad things to say.
Yeah, I don't think we'll ever get a the Vampire Diaries podcast.
No. But we're gonna do it. That's the next 24-hour stream.
Oh God. I'm retiring after Smallville.
No, you're not. You know you want to do Buffy too bad.
I know. I would do Buffy. I would come out of retirement for Buffy.
Are you already in a place after a season and a half of this where you're like, you know what? I don't know if this is a good idea.
No, I really appreciate this. It's just I feel like I'm getting so much done.
No, that I forgot he actually brought up that metaphor. That's not what's happening. Your father's playing chess and you're playing, what did I say? Candyland.
And you're playing blackjack with gummy bears.
With gummy bear. You're playing Tiddlywinks. You know, Lex.
This is so early 2000s.
What Lucas has done to this doesn't look all that different from what your dad did to it. Remember that episode where he was like, "Hey, Dad, this is my office. Quit moving all your crap in here." Also, this house is supposed to be huge. So why does he have to work out and watch TV and do everything in this one room? It's like the whole mansion.
That's all they could afford.
This room. Well, now I think he should take the $10 million. You just hit the jackpot. Oh. Yeah, I really like his delivery there. I don't understand how Rosenbaum disappears like this. It's baffling the more I listen to him how not this character he is. It's amazing.
I have that with Boreanaz too. Like, he's so different than Angel.
Yeah. But like with, I don't know. It's hard to articulate it without sounding half mean or something, because I think Rosenbaum's a really neat guy, but he's not the sort of sophisticated that Lex Luthor is. Like, and he wouldn't want to be. That's just not who he is. I don't know where he finds that. Shark Tank hoo-ha-ha. And there's this amazing rhythm, this amazing cadence he has.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
You understand, when I was an impressionable high school kid, like, I wanted to be him. Like, that was the mannerism the set of mannerisms I wanted to embody, and just that level of confidence. And
did you shave your head and start wearing leather?
I did shave my head, yeah. I did. I did it for a Halloween costume to play like Lex Luthor for Halloween, and then I kept doing it for 3 months. I liked it so much. I tried it one more time in college, and Sarah didn't like it. So now I've gone totally the other way.
This guy is just annoying.
I can do anything I want. I can be on Vampire Diaries. Yeah, the leather's not helping at all. Oh god, look out, here comes Lady Shiva. Oh. Senior Sticks, why are you asking me that? Cap, what coffee shop are near you other than Starbucks? I mean, we've got a lot of independent places. Why is he being attacked by the Yellow Ranger? Why is he being attacked by the Yellow Beast Morphers Ranger?
I haven't seen that series, but I'm gonna assume that he lost a morpher.
That is some bullet time right there.
It is.
It's definitely the best of the...
I see some Rosenbaum and Lex, although he's much more Wally Flash. Yeah.
Oh, yes, definitely.
Yeah, see, his jacket's damaged.
That's true. I feel like sometimes maybe there's a little bit too much lip service paid to it, where like it'll be totally on fire and it'll just have like a couple of cuts in it. That's a great line. Don't worry about it. People try to kill us all the time. Look at his teeth. He's already a vampire. Like, he got that role because he is a vampire.
You know, it's impressive that he's both somehow discount David Boreanaz and not discount David Boreanaz.
Yeah. Yeah, well, and he reminds me a little bit of Summerholder.
That's probably why they play brothers.
Yeah. Yeah, like I think they do. I mean, I know that's obvious. I've never watched that show, but I feel like they kind of are sort of similar looking. Yeah, you really shouldn't trust that guy. He's got bars of refined kryptonite for some reason. And yeah, I get that he experiments on it and stuff. I don't really understand why he's got bars of it in his office.
He's trying to revitalize the economy. Instead of gold, it's going to be kryptonite.
Why does he think it's that valuable? It's all over Smallville. You could mine it. Oh, he's pull out that card again. The go the distance card.
Adrian!
Stop moving the camera. Oh my god. I saw a spin coming. I knew it. God, these kinds of scenes, we're on a damn theme park ride, John. Uh-oh. What'd you think was going to happen, Lana? He's unreliable, ain't made out with Chloe. I don't understand why you did that. See, it's like they forgot what episode happened last time. No, what do they say about that?
If the house guest stays for more than 3 days, he's the next meal.
He's welcome back anytime. He's got work ethic.
I feel like this is Jonathan's jigsaw moment.
What do you mean?
Where he just confessed to giving him all these like ridiculous tests.
That's true. That's really funny. Glover is the best. Why didn't he get his own show? I don't mean the Lionel show. That would have been amazing, though. But I just mean, why didn't John Glover get his own show? Senior Sticks, Aunt Nell is not still around at this point. She has already vacated the Smallville. And then we'll go from their not even knowing each other to getting lots and lots of screen time together. He's got this kind of creepy face when he's talking about women he's attracted to. We've lost John.
No, I'm still here. I'm just watching the episode.
John is in a vortex of television.
I've always loved in movies when like rich people hold their phone with like the opposite hand to their ear.
Yeah, and like the same way they'd hold a wine glass.
Yeah.
You see Lionel do that too. He's so sophisticated. Is he gonna say Cain and Abel? Yep, he said Cain and Abel. I don't know if I knew that because it was obvious or because I remembered that. You notice the lighting in this office is always the same, and it's like we walked out of a family drama and into a like neo-noir.
Well,
like,
you know, they have specially curated windows to make sure it always looks like that.
Yeah. We're just always in the John Wick universe. We walk in here. That's good parenting, Lionel. Oh, commercial break. That'll bring you back.
What a twist.
This is a pretty good con on Lex's part, ultimately. But like I said, I still think it starts from he is actually destitute.
Yeah, I mean, that's possible.
Oh, my God.
Clark also has no way of knowing which is which.
Yeah, like, height might help a little bit. Also, we're only seeing his looking all the way to the skeleton thing, but if he can do layers, he could have looked through the wall in the first place and not through them. Because we know he can do that, they just never show that in the effect. But he might be doing that also, I guess. What you really need to do is just figure out hair lengths. Because they're all different. Senior Sticks wants to know if you're okay, John.
I'm okay.
Are you going to make it, John?
We will see. Doing all right. I'm feeling all right.
The only issue I'm having right now is, like, tingly legs. I feel like I've been sitting here too long. I didn't have this last time.
Yeah, I can see that.
I also think I might just be like a little sore from working out yesterday. So like that combined from sitting here too long.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, it's like, well, I want to say this is the one thing Lionel won't do, but we know that's not really the case if you pushed him far enough. He's not going to do it until he has to. Did you get it on tape?
Whoa!
Is it admissible? Yeah, John doesn't remember any of this, I can tell.
Yeah, I really don't.
So the idea is Lex convinced Lucas to put on this kind of show, this ruse, to prove that Lionel didn't have his best interest at heart. They can't trust him.
He also proved he can see.
Well, he already had that. He threw pool balls at his head.
No, I mean, but Lex didn't know.
Well, Lucas probably told him. Wow, why is there pancakes coming from the ceiling? Oh. See, he's got all these little clues. And you think you're watching him put them all together. And then
he doesn't.
Doesn't really do that.
We don't do that here.
No. And wouldn't it be so much more interesting if he did, and then eventually you came up with a really epic story to kill him off? Because, yeah, you probably don't want Lionel to know that Clark has superpowers forever, but you're building Lex to eventually become the bad guy for Superman. So, like, you know you're going to kill Lionel off at some point. And they did. And having Lex do it is good, certainly. But it might have been cool if he, had everything figured out before that. Although I'm trying to remember how much he actually knows about Clark at that point, because maybe he does more or less know. But they have the whole thing where he's like sort of working with him. I'm so rusty now on like 6 and 7, I forget.
All I remember from 6 is the resolution to the the Lex and Lana stuff.
Yeah, same here. Because it's disconcerting.
Horrifying. Disconcerting is one way to put it.
It's fun to undersell things, really. You know?
AMC says, I noticed a few episodes back that Lionel pronounces it LexCorp with a silent P, while everyone says it like the comic writers always pronounce it, just a small detail.
No, yeah, that's true. What's his prerogative? He owns it.
Does he? He wouldn't own LexCorp.
Well, he's trying to buy it, and then eventually he will own it. So Lex only has LexCorp for a while, like I don't know, half the season. So yeah, he claims he's had sight for a few weeks. So you have to assume we've seen some episodes in the interim, but also the Great Assault. You can't trust anything he says. There's just no way to know. And the writers don't know. I don't think. Sometimes there's things like this that are fun to try to figure out, and sometimes you realize you're giving the show too much credit.
Yeah. There was only one possible way that blindness storyline was going to end up, is that he would be able to see again.
Oh, yeah, of course. It was just, when was it going to happen? It went longer than you might expect, considering some other things this show does.
Yeah, I mean, it's half the season.
I feel like you can see John Glover. I may be wrong about this. I was gonna say I feel like in this episode there's some places where you can see John Glover like struggling a little bit with like playing sighted again because he's been so used to playing blind.
Yeah, I can see that.
Oh, and now it's the 900th time the Frog and the Scorpion analogy shows up in a TV show.
They do love that. Megadeth even made a song about it.
Really?
Or based off of it.
There's a Voyager episode that uses it called Scorpion.
Oh.
It's one of the best episodes of that show. And it is also a cliffhanger.
Yeah, the Megadeth song is called The Scorpion. I forget what album it's off of now.
So yeah, I do think it's kind of a mistake not to bring Lucas back. But again, it's probably because that actor got work.
TH1 $2 super chat. Isn't there a Saint Luther?
So if you're talking about Martin Luther, that's spelled differently. Totally different thing. And I have been on the Luther tour in Germany, which is fascinating.
Oh, nice. Code Anime, yes, anime fan. I think if Kev had to give this whole show an overall rating on Superhero Rewind, it would be 2 out of 4 since he's so split on the show.
It's hard to say when you put the whole show together.
I might be overrating it because it's 1 in the afternoon and I've been up for 12 hours, but give it like a 3 out of 4. Even though it's not working, there's some enjoyment to be had.
It's one of my favorite Lex Luthor lines in the whole show. It's like in the top 3.
So good.
But yours will inherit the earth. Like that by itself probably pops this up at 0.5. Like I forgot that's where that was. I love it. So good. Yeah, the problem with the rewind scale is and I mean like all the different factors of making a movie or a TV show come to play to some degree in the storytelling, but like it's all about story before it's about just my personal enjoyment. And so like sometimes that rating would be a little bit different than how I'm rating a story. So yeah, I couldn't go all the way to a 3 if I'm reading on rewind, but if I'm just going like, I don't know, how much did I like it? Like, it might be closer to that. But overall, like, there's a place for that show where I just don't even want to watch it anymore. So yeah, that's definitely a feeling.
I will give it a slight, like a mild green.
Were you bored?
The actual Lucas stuff is kind of like, whatever. Like,
it's all about Jonathan in Lex and Lionel Lex, right?
That's the stuff that I like, yeah.
All right, guys, rig up Fever, and then just give me 1 minute to run up and check on my family, if you would. Oh, let me play a sound effect real quick since we got another super chat.
Do you like eating in here?
Anyway, okay, I'll be right back.
I was just doing some reading. Did you know that Alan Grant wrote a Smallville novel? I think you're muted.
Oh, sorry about that. I'll listen to all that dead air until John came in and then I was leaving him hanging. No, I did not know that. Interesting.
Yeah, it's about an ex-convict who turns into a dragon.
Okay, I've heard that premise with those books. I didn't know that was Alan Grant. I think I have that one, but I've never read it.
I just can't hear that name without thinking of Jurassic Park.
Yeah, I know. You're reading an Alan Grant Batman book and you just go, Alan!
Expect a raptor to start talking, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, Fever! Fever is the next show, and I think this one is mediocre at best. Isn't this, everybody gets sick and lands in the hospital?
Yes.
So it's like Nicodemus, but a lot more people?
It's Nicodemus, but Clark gets infected.
Oh, yeah, that's right, because isn't Chloe, like, at his bedside?
Yeah, and he says, Lana.
Oh, yeah. Remember that whole thing? Isn't that shocking? We learned so much about how Clark feels about Chloe, except we, knew that already.
Well, and it's annoying because she still acts like it's a revelation to her.
Yeah. I think it's supposed to be like, oh, I really have no chance now. Like, I was hoping I was making some headway or something, but has there been any sign of that leading up to that? That's the thing, is I think retroactively you're supposed to be thinking, oh yeah, it all led to this. We've been building up to this. Anyway, we should start watching it. We can complain about it while we're watching it. This is one of those things where I think we start to get into the kind of moodier part of the season.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's just this
episode.
episode.
Next episode is Rosetta.
Oh, yeah, okay. I guess I'm thinking season 3 where there's kind of the stint of moodier, more kind of... What's the word I'm looking for? Anyway, kind of episodes.
That's okay. If it makes you feel better.
Yeah.
Now I'm realizing why I don't remember season 2. Because I thought most of the season 2 episodes were in later seasons.
Oh, weird. Yeah,
I thought this was a season 5 episode.
I guess somber was the word I was looking for. But yeah, you have a totally different, obviously, perspective on the show than I do, because you started with it later and you were younger when it came out. And
yeah.
Well, are you ready?
I am ready.
All right, folks, I hope you're ready too. Get ready to press play when I say now, and then we'll take a lunch break after this. Here we go. Everybody, please press play right now. Windmill. Oh, yeah, we're going to do something with the key here. Yeah, why is it just out in the open like this? You know, what's weird is it had a sheet over it. And then it kind of came alive to nullify the Kryptonite necklace. And now they just have it on display like it's a little museum. I don't understand that. Yes, Tom. Alan Grant, the guy from Jurassic Park. That was the reference.
Oh, hey, welcome back, Robert.
Yeah. Hi, Robert. We were making some 89 references in there.
AMC Comics in the last episode. Did anybody else think Lionel looking at the melted ceiling was an intentional nod to Norman looking at the blood in Spider-Man? No, because if they came out the same year, there's no way they could have known. Who does it better, Ellie or the Velociraptor?
It's still probably the Velociraptor. That was the first one I found. Oh, God. Ah!
This is like a House MD shot.
I just took a trip there. Yeah, we get really adventurous with a lot of these CG, inside body shots. And it's like, I don't know how necessary that is. Like, you just have it go inside her, and we know that it's there, and it's going to start affecting her mood. And we're going to have yet another characters that aren't themselves episode. Strap in.
Are they though? They're not going to be acting any different. Just sick.
No, they do. It does affect them. Mentally, because I think it's just they get feverish at the same time as they're starting to act weird. If memory serves, maybe I'm thinking of a different episode, but I'm almost positive it's this. When it affects Jonathan, oh, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they do just get sick. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Oh, yep, here it is. Remember I referenced this earlier. But I thought it was orange juice. It's lemonade. We'll catch her.
Oh. He waited long enough.
Well, he was looking at all of that in bullet time. We just didn't, pay for the effect, really. No, I was thinking about that wrong. I forgot. I think I was mixing it with the part of Rosetta where you end up with a fever. It all runs together.
I think you're mixing this and Nicodemus up.
What did I say?
Rosetta.
I meant Nicodemus. Look, I'm tired, okay? You know what I'm talking about.
My favorite part of Rosetta is where Christopher Reeve shows up and he's like, I have a fever, yo.
And the only cure is more cowbell.
And Tom Welling went, who?
Who? It's before your time. It's fine. It's not before Tom Welling's time. Tom Welling's older than I am. Well, I hope we haven't missed too much in the counts.
I'm Robert's sleep paralysis demon.
Oh, good. Pleased to meet you.
I'm the boogeyman. I'm coming to get you. There was a wrestler with that gimmick, and it was really disturbing, but also really funny.
Oh, we're going to spin the wheel. I think we might also have another wheel spin in the queue. Probably do another one later. After this.
This episode in Visitor, my main base is that most of the Kryptonite powers are based off technology, and plants from Krypton kind of like fossils.
I think the Kryptonite powers are based on whatever they decide to have power for it that episode. There's no rhyme or reason to any of it. I just can't give it that much credit. And I mean, it's natural minerals mixing with stuff that's doing it to you. I don't understand why it would have anything to do with technology.
It's
like, specifically.
What was it, like 70s show?
Who the hell is Stedman?
Who? What?
Oh, I'm always responding to the marquee, and it said "Welcome Stedman." I don't know who that is. Here, we'll look it up. We'll find out what Stedman is. Stedman. It's a British rock band. Rock band. It's a British rock band.
Played by Tahiti.
I don't know why they came. Yeah, don't even try. Don't even try it. I don't know why they came to Smallville. Oh, because they're actually on the show. Do we have?
It's not.
Do we have a party later in this episode?
I don't know. It's see, you thought it said rock band, but it's actually going to be a bunch of rockmen, like you thought. That's the Kryptofreaks this episode.
Like Mega Man? It's gonna have a bunch of Mega Mans?
Yeah. And they can only move in 8-bit directions.
It's gonna have a bunch of Fortes?
You can only go up and down, left and right.
All right, let's spin the wheel, folks. Oh, look, Helen's back and doing something. You know, she's been in far too little of this season to get married to Lex. Don't you think?
So far, yes, but we still got 5 episodes.
7, but I mean, it's just weird how little screen time she's had. It almost comes off like an afterthought. And I know I've talked about some of that before. Okay, let's go ahead and do a wheel spin. Oh, we got the got to Clark again. It's John's favorite thing.
It's Austin's favorite thing.
Yeah. We'll wait to start the 5 minutes when he shows up. Otherwise, we're going to go, Helen! So isn't it interesting that we start dealing with some drama with these two the first in several episodes when we just happen to also be sending all the major characters to the hospital where she works so she can be important to the story?
Yeah, I'm of 2 minds of that.
Oh, what's your other mind? What's your incorrect mind?
My on one side, it's like, I'm kind of glad that it's only a focus if it's somehow related to the Kents. On the other side, it's like, you haven't earned this.
Yeah, but it's not like everything Lex does needs to be related to the Kents. Like, if he's dating this woman, it's weird that the important revelations in their relationship happen when she matters to this plot, right?
No, everything has to go through the Kents.
That's different than the thing we were talking about earlier, I think, with, like, unrelated subplots that happen to have the same thing to do with each other thematically.
No, yeah, I could see that. Like I said, I'm of 2 minds just because I think at the end of the day, you're right. Oh, we're here already.
Okay, but Tom, what you're talking about is just a bunch of powers that happen to be related to some other Kryptonian things that we're doing. I don't understand how Kryptonian technology itself has anything to do with what Kryptonite does. He says ship / freak healing, heat vision / fire coach, Nicodemus / slugs, red kryptonite, spores, etc. Just a few examples. But, like, yes, there are several things that are, I don't know, like the heat vision doesn't have anything to do with kryptonite.
AMC Comics just wants to agree with you that my dad may try to rule the world, but your father will inherit the earth. It was great.
Oh, yeah.
And you forgot the episode title.
Oh, no, I didn't. Just pretend like this is Prodigal, okay? Just move on. Look, I got a lot going on right now. Okay? I can't be bothered with changing text. People trying to be helpful. See if they can get their name on this board. Now I'm going from my loopy fun phase to my cranky phase.
Cap needs a Snickers. He's hungry.
His dad has a Pong game.
What?
Pete said that. He said something was next to his dad's old Pong game.
Oh. I said Cap needs a Snickers, and you guys, Dad's got a Pong game.
Look, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm responding to this episode here that we... Oh, Clark!
Clark!
Well, cut the scene! Clark.
Clark.
Robert, I missed the loopy fun phase. I think you were in part of it, really. Stop fooling around, Clark. Cop car. Clark. X-Files alert. While the man that did the X-Files music is composing the scene. Clark. Push it. push it real good.
You buy that those two push that truck like that?
Yeah, and for people that aren't watching, Clark's losing his powers because of the fever thing. I guess it attacks him differently because, again, he's Kryptonian. I'm not getting in that argument with you again, okay? And so it's taking him longer to wind up in the hospital, and he's not quite feverish yet, but it attacks his powers first. Oh. It's hard to look at all that through that fence.
What is this, Resident Evil?
No, it's Monsters Incorporated.
No, if you didn't know, in Japan, Resident Evil is called Biohazard.
Well, if you didn't know, Monsters Inc. has a thing with hazmat suits.
Oh. Resident Evil 7 is one of the funniest titles ever, because here it's called Resident Evil Biohazard, and in Japan it's Biohazard Resident Evil.
Oh, weird. AMC wants to know why Martha is hiding the key from Clark and Jonathan again. I don't remember what exactly her motivation ends up being.
Lois isn't in the show yet.
Beyond just generally, like not wanting the mythology to get in the way of the family and all of that.
We've got a 2319. Tom, Kryptonite is literally the rocks that are left over from Krypton.
Yeah, he's trying to make some kind of argument about fossils having something to do with Kryptonian power. I think we're overthinking it, yeah?
Welcome to Krypton Park.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. I think we're overthinking it a little bit. Let's do another wheel spin here.
Flower.
Thanks for reading that. Hey, you're Clark again.
Oh.
We keep getting the same ones. It was more fun, though, when Austin was Chloe.
Yeah, I'm just going to start calling him Chloe.
Oh, well, then you can be Lana.
No, I'm Lex.
No, you're not.
Oh, wait, wait, am I Clark?
You're Clark in the first place.
Oh.
Clark.
What?
Hi, Clark.
Oh, hi, Lex. I did not steal that kryptonite. I did not. Oh, hi, Lex. What do you think about it? Smallville is basically The Room.
Well, that's profound. Smallville isn't a place, it's the people.
Yeah, exactly.
Jonathan's having a bad day here. His wife's dying in the hospital. His son lost his superpowers. Of course, he's got to know that it must be based on the same thing Martha has. Well, I want to say it would be too much of a coincidence. In this town, maybe not.
Well, it's also not a coincidence. He caught Martha.
No. I'm not saying it is. I'm saying that Jonathan doesn't seem to be responding to it like he thinks that Clark has what she has.
Does he know?
So I'm wondering what he thinks. That's my point, though, is it would be an awfully big coincidence if Clark lost his powers at exactly the same time as Martha got sick. But then I'm thinking, maybe Jonathan's not even thinking that because of all the weird coincidences that happen in this town. I'm just saying that'd be a weird day, right?
No, I see what you're saying now, but I just mean, like, because Jonathan wouldn't even know that Clark's lost his powers yet.
No, he does know that. He was just giving him advice about how to deal with it.
Oh,
They just had a conversation about it. That's my point.
Oh, I thought for some reason, like, he was still on the farm and, like, they hadn't reconnected yet.
No, they just had a scene together. They had the camera that was panning around them, and he was saying, just do your best. And that's why I'm saying he's having a bad day. He's having to deal with both of these things at once. And I don't think it's occurred to him that it's because of the same thing, maybe.
No, okay, now we're caught up.
He's
just
caught
missed
up.
that scene, so I was.
We all need
behind.
sleep, but we got to watch 8 more episodes of Smallville first. So.
John had a bad day. He's taking one down. He sings a sad song just to turn it around.
Yeah, he had a bad day. He had a bad day again. Meanwhile, at Lana's house, when was the last time we stood on this porch?
That's not Lana's house, is it?
Oh, is that Clark's house?
I think that's Clark's house.
No, Lana doesn't even
Lana's
live in her
house
house.
would now be in, like...
That's true. She probably lives, like, 10 minutes across town. I always kind of like the speech.
It kind of gives me that same energy of the Christmas speech in Justice League.
Oh, interesting. Sure. Just this idea that Clark doesn't know what to do without his mom.
Yeah.
And I like seeing him kind of vulnerable like that.
He's very cold.
Yeah, and I wouldn't think if you had the powers yet. Well, okay, he's got
That's
the fever.
one way to go downstairs.
Throw? No? Tom, $2 super chat. How does this episode not come up in Perry? Because he's lost his powers kind of in Perry? Because the symptoms are totally different? They come on and off instead of going away? And because... I mean, I could see them saying, hey, maybe he had some other sort of virus or something, I guess, but... They figure out very quickly what's causing that, though. I take it very seriously because I'm in this episode, and I finally get to do something. Oh, this relationship that Jonathan has with her, where he has to, like, reluctantly keep her in their confidence, but keep her at arm's length and not tell her too much because she's, with Lex. That's a good dramatic situation. Because I don't know if you remember that, but that ends up happening. Where at first she's like, what are you talking about? He can take a needle fine because conveniently he's lost his powers. But then she's going to analyze the blood. And then there's this whole thing with the blood and Lionel getting his hands on it.
Mm. Well, it's also awkward because, like, he should have realized that if he had a conversation with Clark about losing his powers, that would mean that he can have blood taken.
And meanwhile, she's got, like, a syringe in his face. It's like, look, I'm trying to help your son. AMC, I don't think Three Doors Down Kryptonite was ever in the show.
I think it's an okay song that just got overplayed.
But he just said he thought it must show up in the show. I don't think it does.
Yeah, I don't remember if it does.
Robert Wilder, the reason there's all the blood talk is because they're gonna use it to heal people. So yes, it is a little bit like Orson Curse.
Magic blood.
Yeah, exactly.
They should write a Superman movie, honestly.
Well, it was fun doing this while it lasted, John. I don't know. After all that Star Trek nonsense, I'm starting to wonder if Orsi was the better writer somehow. It's just so weird how little of this Helen stuff seems to add up by the end. And I guess what I mostly mean, and I know I keep saying that it just seems like an afterthought, is that she just doesn't seem like the kind of person that has in her what she ends up doing.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see how I feel about that.
Because I don't think there's any... If we still are, like, awake and responsive. I know I say this a lot, but Chloe, what are you wearing?
She has just the worst fashion sense.
Yeah.
I think that's part of what I find it hard to believe, like when she's infected with something, trying to be like this sexy rebel. It's like, no, you normally dress like a nerd. A blind nerd.
Rob, we're not still at 17. We counted a few while you were gone with a loft. I was actually surprised there'd been that many loft scenes. I think we got them all. Well, at least we got a lot of them. Anybody else expecting acid to shoot out of that flower?
It's boiling acid.
Batman! Ah! Okay, this scene, like, I think Mac does a fine job with this. It's nauseating to me. Like, I don't like this scene.
I like it in theory.
Is it fine until he turns over after she's conveniently finished with her whole monologue and says Lana?
Yeah, like, 'cause she does kind of idolize Clark.
Yeah, that's fair. And I guess her situation is, kind of sad for her. Like, it's not like she's done anything wrong beyond just being kind of, overtly jealous.
And, like, I'll take Chloe at her worst over Felicity.
Well, sure, if we have to compare characters.
They're the same character. Like, by the end of Smallville, Felicity is just discount Chloe.
I can kind of see what you're saying then. I mean, not superficially, because Chloe's not like a technical genius or anything.
Isn't she?
No.
She runs the entire watchtower.
I mean, she's pushing buttons. I don't know if she's like a great programmer or anything. If so, they kind of made that up later.
Well, not really. Even in the early episodes, she's the one that does all like the hacking and stuff.
What's that?
Even
oh,
in, like,
you know what? That's
episodes,
true. I guess she does do some of that. She's got a little bit of like a jack of all trades kind of thing.
Yeah, she's pre-Felicity.
Yeah, I've heard you say that before, and I never gelled in my brain. But I guess I see where you're coming from.
Blonde super genius that ends up marrying Green Arrow. Which one am I talking about?
It's just weird how one of these I buy more.
And I think I would be like less like hard on that comparison, but then the CW just keeps ripping off Arrow. Or
Smallville?
Keeps ripping off Smallville.
What's it ripping off Arrow with? All of its other shows in the same continuity? Because that's probably true.
Yeah, I mean, they all just follow the Arrow formula.
Is it a little bit weird going back to the show after the, like, millions of superhero seasons of television CW made?
Yes, but it's also like, oh, this is what happens when like, problems or not, somebody had a take.
Yeah. Yeah, it took some risks at the beginning.
I'd say it took risk all throughout. Like, doing Doomsday on TV, even if it was a bad idea, it was a risky idea.
Yeah, but I just mean more like in a, because it was a novelty at the time to try a thing like this that was like pre-superhero, not exactly a superhero show. And of course, they were kind of forced into a spot where they still had to pseudo make it a superhero show, but you know what I mean? And then later that became kind of a cliche that we made fun of constantly with the CW, where, you know, you take a character and then you, like, ignore the name of that character, the title, you come up with some cute title, or you come up with, or you use the name of a town, and then you rename characters for no good reason, etc., etc.
Yeah. You know, I will give this episode this. I like that Jonathan has to kind of save the day.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I like that Jonathan has to be the one that tries to save the day.
Yeah, sure. That's kind of a change of pace.
And I also like in Talkville where when they have Schneider on and he's like, yeah, you know, when I'm playing it, like, Jonathan's always doing something. His world doesn't revolve around whatever the plot is.
Yeah.
Yeah, even Robert Wilde agrees with me. She's basically just the person in the chair.
Well, sure. Before that was as obvious as of a trope, but, like, I don't know, personality and skill level wise, I never really compared her to Felicity like that. Because
I think maybe it's just because they're both tied to Green Arrow.
No, that makes sense, but I'm never thinking about the later seasons of the show because it's not Smallville anymore by then, so I don't care. But but the reason I was never really thinking about her is because early on Felicity is just Lucius Fox, because that show really wants to be the Nolan trilogy.
You have failed this city. I used to understand the concept of remaining and thought Chloe going by Watchtower was for
foreshadowing. I don't know what most of that says, Tom.
Foreshadow her dying and Clark putting her...
Oh, foreshadowing her dying?
And Clark putting her...
In the tower? The JL tower? I'm not sure what he's talking about. Chloe doesn't die in that show, does she?
No, because she's in the... She marries Oliver and they have a happily ever after until the comics.
Yeah, and then they're in the comics. I mean, I shouldn't have asked that as a question. It's kind of rhetorical. I know she doesn't die. I'm not sure what he means. Unless she dies in the comics. But they're not going to foreshadow that.
I don't know. You've read more of those comics than I have.
Well, but I haven't finished it. So if she dies in the comics, there's no way they're foreshadowing something that happens in a comic book they don't know they're going to make. And they're not setting up stuff for a possible season 11 because they know going into 10 that they're done.
Yeah.
Unless he was just thinking while it was on, like, maybe she's going to die. That's probably what he's saying. I'm with you. I like that this has become kind of Jonathan's episode, and he's the only person that's, you know, in good shape right now. This scene is a little long. Oh, I forgot Clark shows up here. You know what? It kind of feels like Jonathan Kent in 007.
I've started going through those films since I finished with Rocky.
I kind of meant the video game, but yeah.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Just that music was
if she dies, she
very
dies.
much that game. The way the camera was panning down for a second, you almost expect like a dream sequence.
Instead, it's a death sequence.
Well, that's unfortunate. Like I said, there's kind of some nice moody stuff here. This is feeling very X-Files-y, even though it doesn't. Well, I was gonna say it doesn't have anything to do with like anything supernatural, but I guess it does, given what the fever is. But like, it's kryptonite like anything else. So it's not like there's an intriguing
why is
supernatural
she dying?
mystery
She should
behind
have
this.
superpowers.
What's that?
Why is she dying? She should have superpowers.
Look, we use kryptonite to contrive everything. It's gonna be Pete, because this is what Pete is for now. My name is Pete, and I'm the diversion.
My name is Cuban Pete.
That's not Cuban Pete. That's some guy.
Who? I only have one more season to make that joke, so.
That's true. That's true. You'll find somebody else to do it with. You'll do it with all of Lana's boyfriends.
Yeah, who is that guy?
So, this is where we're going to jump the shark a little bit, folks. This is the episode. So he's got the spaceship up here. This is where it's starting to look a little more X-Files-y, or matching all the X-Files-iness of this so far. And if you don't believe me that they're doing that on purpose, remember, they had an X-Files reference in this episode.
Yeah. No, like, this show is pulling from Buffy and X-Files. Hard.
Yes, Robo Brando, we're still here. Did you see the title of the show? So I got a question for you.
Yes.
Does the ship heal everyone? Like, of any manner of any kind of illness remotely? Do people go home and go, God, the scar I had for 20 years is gone? Like, the only person we hear from with this is Martha, because she's able to get pregnant now because of this. But, like...
No, she's already pregnant.
Wait, really?
Yeah, the doctor tells Jonathan earlier, and him and Martha have that scene where I should have told you about the baby, but I was afraid it would leave.
Oh. Am I wrong that the ship doesn't get her pregnant?
Apparently. I guess it just keeps the baby alive.
What? But then how did she get... Okay. I remembered this wrong.
Yeah, so did I.
But I'm not the only person that thought this. Because a lot of people make fun of that.
Yeah. I don't know if it's just like the Mandela effect,
or did it hit her in the... God, I gotta go back and look now. Did it maybe hit her over the cliffhanger? Like when the ship came alive? Was she standing there when the ship came alive?
Maybe.
Or was it just
I bet you there's something we find out eventually. Because that can't have just come out of nowhere when it wasn't just me and you.
No, it wasn't just me and you. I thought there was a weird line she had at the end of this where it was like, I think the ship made it possible for me to get pregnant. That was the thing I always made fun of.
Robo Brando doesn't include healing in the way that Marvin Gaye was talking about.
Maybe. Hey, look, it's discount Cillian Murphy. Or maybe he looks a little bit more like, what's his face who played Doctor Who? Or the Doctor.
He's more like discount Tennant.
Tennant, yeah. Go, see you later.
Robert Wild, what does a womb need with a starship?
Well, I mean, if you can't get pregnant and you have a convenient starship that can fix anything. I'm so baffled by this now. I might have to look into this.
That's what she'll do on your lunch break.
Yeah. Spend that whole time trying to figure out if the ship got her pregnant. I know there's a line about that. Maybe we missed it somewhere because I don't know. I know there's foreshadowing for it with Ryan, where like Ryan knows that she's pregnant with his telepathy, and we talked over it. We didn't talk about it, but he says I won't tell anyone your secret, and that's what he's talking about. But I don't think she's had a conversation with anybody else about it yet.
No, she hasn't.
Except for earlier this episode with what you were talking about. I kind of talked over that.
Yeah.
We'll do more wheel spins when we come back. Tom put in quite a few super chats. We appreciate you, man. So we're up to probably at least 3.
Yeah.
But we'll periodically do some random ones. I'm liking Brando's comments. They're pretty great.
Give me 1 second. My window just popped open and it's freezing.
Oh, I thought you meant like on your computer. Oh, we'll see you later. Bye-bye. God, I gotta be just all by myself now without John. He's gotta fix his window. Yes, the programs are ready. God, the prop department worked overtime on this scene here. This is the sort of high school drama that just does not appeal to me. But like, again, what is she learning? They know that they're both interested in him. Oh yeah, they're Stedman. I guess I never noticed that was on the marquee in the first place.
Sorry about that. I can't stand being cold.
You're okay. No problem.
Holy crap, it's only 20 degrees outside. No wonder.
Jeez, it's cold here too. Good job, Stedman.
That's not a rock man.
No. Nobody looks especially into this band here, you know, isn't that?
That? I guess it's like sitting next to him. I don't know if it's the drummer or what. That looks like someone else.
Let's see.
Why is he playing like DJ?
So, do we count parents almost killed, or do they have to be almost killed by a person?
I would say that's parents almost killed.
I don't know if we've missed another one of those, but... You know, my favorite is still Martha attacked by bees. You remember that? Slow motion where she's like this.
The bees, not the bees!
Matrix bees.
This song sucks.
Hey, you can't be mean to Stedman.
Oh, but I can.
Oh, love triangle face with Lana a second ago.
There's love triangle face with
Chloe. Right there. Can we add like maybe 5 of those?
Yeah, this whole episode is love triangle face.
I'm sure there's some places where we missed that.
Oh.
Well, that drummer looks like the lead singer of Remy Zero.
That's what it is. But why do they have a drummer? It's a guitarist and a DJ. Like, I'm confused why they have a band and Pete on DJ.
I don't think they have a DJ. I think Pete is just like mixing sound. He's just like running levels. I think.
He said he'd rather be DJing than something.
Oh, well then they don't know what DJing means in the same way they don't know what MP3s are.
Well, he's got a lot of MP3s.
He plays them on his record player. He goes, I got my MP3s, wiki.
Yeah, I love playing the MP3 on my vinyl.
No, I said bees, HB Haga. Look, the farther into the day we go, the less articulate I'm going to get. More love triangle face every way from Sunday.
She was attacked by peas.
So many peas.
I'm going to go feeling it.
Like cans of peas. Boy,
it's a very light feeling it.
I'm of two minds on that one.
But the John stuff is good.
Yeah, it's okay. I don't know if it carries the episode far enough. I'm kind of just bored with this one.
The only thing I didn't like was the very end of the Chloe scene. Everything else was good, fine to good.
Well, in the very end of the episode with her, kind of emo face, that's pretty rough.
You know what's after Rosetta?
I forget. Is it bad?
Fake Supergirl.
Oh yeah. Wait. Is that? No. Fake Supergirl is right at the. Hold on.
I'm looking at it on Hulu. That's what it says. The next episode after Rosetta is.
Let me check on that. It shouldn't be that early, because that's like end of the season stuff.
I mean, we're not that far off. That'd be episode 18.
Yeah, I know, but I don't think she's around for like 5 episodes, and we
No, but she's a one and done.
No, it's not. That's part of the big cliffhanger. So I knew this. I don't know what you're looking at. Visitor is not fake Supergirl. Visitor is Kryptofreak kid who thinks he's an alien.
Oh, okay.
That's not.
So
fake
it just
Supergirl.
Sounds like Supergirl. Okay.
Yeah, fake Supergirl doesn't happen until the end of 3. That's part of the cliffhanger with that whole thing.
Oh, okay. I knew that.
Am I right about that?
Weird, but...
I'm almost. Yeah, because that's Jor-El trying to get Clark to go in the cave and do his training. That's the end of 3. The end of 2 is Red Kryptonite Clark goes to Metropolis.
Mm.
And that's because it's still Jor-El involved. It's easy to mix them up. I do this all the time, but it's still Jor-El involved because he's trying to get Clark to come listen to him. What's up?
Fake Supergirl is played by Adrian Palicki.
Yeah, it's Adrian Palicki. It's the first thing I ever saw her in. Yep.
It was either that or Supernatural.
Supernatural.
Yeah, she is Sam Winchester's girlfriend that dies at the end of the episode and is the catalyst for him to go be a hunter.
Oh, sure, but I mean that's quite a ways after this.
Isn't it?
I don't know when Supernatural starts. I've never watched that show. I know it was on a long time, but it's... How many seasons into Smallville is that?
So that would be started in 2005, so it would have just been a year later.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Well, guys, we're going to go ahead and take a 15-minute lunch break here. Hopefully we don't have to be too much longer than that, and then we'll come back and knock out the rest of these. You know what? I got to be honest with you. I'm going to go not feeling it on that, I think. This is going to be our first discrepancy. I don't want people to think that we're just using the same brains and afraid to disagree.
It took us 16 episodes, but...
Look, I'm not afraid of confrontation, okay? I've yelled at you no fewer than 25 times today.
I'm outraged.
Guys, I hope you're having a good time. If you're still with us, I'm sure we'll get some more folks latching onto us as the day goes along. Thanks a bunch for being here, guys.
Did you just say the day ghost?
What?
Did you just say the day ghost?
No, I don't even know what I said, but it wasn't the day goes. Well, yeah, maybe it was. Maybe it was. I don't even know.
because you said the day goes. So
no.
The day ghost?
I see. God, I'm already out of it.
Jokes are always funnier when you explain.
I'm hoping that maybe I can get a little bit of a second win here after some lunch. I was in really good shape an hour ago. I'm feeling it a little bit at this point. I'm sorry, what?
Robert Wild wants to join us on the next episode.
Okay, I'll think about it, Robert. I don't know if I can handle any more Robert right now. No, I'm joking. Yeah, we'll bring you right back in. Okay, here we go. We'll see you in just a little bit, guys. All right, folks. Sorry about the wait there. We're about to watch a lot of people's favorite episode, of course, the first Christopher Reeve episode. It's Rosetta, and we're going to get into it here in just a little bit. We've got Jason with us again.
Yeah.
He finally gets to watch a good episode. I know this is against John's rules, but I can't hear you, man.
You broke the tradition, and it's only been 2 episodes.
Yeah, well, 2 does not a pattern make, so I guess it was never a tradition. Much to your chagrin. We got Robert back. Hi, Robert.
The Stuff of Legends.
The Stuff of Legend! Hello, Robert.
Hello, guys.
I can't believe you're back for more Smallville.
I had to come back to this one.
I guess you get to... Did you go to a movie?
Oh, not yet. That's in a couple hours.
Oh, okay.
I slept for a couple hours.
Oh, good, great. That's obviously more than we have. So, I mean, unless you count the last couple episodes, I think John might have slept through, but then somehow made his mouth keep doing things while we were.
I'm just that talented.
Real quick before we start this, we'll do this very, very quickly. But I wanted to mention that John and I got a little confused last episode. I think we were both starting to fade a little bit. We were talking over the explanation of the thing that we were confused about, because momentarily we thought maybe we were always wrong and the ship never helped Martha to get pregnant. That's not true. We were right about that. It definitely happened over the cliffhanger from 1 to 2. Again, they're telling us that, in hindsight. And she, see, I always remembered it as Jonathan brings the ship there and heals her, and then that makes it possible for her to get pregnant. But that's stupid, because she has the miscarriage only, a few weeks after that. So of course it isn't that. So she has a conversation with him in that episode that we missed that has her, that leads Jonathan to bring the ship there in the first place. And that's where she has that great line, I think the ship made it possible for me to get pregnant, which is amazing. And it sucks that, and it's for me, the big shark jump moment, and it sucks that we kind of talked over it, but we're getting it in there now, so at least I brought it up, so that's good.
So what you're saying is it happened, you saw it happen, don't tell me it didn't happen?
That's precisely what I'm saying. If I had a dime for every time I said that. Okay, discussing topics. I'm gonna fix it. He's my title fixing guy. The only time I ever hear from him is when I screw up the title.
Technically, you hadn't screwed up because we hadn't started yet.
You know what, though? In his defense, I was gonna. I was definitely
I know you were going to, but it doesn't count unless you do.
It's definitely about to. What is this? 18? Can I get lucky enough that we're already 18 in? Oh, come on now. Okay, we gotta start blowing through these
16 plus 1 is 17. I don't know if you know math.
I forgot that I was changing 16. Anyway, look, I'm just gonna sit here and let you do the commentary, John.
Me and Robert got this.
I've got 3 other people here. Robert got his nap. Now it's my turn. All right, gents.
We're just gonna let Jason do this one.
Oh no! I gotta talk the whole time.
Have you seen this?
I think I've seen it once, like a lot of years ago.
Do you remember it at all?
I remember that Christopher Reeve's in it.
You remember Virgil Swan?
I remember that's his name. He's like a doctor guy.
Yeah.
But that's
So
all I
this will
remember.
be
He's a doctor of alienology.
this will be very interesting because this will be the first time I've seen this episode since I've seen the Donner films.
Oh, crazy. Yeah, because you and Austin both had that where you'd never seen those movies.
Yeah, and I like the first Donner movie, but like I don't think that we can't ever do better than Christopher Reeve. So this will be interesting.
Well, you know, it's weird that you guys weren't raised on those movies, but I blame the parents. Anyway, you're ready to get into it. Sorry, Robert, were you gonna say something?
I mean, I was raised on those movies. Not that it's competition.
Okay, well, I praised the parents. Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right, here we go, everybody. Please press play. I hope you're set up. I hope you're ready to go. It's Rosetta. It's episode 17. You didn't have to do anything except come down. You forgot how to do that for a few minutes.
Yep.
Anyway, all right, everybody, please press play right now. If I seem irritated and tired, it's because I am.
My dad wasn't a movie person, so all the movies that I really love are stuff that I found either, like, stuff that he had, and I don't know why he had it, but I found it.
Oh,
or
sure.
Stuff that I just rent at the library.
Is this stock footage from soaring over California?
Until it becomes CG footage, and then it becomes a cave set. Or maybe still CG pretending to be the cave set.
Meanwhile, at the last Goosebumps episode...
Yeah.
Viewer beware.
Viewer beware.
You're in for Smallville.
Yeah.
That's why my first Batman movie was Batman and Robin.
Oh no.
It's nice to see him. If he's gonna fly in this dream sequence, to have his arms out like that.
They fly now?
That's nice. He's wobbling a little bit on the wires. So I have done a commentary on this movie before, on this episode before. So you guys really jump in.
Meanwhile, at the set of this movie...
I showed this to Austin blind. It was
he said it was really depressing.
It was his first Smallville, and he was depressed by it for some reason.
Yeah, this is one of the first examples of that type of stunt casting I remember ever being aware of. Like, oh, that's cool. They got the old Superman to make an appearance. I didn't see this episode like when it was new, but I was aware of it. You know, I was unfortunately aware of what happened to Christopher Reeve, but I knew they put him in the show as this new character, and I thought that was really cool. I hadn't really seen many examples of that before.
And it was really classy. They don't go to the nines with a bunch of like lines and references. Christopher Reeve, I don't think, says one thing that Superman says in those movies. That is respectable.
That is restraint.
So Robert, this is very Freddy's Dead, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
So Clark is accidentally flying around in the middle of the night because, you know, he can fly, he's just not allowed to. And, you know, I mean, he doesn't know he can. You know what I'm saying? And, of course, the person he runs into in the middle of the night with nobody else on the street is his best friend. Of course, naturally.
That's called Smallville.
It's not a small town!
Does anyone finally save this guy?
No, he's dead.
No, he died a while ago, actually.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Who did we say was singing the song? We got
Whitney.
him in...
I like to think it's just whatever person is in danger at the cold cut.
No, I know. Remember we had the whole thing where, like, it was like, somebody saved me. It's like, no, it's too late. Forget it.
Whitney, when he blew up.
Oh, it was Whitney. Yeah, Whitney is singing the song. He's dead now.
When he was fighting that war in Canada.
And I liked, actually, quite a bit of the stunt casting in this show. We've just gotten, you know, really overblown with it since then, all over the place and everything. It's not a novelty anymore. It's not fun. Sometimes it's fun. Most of the time it's not fun.
Yeah, this was very much a novelty.
Well, we probably bring actors back as the same character they played too much now. Because, like, in this show, you know, like, everyone who shows up is playing a different character. Like, Helen Slater, who is Supergirl, and Dean Cain, like, they're playing different characters.
Well, and we continued that tradition into some of the CW shows in the Arrowverse, but then we started having people come back and play roles they played before. So you've got Wesley Shipp originally just playing Flash's dad, and then he's got to play his TV version again, etc. It's yeah, exactly. I've always really appreciated the build up to finally seeing him, and then it's worth it. Like, very often, and some of this is just, you know, the limitations of what you're able to do when you have to go on location and work with somebody who's got limited mobility. Like, usually you have a guest star like this, you want to see him in more of the episode. You don't want it to just be a couple of scenes. It's kind of perfect the way it's just a couple of scenes in this. It's one of the only really good examples of that.
Well, it feels like he's in the episode more than he actually is, like, because those scenes stand out so much, they're memorable.
Well, his presence is looming. It's like Christopher Reeve is sending me emails. Christopher Reeve's face is on this Time magazine. And there's just this wonderful heaviness and weight that means the same thing. From the very beginning of this episode. Here comes Walden, Bucks. Where's Walden?
Where's Waldo?
Jokes are always funnier when you explain them.
That is just true.
Is this the guy in Watchmen?
Yep. Okay. We talked about that earlier after you went to bed. You lucky duck.
I missed so much. That's always the roll of the dice with the show. Like, you could skip like 5 episodes and you have no idea if you missed anything actually important.
Yeah.
Or not.
You wouldn't necessarily know, because very often I was talking about this off camera with John. Very often you'll have what feels like a totally throwaway episode, kind of waste of time episode, with a big plot point that happens at the end of it that we kind of, shoved in, or just made a whole episode that doesn't naturally get us there to contrive it. Which is what happened with the pregnancy thing last episode. It's better than some other things that do that, but it still feels a little bit like a slog. Which is why I turn my sign red.
AMC Comics says Dean Cain and Helen Slater were in Supergirl as Kara's parents.
Yeah,
they were. They
were, and that was a cool choice. That was all right.
They also, I remember hearing that they later went on and got Erica Durance to be her Kryptonian mom.
Yep. I don't know if I watched long enough to see that. Well, and Laura Vandervoort came in as a Brainiac, and that was a lot of fun.
T-Edge won Super Chat for $5. On a slightly sad note, it's sad that Virgil was Reeves' last major role. Was this kind of like a literal swan song?
Weird.
I guess.
Oh, yep. I guess so. I don't know if it's actually the last thing he did. It probably was, because not this episode, but he comes back again, and he died very shortly after that. So I doubt he appeared in an acting role of any kind after that. But I mean, it's kind of fitting, just being back to a thing connected to your roots.
They really picked the most irritating sound.
They did. Yep. And toward the end of the season, when we're tired and ready to go to bed and kind of probably like swiping at each other like cats, we're going to have to listen to that for minutes on end. Get ready for it, sir.
Yeah, one thing that Christopher Reeve did in the 90s that I'm kind of interested in.
And then you know that's enough, Krishna. I have more.
Kat, have you seen the Rear Window remake that Christopher Reeve was
in? No, I have not.
I mean, that's a movie that doesn't need to be remade, but he's a good choice for that, so I'll probably check it out at some point. I don't know if it's good or not.
Oh God, please make it stop.
Oh my gosh.
That's 100 times worse when you're wearing headphones.
It really is, yeah. It just makes you want to turn the sound down, maybe bash your own brains in with a hammer.
I can actually turn my sound off with mine, so.
Well, but then you can't hear John complain about the sound.
No.
Oh, that's true. We've got two separate sources. What the hell am I talking about? What am I talking about? Noah, we're watching
sequence, or does he actually
one of the best episodes of the show. We're watching Rosetta right now. Go ahead.
This is the first episode of Smallville I ever watched.
You and Austin both. This was a big deal to finally see it put in the cave wall, because you've been waiting for that ever since you know episode 10. At some point, somebody's going to put that in the cave wall. What's going to happen?
Made us wait 7 whole episodes.
That could have been worse.
I love that everything in this universe revolves around that crest.
Oh, should you count that for the Superman reference?
Oh,
The
yeah.
crest
Yeah, we
shape?
would. Certainly. And, you know, there's some crests and S's and some of the language, of course. Which
That doesn't look terrible.
Not going to get nitty-gritty. No, I've always liked that effect. I mean, the outline around him is maybe a little hokey, but I think it also helps sell it in a weird way. You've really got to stop sleeping in this cave.
What is this, your bat cave?
He's like Lana in Graveyards. It's kind of weird how that explosion didn't affect anything in here.
Yeah.
Didn't break out any lights. Didn't knock out any scaffolding. There's like equipment sitting on top of scaffolding. Was not affected by said explosion. It's like things really feel like they're coming to a head. It's like at some point Lex has to go, okay, you have to tell me something.
Mm. Yeah, if Clark wasn't a terrible liar, they may have been able to stay friends.
Yeah, exactly. Because, Dr. Walden, I'm playing chess. And you're playing Candyland. Robo Brando, hey Cap, to the best of your ability, if you were tasked to do so, how would you explain Jor-El's godlike powers in Smallville? I can't. That's why I have to ask him about it when I get to heaven. Because he's God. I can't explain the powers of God to you. Can you? No, the answer is they're going way too far with the idea of like technology we don't understand looking like magic. And just saying, he can do anything we need him to at any point. And we're not supposed to think about it because the Kryptonians were just that powerful. And the problem is there's not, and they can be super powerful with their technology, but there's not, it doesn't feel like there's any kind of set of rules. It's handled too much like Lester just giving Superman himself powers in Superman 2.
I will allow the Cellophane S. That one's cool.
Yeah, and it's not a power. Like, I don't know why he has that, but it's just a thing he rips out.
Well, you have no room to be mad at invasion of privacy.
Yeah. But telekinesis beams, you know, that's where I draw the line. Like, Jor-El being able to, like affect, like time travel and affect destiny and, like, you know, replace one, you know, death with another death willing, like, I don't understand any of that.
When I was a kid, I watched the first 2 Superman movies on VHS, and I loved them, and had no idea there was more. And I remember one time I was at the store, at like a store with my parents, and I saw like a DVD of Superman 3. I was like,
there's your payoff for that,
like,
John. Aren't you so glad we remembered that? Sorry,
I'm so
Robert.
glad.
I'm sorry, Robert.
Point is, my dad did not buy me Superman 3. He was like, yeah, I'm not getting that. I saw it years later. He spared me from the bad ones.
I still can't believe your spaceship got my wife pregnant, Clark. It's a miracle. I still want to know, John, if it healed everyone in that hospital.
I hope it was just Martha.
Well, there's a wave that went across everybody. It's a very specific wave we have here. God, that house is yellow.
Well, it's Green Lantern proof.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the Screech is back. So yeah, I've always really liked how ominous this scene is played, especially because it's a really creepy scene. It's weird that he's not in control of his faculties right now. We lay the music out. I love the camera turn going across everybody before we even get to see the symbol. And then the ominous symbol on the barn in fire means hope. I love that. It's one of, like, it's such a creepy kind of horror-esque scene. Really lucky Chloe didn't drive up 15 seconds earlier. Mm-hmm. Just like Lex a while back. Well, they don't even know what they're looking at. It's just crazy that there's this big alien symbol there. But it's not like they're all, you know, oh, what are they seeing? Oh my God, it's hope. It's like, no, it's these symbols. And then they all stood around for box art. I love that reveal. It's so weird, but I love it. Sorry, what?
No, I just saying I agree. It's a good one.
Have you guys seen Signs? Let's just do that for an episode.
You know what, though? I don't care. But you're right. It is kind of that. I like that it's an overcast day. I don't know if they must have just gotten lucky with that.
To be fair, I don't know if Science is out yet at this point, actually.
Since I did that thing that my dad told me not to do. And, of course, this is massive foreshadowing for the same sort of mistake he's going to make. And, I mean, I sympathize because, it's like, there's a screech that John can't stand. He wants to leave the call. I just want to make the Sega Genesis cat sound stop. But at the end, this is, of course, going to be the thing that, you know, kills Martha's baby. That he goes to blow up the ship in the same way that he went and put the octagonal key in the wall. That key, man, it's just nothing but trouble.
So why do you have one?
Well, because it's a replica.
But what if the replica is also trouble?
Well, we'll burn that bridge when we come to it. I mean, there's not a cave wall I can put it in, you know?
That's true. What is that extra doing?
I don't know. We don't have to count them right now. But this would be a scene where we actually could count them.
Hmm. Were you supposed to spin the Wheel of Weird? Or
I didn't want to do it for Rosetta. We'll wait and do it the next episode. I mean, if Jason really wants to see a wheel spin, we'll do one in the middle of the episode.
No.
But I kind of wanted to just watch this. We got some time. Yeah, EMC, there's a lot of Coldplay this season.
Ooh.
See, I mean, it is kind of fun. Like, this sort of quote-unquote teasing I can live with, where you got characters, like, getting a lot closer to what Clark has because he's got it right out in the open. Now, I don't know why he's doing that. But at least it's all really happening, and it's not characters all acting out of character. They're going to get amnesia at the end, you know?
Yeah, our
really,
bar is very low.
You just left that there? Well, it doesn't make Clark any stupider than Lex, though, because he left this on his desk. Just left it there. And then he was like, you remember that paperweight on my desk that I didn't find any way whatsoever to hide? Or they could mean bacon or tuna fish.
Chicken scratch. Our lives are in your hands and you have butterfingers?
But they can't just be chicken scratch because you've seen all these symbols on the cave walls before. I think, well, maybe some of them aren't in the cave, to be fair. I don't understand how the language system works, and it's not a fully rendered language that they came up with, but like you've got the, it's weird. You've got the pictographs that are put on top of each other in order to make singular ideas, you know, like hope or whatever. And then you have a...
Oh, he said the episode title.
Yep. And then you have a 26-letter alphabet. And then sometimes it reads like up and down, where you read it like this, where you have like a line that's moving, and they go like this. And then sometimes it's in a circle like that. So all these different ways to read Kryptonian, apparently. And they're all in this episode.
Cap, we've been trying to figure out how his shit made Martha pregnant. I'm not going to think too hard about the language system.
Well, I don't know. I find that kind of thing interesting, because it's just weird that you would have so many different ways to read it. And it's kind of odd they didn't land on one. And I've always been a huge fan of the look of the symbols with this, which is why I got a tattoo of some of them. And like I bought, back when this was on, I bought a comic book, like a graphic novel, solely based on the fact that the inside cover had a bunch of the language from the show in it. That's awesome. I don't remember what it is. It was the whole reason I bought that, because this show invented that, and then they started using it in the comics. Like it's so good, it became like the standard Kryptonian language. And of course, Man of Steel has its own, and it's interesting. It's a whole totally different thing.
Mm.
It's got a little bit more of like an Egyptian glyph sort of thing going on, I think.
Yeah.
That's an Xbox logo on that laptop.
We'll see. Pete's a Xbox guy, and Clark's more of a GameCube guy.
Yeah, but a computer wouldn't have the Xbox logo. It'd have the Windows logo.
Senior Sticks wrote, sometimes ships get women pregnant. In Smallville.
And Chloe's a PS2 person.
Oh, that's true. Because, well, I think she mentioned something about Pete having a PS2.
Yeah.
So maybe he's both. There's exclusives he wanted on both systems.
Yeah.
I like the build up to this.
He really likes Halo, but he's been really wanting Splinter Cell, so he needs.
But Splinter Cell's on both.
Well, okay. I couldn't think of a better example.
I can't think of a worse example. No.
You know, he just wanted Halo, so he needed a PS2 and an Xbox.
Needed them both.
For the game that's only on Xbox.
There's your Jurassic Park light again.
Yeah, I love those flashlights. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I also really like the score that Snow uses throughout this episode for specifically the cave. The cave kind of has its own theme.
It's bolted to the wall.
That was easier than I would have thought. It doesn't have a scratch on it.
Oh, is it the thing that you have?
Yeah. This seems like a mistake. And he's not called to it or anything. He's just curious. You know, what could possibly go wrong? And this starts a whole, 7-episode arc that we get away from in a couple episodes, but mostly takes us through to the end of the season. Because Walden is forever changed by this. But his forever is not going to be that much longer.
It's Batman forever.
A little bit of Batman on the score right here, I got to be honest with you.
Yeah.
It's the cave. They just can't.
It's the cave. Chicks dig the cave.
What were you saying?
Nothing.
Jareth, maybe he did. And the senior stakes, Clark is a GameCube guy. We saw him with a GameCube.
He had a GameCube.
Yeah,
we were
was
there.
A bad boy.
Don't tell me it didn't happen. There's like a bug floating right here.
You're sure you're not just losing it?
No, there's definitely a... I'm not sure of anything, to be honest with you. So they're going to ask a lot of questions here that are never going to be answered. And Swan gives us the basis for Krypton and tells us the big comic stuff that we need to lay a foundation.
I thought you said Spawn for a second.
Yes.
It was weird when they promised Christopher Reeve, but Spawn showed up.
Yeah.
T-Edge1, I may need to jump ship here in the next few episodes. I need to go hunt for mail. It's been delivered to the wrong address at least once a week for the last 4 to 5 weeks. And just happened again. $10 super chat.
Sorry about that, dude.
Well, thanks, Tom. We'll do another quiz after this.
Oh man.
Do you want to take a quiz, Jason?
No, thanks. Because that last one was too easy.
I can find you a harder one.
I feel
We
like
can
a
find
harder
one
would be
based on
too
this
hard.
episode.
Wall of Weird.
Good job. There's not a ton of stuff to count this episode. Man of Tomorrow. I mean, we have had that reference before, but in a different context, so we'll count it. I think we had a Walking Away Angry earlier, did we not? With Chloe and Lana.
Yes.
Or has that not happened yet? I think that happened. I've shown this to several people that haven't watched much of the show or any of this show, out of context, because I think it, stands alone pretty well, and it's kind of a neat, little Superman origin all by itself. But that's the subplot that everybody goes, why am I watching this right now?
It is the most Smallville of this episode.
Yeah. The, respect my privacy.
What is the most Smallville episode? What is the criteria?
Boy, it really depends on what you mean by that. Yeah. Is it Heat?
It's a contender.
It could have been a contender.
I think sadly I don't want to talk about that again. I was gonna say I think sadly probably the biggest contender for most Smallville in a negative way is the finale, because it does a lot of the tropes I hate the most on like a macro cosmic scale.
That one doesn't count because we haven't gotten there.
Probably something for season 1 though, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, the Smallville series finale is actually one of the first episodes I watched. Like, I wasn't watching the show like while it was airing. I was just kind of aware of it, but I'd seen 1 or 2 episodes early on, and then it was ending. I was like, "Oh, Smallville's ending. That's a big deal. I should watch that." And I had a good time, and that's what got me into watching the whole series. I borrowed all the DVDs from my uncle, and I watched the whole series in 1 year. In a vacuum, the Smallville series finale, I don't think is that bad when you don't have the context of, like, this Jimmy Olsen had an older brother played by the same actor. Like, I didn't know stuff like that the first time I watched the finale. So on first viewing, I didn't mind it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a perspective I just can't appreciate. So maybe so. But, maybe it's like Spawn. If you read 1 issue completely out of context, you'll realize that none of it makes any sense, and it's constantly retconning itself. I'm not looking forward to that, by the way. And I'm not looking forward to having to stay up a whole day and end with it.
Yeah. I mean, we could watch the Crisis episode after.
No. Why would we do that? Why would I stay up longer?
I would leave.
Just a suggestion.
Robert, I appreciate you being here, man. It's been a lot of fun. You have really crappy ideas, dude. I don't...
Thank you.
No, you don't say that.
You don't say that!
Don't say that!
Jason, what do you think of this episode?
Oh, it's a good episode.
Especially because you guys keep taking the shit places and healing people.
You were just a very problem child.
This is a really well-written scene. And I like the idea that you would never imagine that the reason you got sent in a rocket is because your whole planet was going to explode, and your parents put just you in a ship, because it's kind of hard to contrive that actually making any sense, really. You wouldn't think of it at first. Oh, so my parents decided, instead of making a slightly larger ship and putting them in it, also they just sent me by myself.
So you know how like a year ago we talked about Rian Johnson's Superman film, and how it would just be that Krypton never explodes? I'm changing it to they still sent Clark to Earth, but then he finds out that it didn't actually explode. They just didn't know what to do with him, so they wanted to get rid of him.
I love the deliberate pacing of this episode. Like, on the one hand, I don't know, it should feel slow, but it doesn't. It's got such a totally different pacing than anything else in the season.
Oh boy, the chat's getting bombarded.
Oh no. Well, it's been a while since that's happened. We've just been here too long now, folks.
Trolls in the dungeon.
Now I'm gonna throw them in the Phantom Zone.
There are no answers that way, Clark.
Another thing this does, and maybe I was just impressionable at the time, and I was appreciating the novelty of it, and so like if it happened now and I was older, it would bother me. Usually, I don't like going back to score intended for a particular version of something and using it in something different. They earn it with me. With the Christopher Reeve movies, I don't know why I'm okay with it. Maybe part of it is just because of how classy I think the way they're using Christopher Reeve is.
Yeah, I don't mind.
This was like the episode that really legitimized this as the next Superman.
And I don't think it's just because they had, I don't think it just gets legitimacy because he is there. I think a lot of it has to do with how they're using him. I think the fact that we've had no mention of any kind whatsoever of Krypton all the way up until this point, making us wait this long, and then dropping us not just in, here's the basics of the lore that you're familiar with, and then here's a twist at the end, which never ultimately works, but was interesting. And with the actual Krypton music from that movie, I don't know, it all comes together and makes me go, I shouldn't be okay with any of this, but I am.
You're sure that Jor-El just doesn't super believe in the prophecy and was just trying to make that happen?
If Christopher Reeve was in like better shape, like if he hadn't had that accident, he would have been a great Jor-El in a future Superman movie at the time.
No, that definitely would have happened.
Oh yeah, of course.
Probably.
Or if somehow this show still happens in the universe where Christopher Reeve is fine, he might have been Jor-El in this show. But I also think he would have had a bigger career than that and probably wouldn't have been doing a lot of TV because he was a movie guy.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe not.
It's hard to say. He didn't have a ton of hits outside of Superman, in the 80s. I mean, he had a couple.
He could have had some kind of resurgence, I guess. But you're right. He also could have had a TV resurgence. I mean, that's totally fair. And he was doing a lot of stage stuff. I mean, I think part of the reason he didn't have a big career after that was he was pursuing stage more than anything. But you're right. He wasn't offered a ton. I mean, that's absolutely true.
Yeah, he was roommates with Robin Williams, right?
What's that?
Wasn't he roommates with Robin Williams?
Yep.
When they were young.
They were good friends. I know that much.
Yeah, I thought so.
That's a reference, right?
What's that?
Just
the music
happening. Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you were getting this already, Jason, but like all the music we're hearing right now is from that movie.
Right.
That's all the Krypton stuff.
And this is the first time they've played that card, right, in this show?
Yeah.
They haven't done that all before this.
Well, again, we haven't had any mention of anything Kryptonian.
Hmm.
I like how mysterious he plays it. I like how he is kind of a manipulator all on his own. Like he's kind of taunting is too strong of a word, but telling Clark, like, I mean, you can leave, but I'm not going to give you anything else. Like, he's playing a game of his own a little bit. And I think there was every intention to keep bringing him back past that second appearance.
I wanted to ask you that because someone asked in the chat earlier.
Yeah.
Which appearance you think was better, this or the second one? I think this one, obviously.
Definitely this one. The second thing, what they do with him is still good. It's just in the middle of some kind of convoluted stuff, but it was fun to see him with Lionel.
Mm-hmm.
I will say I never had this thought before, but I think I'm really on Annette O'Toole's side when she said, because she was just on Talkville recently and she talked about this, and she said they weren't talking about this episode, but she did bring up the Christopher Reeve thing, and she said she was really kind of upset that they didn't let her go to New York and see him one more time because nobody knew how much longer he'd be with us, and like, maybe he'd live a long time, or maybe he wouldn't make it, and he didn't make it, and she hadn't seen him since Superman 3, or it had at least been a long time, and talked about how great he was, and said how difficult would it be to just have Clark's mom go with him and be in the scene. And I think I'm with her on it.
Yeah, I can see that.
She wouldn't have to have a ton of dialogue.
I mean, I really like the one-on-one with just him and Clark, but you could have worked her in there somewhere. That always sucks when you hear that, where it's like, oh, these two actors are in the same episode. That must have been awesome to see each other again. It's like, more often than not, if you're not in a scene together, you're probably not going to see each other.
Well, but with this particular case, they had to go to Christopher Reeve, so it was only Welling who went. Like, it was Welling and some crew. Nobody else was there. And then Glover went the second time. And I can't remember if Lex has a scene with him or not. I think it's just Glover. Cannot remember. And then they used that later to set up the Veritas stuff.
Who?
No, that's a what?
What?
We've been talking a lot about lighting today, but I really like the way this whole thing is lit. And it looks different than it usually does.
Lighting?
I don't know why, but... Discussing Topic says it's too bad Margot Kidder didn't guest star until after Reeves died, but it was classy to have her related to him. I mean, I don't mean familially, sure, but that she was like his assistant. And I assume they were trying to like kind of tie up loose threads with him because they had plans for him.
Yeah.
So the big reveal at the end where it sounds like Jor-El sends Clark to conquer, I was not immediately put off by, because it was just kind of a fascinating, you know, twist, kind of different way to go.
Mm-hmm.
It's the Dragon Ball Z thing. So I was definitely intrigued.
Yeah, there's lots of stuff you can relate it to. Like, obviously a lot later, but like it's kind of invincible. You know, there's a lot of stuff.
Mm. Yeah, Invincible's great.
Yeah.
You know, and people have suggested that ultimately the whole thing was just a misunderstanding, but like Jor-El does some beyond morally ambiguous things, with especially the girl in the cave wall and all of that. I'm not totally sure how Virgil Swan was able to decrypt an alien language like that in the first place and have any idea if he was right about anything.
He has a lot of time on his hands.
There's a little bit of a conceit there. It's like, if all you have is written language, I don't know how you're even pronouncing Kal-El.
I like how half their faces are covered in shadow.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What a two-face.
It's kind of clear symbolism there that really works. And I was talking about this, but like the look on Jonathan's face at the end of the scene is one of the coolest things he does in the whole show. Where he's trying to reassure his son and be as confident as possible, and he's like, I don't know what I'm doing. This could go any way.
Well, we're still telling a real story. It's not just hey, it's a Christopher Reeve episode. Yeah. This is gonna be fun. This is gonna be nostalgia. Like, no, it still ends on kind of a weighty note.
Yeah, really weighty. Yep. And heavy. Weighty and heavy.
What does its weight have to do with anything?
How much does it weigh? 108?
And this is the Christopher Reeve Foundation ad, and they have this kind of fun laugh at the end. It's amusing. Okay, that's the end of Counting Kryptofreaks. Like, the whole series. We're done now. There's really no reason to make any more of these.
Everyone go to bed now.
Yep. We're gonna go to bed. We're gonna pretend like we did the whole 10 seasons.
Show's over.
Show's over, folks. Read a book.
Is that the best episode of the show? Is there enough?
It's not my favorite. It's definitely up there, especially writing-wise, dude.
What is your favorite?
Oh, yeah.
My favorite is Perry.
Have you already done that one?
No, that's in 3.
That was a good episode.
That's your favorite episode of the whole show?
Yeah.
Oh, but
is
that the best of the season?
Is that the best episode of this season?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the flashback episode's really good.
It's really good. It's kind of crazy anything beats that out, to be perfectly honest with you, but...
Yeah, someone earlier was saying they weren't sure, like, if the retcon stuff with Lionel and Jonathan worked, but I thought it all tracked.
Yeah,
like, that felt planned out.
It doesn't read retconning, and it is, and it's the correct sort of retconning, yeah. Because it doesn't read like a retcon. We weren't told anything that contradicts it. Oh, yes.
Can a retcon be done in a good way?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've always seen retcon as kind of a negative word. You know, there's a difference between, like, giving us something that matches, that was just like, retroactive information about the past that we didn't have before. Typically, when we say retcon, we mean here is continuity, that we're intentionally going against to change things moving forward because we don't want to live with what we had before. That's typically what we mean by retconning. So I don't know if the stuff he's talking about, Robert, with the flashback scenes in that episode, in what is it, Lineage, really count as retconning. So much as we've just decided what it is now, and it's not what you expected it to be. I don't even know if it is a retcon.
More bots.
Yeah, especially...
Oh, thanks.
Especially since if they didn't know what it was or not, there was always this hint. Like, we were always alluding to a bad history with Lionel and Jonathan. Like, these people have clearly dealt with each other before, right? Like, so yeah, I don't know if retcon's word.
Yeah, and it's better than you'd think it would be, because I much prefer them having, like, a personal feud like that's a little bit bigger for them than just Jonathan, like other people in the town, don't like what the Luthers have done to the town, but that it's also connected to the larger issues at play, the Cream Corn Factory and everything. Like the idea that Jonathan accidentally helped to make that happen and that he feels guilty about it, and that's part of his hatred for Lionel Luthor because he put him in a box like that. So much better than you thought it was.
Oh, yeah.
That's not retcon. It's making the thing you knew about. I would say that it's fleshing it out before it's retcon. Those are different things. A retcon is, I'm going to go to Spawn again. A retcon is when Todd McFarlane goes, I don't really like the name Anti-Spawn. It's Redeemer now. Like, that's a retcon. You know?
Yeah. Well,
one example. Changing the name of Necroplasm.
Yeah, we're just all of a sudden it's Psychoplasm becomes Necroplasm, like it was always Necroplasm.
Yeah.
That's retconning.
Yeah, my go-to for that is always Luke and Leia being siblings in Return of the Jedi. Like, we all accept it now, and like it's fine. Like, we love those characters as is, but like it doesn't track with the original trilogy. Like, that was not the plan. Like, that was a retcon, having Luke and Leia be siblings.
Yeah, and it's such a fine line, right? Because it doesn't technically contradict any information we were given, but it's clear that it's not what the intention was.
It's not
now we're splitting hairs with, does it count as a retcon or doesn't it? You know what I mean? Like, you get into semantics, but like, I think you're right, and I think I could give you an argument where I also would sound right. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if that counts.
It's something that they thought of after the first movie that they didn't think of before.
Yeah, like yes, so you wouldn't have them kiss in that one scene.
Yeah.
But like, that also could be like a weird, not a foreshadowing thing, but like a strange setup and payoff if you knew you were going there. Where it's like, if neither of them knew, maybe you would do that in 1977. I don't know.
Well, the plan.
The only problem with that is the only problem with that kiss scene is in return when he like tells her that they're siblings. She's like, I somehow always knew.
Yeah.
Sure. Well, and then I forgot about that line. That makes it a retcon. Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, and the original plan was, because Yoda says, no, there was another. The plan was to introduce a new character in Return of the Jedi who is Luke's sister. I think that's how the story goes. And they decided while writing Jedi, like, well, we shouldn't really introduce this new integral character in the third part of the trilogy. Hey, let's just make it Leia, and it kind of works, you know.
Yeah,
it's not
emphasis
like a
on kinda. But yeah, let's go ahead and move on because we don't want to be literally all day. All day.
You're getting close.
Who?
Oh, he's lost it. Now he's saying it with no context whatsoever. There we go. I got one joke, folks. That's my joke. Okay, you ready to
use what I got?
You ready to watch one we could skip and nobody would care?
Goodbye.
Yes.
Everybody strap in. Jason, thanks for hanging out, man.
Yeah.
I feel like this one and the next one are both gonna be like, oh, we could have skipped these.
I vaguely remember this one.
I don't remember what Precipice is right off the top of my head. Would you put this?
It's the one where Clark injures someone.
Oh no! But that does introduce the new sheriff, and I like her.
Are you ready for Visitor?
Yes.
Yes.
Visitors from other planets.
Killer clowns from outer space.
Johnson is just saying things, Phase. I think.
Mars needs moms.
Who?
Santa Claus versus the Martians? This island Earth?
Silent Night, Deadly Night?
Doesn't the fact that it's universal make it international? Anyway. Why are we still doing this? You know, we watched Rosetta. I think we're good.
Let's all take a nap. We'll convene back in an hour and finish.
It's also sad. Okay. Sorry, I was checking the chat to make sure that discussing topics wasn't giving me crap again. I'm changing it right now, okay? I don't want discussing topics to get confused. No, thanks for checking me, man. I appreciate it. It's very, very helpful.
What AMC said he feels like was a retcon was Jonathan saving Lex and carrying him, and that not being addressed anywhere. I don't know if that's a problem.
I don't know if it's a
see how it's a problem
either. I think at the time I remember thinking like it seemed pretty clear that's probably not what happened there, but again it feels like an addition that worked. I don't know. Maybe some of it is just because it's a lot more clever and believable than I expected it to be.
Yeah. I just think from a paternal point of view, like if you carry a child like who went through this horrible thing, you're probably gonna have a smidge more empathy for them, you know, years down the road than just, oh, screw you, Lex, I don't like you because your dad sucks. Like, I don't know. I see where he's coming from.
If it is retconning, as you said earlier, it's the best possible kind. Okay. So we've now done our workshop on retconning. And
you can clip that out as a segment.
It's time. We could. All that midday sleepy analysis. Okay. It's time to start Visitor. And speaking of sleepy, I'm going to take a nap while you guys talk about this. You ready? Here we go. Everybody, please... I'm kidding. Please press play. Are you at timestamp 0, John? Right? Now. John's like, for the love of God, start this so we can stop at some point. I mean, it's not a torture episode. It's just another first season sort of episode. I just finally got my hands on one of those lights, by the way. The like... Spencer Gifts like electro flat ball thing that looks like the top of a...
Congratulations, you're only like 20 years too late.
No, I know, but I always wanted one for my Star Trek area because they used those for the tops of Borg alcoves in Star Trek, and I always wanted one, and I couldn't find one for the longest time. And Brandon and I are talking about building a Borg alcove around it. It'll be really cool if we can get it done.
What a weirdo. He just like ran over and was like, mine.
Oh, I thought you were calling me a weirdo.
No, we're watching a show.
Well, yeah, but usually I bring up Star Trek and you're just kind of a jerk face about it.
Ding.
Except for that time that... Wait, what are we dinging?
You brought up Star Trek.
If we want to talk about retconning, we could talk about Picard.
No, we can't.
You want me to go to sleep?
No, but also like I'm not watching that right now. Like we cannot talk about that.
Well, I just went the first couple seasons.
But I don't want to talk about that. You're missing the part where I don't like you right now.
I missed the part where that's my problem. Is this another episode of the kind of sad ending? I don't remember.
Sorry, what?
Yeah, Robert, shut up.
I feel like this episode had a kind of sad ending, but I'm not sure.
So
I feel like this episode is kind of lame.
This episode is ultra lame, and I'll give you a couple of reasons why. First of all, you got Rosetta, and you're finding out Clark's origins, and the very next episode, they're teasing you with, maybe we have this character that's from Krypton. Oh, wait, no, he just thinks he's an alien, but he's actually a Kryptofreak. Oh, let me count that. That's a Kryptofreak. And he's trying to get back to his planet, but he's not actually an alien. And then the other reason it's really lame, like it's just a terrible follow-up to Rosetta. Like you don't expect something as great as that, but I would expect something that would totally pivot and not like tease the audience like maybe this is an important follow-up or we're already doing a Kryptonian. Like, no, that's not okay. You don't do that.
Is this the biggest season momentum killer since the Fish People episode of Buffy?
It's up there, man. And then
I love to complain about that because the episode right before that, where they're possessed by that like couple that's stuck in a rut, is amazing. And then you get Fish People.
Oh yeah, no, that's great. I forgot all about that whole thing. But anyway, then the second thing is that you have a kid whose power is healing people, while you have a ship that does the same thing, and the ship is on the farm while the kid shows up and heals a horse. And you're like, well, if we were that worried about that, we can do the same thing that we did when we healed Martha and just bring the damn ship to the horse. I don't understand.
Why did you say that name?
Hey, look, it's on. It's the chick who drives the horse.
AMC Comics, with Cap's hair, I'm starting to see him as the Lionel to Brandon's Lex.
Sure.
You're Captain Liam.
Here, I'm Captain Liam. I'm gonna pull out the main here. I was doing this last show where like every time Lionel was on screen, I'd pull my hair out, but he's like in so much of the show, I was like, well, that's gonna get annoying with headphones on. It's been up so long. This doesn't even look right. I need a brush. Anyway, sorry.
What?
What?
Why aren't they talking in a loft? This is weird.
Yeah, I can't get excited about this.
Why can't the horse be in the loft? That would be interesting.
Yeah, then you could count Clark and the horse in the loft. I don't understand why Clark has his telescope pointed at the stables all the time.
Well, that does raise an interesting question. Now that she no longer lives across the street, what does he have his telescope pointed at?
Clark, Lex is playing pool. Count it.
Yeah.
Count it.
Oh, this lady again. I feel like we haven't seen her in a while.
Well, yeah, when you say this lady, it's the woman Lex is going to marry, like, in a couple of episodes, but she hasn't gotten hardly any screen time.
Who?
People have started forgetting you exist because you're never on screen.
It's really weird how spaced out she is across the season. Like, why wouldn't you do some of these in a row? It's very strange.
Why wouldn't you have her be around sometimes when Lex is dealing with important things at the mansion? You've got one episode with the healing ship thing a couple episodes ago, Fever, where she's at the hospital, so like she's important, so now we have her there, and then conveniently there's some character drama with her and Lex about her wanting to go to a school and leave him behind, and it's like, oh, it's kind of convenient this is happening right now because we've completely forgot this character is even around.
Gerson something just arrived. Has any love triangle face appeared yet? Yes. In AMC Comics, Mona's prize one of Cap's favorite episodes is so centered around Clark, considering his clear favoritism of Lex.
Yeah, that's a really good point. A lot of my favorite Lex stuff winds up in episodes that are otherwise not as great. Like, I guess that's true. I guess a lot of the big episodes you think of as like huge Lex episodes don't end up being my favorite episodes. Like, I like the Asylum two-parter for sure, but I've got issues with it.
No, Lexmas is good, and then the ending with Clark and Santa Claus is really bad.
Yeah, but it's certainly not like top 5, top 10 material for me. Like, I guess with Lex, it's more about like scenes and overarching story arcs before it's about singular episodes. And the best like individual episodes tend to be Clark centered, like Rosetta, like Perry.
Lexmas has a really good ending though with Lex. Like, that's a big moment.
Yeah, and like again, I like that episode, but I have this kind of dividing point somewhere with Smallville where this show loses me by 4 and I stop being a fan of it. That's what you got to understand about me in the show. The shows for me for the series will always be 2 and 3, and after that there's some good stuff, but it stops being the show I like. So like anything past Lex has had too much of the light switch, he's just bad now. Like Lexmas is past that already. For me, not everybody's gonna agree with that, but that's where I've always been with it.
That's really fair. I really like season 5 just because that's the Brainiac season, but I don't know how that stuff's gonna hold up.
I get it.
Yeah, I'm not counting that. But yeah, by 5 you've already gotten to a place where like the premise of the show isn't what it is anymore to me. Like, I don't know, I just end up in kind of a weird purist sort of place with it, I guess. And I'm not gonna spend the whole time when we get to those seasons complaining about that. Like you know, I'll take it on its own terms, certainly, but it's hard to pick it's hard to say that anything past a certain point, individual episode wise, is a favorite episode for me.
Should we have been counting Clark investigating scenes? Because we get one of those in every episode.
No, with your 75-point stream. Yeah, AMC 0 used to be one of my favorite episodes, and I still really enjoyed everything Rosenbaum is doing in that, but the really silly, contrived, like, twin thing at the end of that blows it for me to some degree. The whole Jude Royce thing. We just found this guy that looked exactly like this person who's dead. Let's have him pretend he's that dead person. Okay.
Yeah.
As the world turns.
It's crazy that this is the longest season.
Yeah. They could have mitigated that by getting rid of completely pointless episodes like this one. And, like...
To be fair, they probably couldn't have, because you're mandated by the studio.
I don't care. Because it's wasting my time. But also like the girl that has that goes to the Eternal Youth Pod. By the way, this kid is good. Can I just throw that out there?
He's fine, man.
Hey, I'm trying to give it something.
I fundamentally don't care about the premise of this episode.
Yeah, exactly. Meanwhile, back at the loft, and here's the thing. That's
not the loft. That's the basement.
I meant no. It's not even a basement. We don't know what anything is. It's a storm cellar. Meanwhile, back at the storm cellar.
It might as well be a basement.
A bunch of idiots.
It's It's the Kent Cave.
Underground. That's all that counts.
So I mean, at least there's scenes that are continuing story threads along, I guess. But the thing is, even though I wouldn't have cared about this premise that much in first season either, isn't it more interesting to do a story with a Kryptofreak that claims to be from another planet when Clark doesn't know where he's from yet?
Yeah.
Isn't that how you do that?
I mean, look, I really enjoyed the show the first time I watched through it. I have a lot of nostalgia for it, but I'll probably never enjoy revisiting it as much as that first watch through because you don't know what episodes are going to be filler and what's like going to count, what's going to be good.
Absolutely.
So a lot of episodes like this, I was like, yeah, this is fine. This is just an episode. I didn't know while I was first watching it, this is going to be a nothing episode.
Well, somebody earlier, I think it might have been Senior Sticks, said, well, Cap, you got to have filler episodes sometimes, but there's a difference between an episode that's not moving the overall story forward as much and wasting my time. You know, you can still tell a cool, one and done all by itself. You could skip it, kind of story where you can skip it and not miss anything important. But that doesn't mean those episodes have to be boring or pointless or stupid.
Yeah, wonderful example of that. Rian Johnson's Fly episode of Breaking Bad.
Right.
Just a great two-man play.
I thought you were gonna say that he remade The Fly, and I was gonna cry.
I'd be down for that.
His remake of The Fly would just be like, I didn't actually turn into The Fly.
Could it be a Napoleon and a Messiah complex? I wonder if is it possible to combine those two things?
Yeah, he'd spend the whole movie thinking he was turning into a fly, and then he's just short.
He's a Napoleonic alien. Okay, it's time to spin the wheel. Why are we not doing that? We have nothing better to do right now.
Yeah, Cap, why aren't you spinning the wheel?
Hold on, I need to do something else first.
God, he's gonna kick me.
Shut up!
Oh, I'm so power mad. I'm so mad with power.
Who? Why?
Oh, we're doing that again. Here, let's flip it again. We've done enough Cap like that. No, actually, we'll do this because we can cast Robert as somebody.
Robert is Lana.
Okay, Robert, you're Lana.
I'll tell you.
You don't have to act like Lana. That's just what we're calling each other for the next 5 minutes. So you're Lana, and I'm Lex, and you get to be Clark. Unless we want to have new names.
Do I have to?
I should be Lex this time. I've been Clark twice.
Oh, okay. I'll be Virgil Swan.
Is that the most arrogant thing you've ever said?
Yeah, no, it is. It is. I'm not going to be Virgil Swan. I'll be Roger
My
Nixon.
name is Optimus Prime.
Everybody has to call me Roger Nixon now.
Okay, Roger.
If I'm Lana, do I have to walk away angry when I leave?
Yes.
You have to walk away angry every time someone talks to you. What are you talking about? Okay, so here's the thing. I praised this for a second for still continuing some threads forward, not forgetting about the pregnancy, and they're looking at the ship like that right after what happened with Swan last episode. But then it's almost like we backtrack and we forget about the ship because again, this kid has the same power that the spaceship has. What are we doing? This is not special. And then also, as soon as we find out he has healing powers, Clark's gonna be like, well, I mean, you're not from Krypton. That's not the kind of powers we have.
I'm Lana, so I have nothing to contribute to this conversation.
What do you
That's
think?
pretty much just your character for 6 seasons.
What do you think, Lex? Throw me a literary reference.
There was once a cat that wore a hat, and I don't know how it relates to this episode, but there's your literary reference.
Oh my god. I don't think it's fair that you're a Lex that gets to keep your red hair and you don't have beyond a first grade reading level.
Listen, when the Cat in the Hat ate the green eggs and ham, I was very moved. Okay.
I know. I think I just brushed a tear from my own eye too. Yeah. AMC says no cap. We've been over this year, Lionel. You know, I'll be Lionel next time. I should have done that. Absolutely. Maybe next time I should get
long next 5 episodes.
I should come up with a suit that looks like stuff Lionel wears, and I should dress up as Lionel next time.
You should dress up as blind Lionel.
That'd be fun. That'd be fun. But I'm not committing to shaving my head at the end of the stream. I'm not gonna do that because he shaves his head at the end of that season, and I'm not doing that.
And then the twist at the end of season 3 of Counting Kryptofreaks is you were never blind the whole time.
Right.
You could be Lionel dressed as a Riddler. You could just combine all of his characters.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, and then figure out what he was wearing when he got in that car crash in Shazam. You know.
You could sit in a wheelchair because he's in a wheelchair later in that movie.
I could have a big, long, old man beard like he's got in Heroes and in Walking Dead.
You should just be his RoboCop 2 character.
I keep forgetting he's in that. Yeah, you guys mentioned that.
Yeah. Electrovolt.
I forgot that Clark actually thinks this for a minute, but don't you remember the part where he's got healing powers?
To be fair, he's still discovering powers. Maybe he just hasn't gotten to that one yet.
That's true, and they are talking about it, so it's fine. But isn't it weird that this kid is like, I don't know, I know I say contrived a lot with the show because it is. Isn't it weird that he's got a superpower, but he's trying to make people think that he has other superpowers just to throw Clark off and think he might be from Krypton? So like he like he makes those kids think he can set things on fire with his mind, and then Clark goes, he's got heat vision. Oh wow, what are the odds?
That is weird, but to be fair, that builds off of like Clark is terrified of being the last one of his kind. So like even if the odds it doesn't add up, he wants to believe. It's like X-Files.
Yeah, no, you're right. That part of it's okay. The part where the writers decide to have him pretend like he's got heat vision is stupid.
No, it's meaningful because he wants to believe. Do you get it?
I don't. I need you to explain that to me again, but slower.
Yeah. Believe he wants to. Eventually.
What?
I don't know.
Look, I'm trying to kill him for his money. Just let me into these rooms. You're a creepy person.
Well,
I think he has a creepy basement.
Thanks, mathematician.
Anytime.
Oh, you know what? I only got 9 bad guy deaths here. There've got to be some this season that we missed, right?
Maybe.
Maybe not. I mean, there haven't been a lot of Kryptofreaks and stuff.
Did
Chloe die? No, she's fine.
Did she just start a fire in a school?
She didn't start the fire.
The fire rises.
The fire rises.
What if season 3 of Smallville is just Chloe came back as Bane? Because Clark is so obsessed with Lana. You merely have to imagine Lana.
Do you have any idea how much I would endorse that idea? Noah says that you've lost.
You thought Chloe was your ally. You merely adopted the Chloe.
Oh, I'm sorry. I totally forgot to keep calling you Lex this whole time. Okay, we're gonna spin the wheel again. We got a couple more of these we gotta do. Let's see what else comes up.
We have the bartender from Suspect.
Oh, we got another Smallville quiz. We've taken so many Smallville quizzes today.
I think we should make Noah take this quiz.
Noah's not here, but we could make
He's in the chat.
Robert. Yeah, but we gotta wait for him. Okay, Noah, you're gonna take a Smallville quiz. You ready? If this doesn't work, if it's too slow, it's John's fault. Okay? It's John's fault. What should we throw him? Does Noah know anything about Smallville?
No.
Oh, he doesn't?
Just like secondhand information from me.
All right, tough Smallville quotes. No, that will take too long.
I'm surprised he's not yelling at me yet.
I think he is, really.
He just walked away angry.
Deep down, they're all yelling at me.
Okay, are you ready, Noah? This is for you, man. Is he in there? Tell me your...
There he is.
No, it's not that you would fail that quiz, it's that you're going to. Are you ready?
I'm on a walk.
All right, we've... Now, look, you're going to ruin the whole shit. No pressure, but the whole show will be ruined if you don't participate, okay? So you have to do this because we've set it up now. And we got to go quick because this is a very important, I can't say it out loud, episode. Okay, here we go. Lex Luthor has a brother, true or false?
Come on,
Wake up, Noah.
Oh, he can't do it. He says he's on a walk. Oh.
That sounds like an excuse to me.
Okay, Robert. Here comes here. Yeah, let's do a harder one. Let's find a harder one. Hold on.
Yeah, if we're gonna quiz Robert instead, we have to find the hardest one.
Oh no. Does Lex have a living brother? Yes? Question mark.
Oh wait. Noah says he's ready.
Nope.
Okay, hold on. I'm coming.
Noah, why do you do this?
Why does he do what?
I don't know.
Noah, Lex Luthor has a brother. True or false?
Oh, he said true.
Wow. Do you buy that he got close enough to the spaceship to draw it in that level of detail?
No.
No.
Okay, all right, good. It's not just me. Even if it flew over him, you'd only see the bottom of it. Like, it'd have to be so low to the ground, right? I mean, I get that it crashed, but was he right next to it? Maybe he says that. I don't know. 2, Lana's biological father's last name is Lang. True or false?
There's a delay in the chat.
There's a delay in the chat.
Noah, you're a delay in the chat.
Shira says, I'll do anything but a Smallville quiz.
You do anything for love, but you won't do that.
Would you do anything for a Klondike bar?
You know, I never understood that catchphrase because, like, Klondike bars are the most basic, like, ice cream treats I've ever seen.
Yeah. You know, give me something else like that's really unique, like, and that I love. Like, what would you do for a Cadbury cream egg? Yeah.
Noah says false.
Okay, is Smallville filmed in Kansas? Yes or no?
No, are you Googling this?
Why are we inconsistent with our true and false here? Lex
I don't know if
brother,
we can trust
true
him.
false. Is Smallville filmed in Kansas? Yes or no? All right.
No, are you Googling this?
So he has his crazy tower he built.
Yeah, that's the main part of the episode I remember. And the opening.
It's oddly elaborate.
Hey, do you guys remember E.T.?
Yeah, exactly. Or Close Encounters, or any of this stuff. Do you remember Contact? What present did Lionel Luthor give to Martha Kent? Hint: it is not bacon.
I thought
Yoda's my stick is better than bacon.
I thought you were gonna say a baby.
It's not.
There's no way you were doing this good just guessing.
The ship did that. That was the ship. Oh, there's a lot of fill in the blanks here.
These bullies really graduated from the Stephen King of bullies insanity school.
Oh yeah.
Wait, wasn't that his truck?
No, that's their truck.
But their truck. Okay.
Oh, now he's gonna find out that Clark has superpowers. The thing is, this is so routine and everything goes exactly the direction that you expect it will. This is not a commercial break that you come back for. You know, like, immediately you're being sold Twizzlers, and all you're thinking about is Twizzlers, and you just get in your car, and you drive to the store, and you buy Twizzlers, and you don't watch any more Smallville. That's what happens.
I'll have to imagine not changing the channel.
Yeah. Did he give us an answer?
The last thing he said was
Noah
no.
said a GameCube. What animal is the Smallville High School mascot?
Is it a bird?
Is it a plane?
A plane. Is the mascot Superman? Is the mascot Ubermensch?
It was a little strange that they somehow predicted Superman before Superman, but you know, I think it worked.
Nah, nothing's too coincidental for Smallville.
What if this was not? What if Clark Kent was the second Superman?
Okay, so I don't really know where Clark got Kryptonite from exactly. Like, did he make up the name? Like, I guess
They don't. To be fair, I don't think they've called it Kryptonite yet.
He just did. That's what I'm saying.
Oh.
Did he trademark it?
That could be explained by that beam that suddenly made him able to read the language.
Yeah. No, you're right.
We love magic beams, folks. Noah O says bears.
He's so correct. At Smallville High, Chloe Sullivan is the editor of what?
Football?
This was really easy at the beginning, and then it got down to fill in the blanks. Now he's in trouble.
Wait,
Okay,
how
so-
did he end up in the hospital? What?
So, John, I like your explanation earlier for Clark's motivations here and why he wants so desperately for this guy to be Kryptonian, but do you buy that he still thinks it, like, this far into the episode?
No.
Say, I don't know that I do either.
I think he wants to believe still, but his doubts have started to pile up.
Noah said the Daily Planet, and I'm not sure if he's joking or not.
He's just grasping at newspapers.
She is the editor for the Daily Planet in Smallville High.
The Smallville Planet. Okay, who killed Roger Nixon? One
Who
word,
killed
first
Roger
name
Rabbit?
only.
Was it Colonel Mustard in the library with a wrench?
One word. And it's not wrench.
Mothra?
Lex is wearing that red shirt again. Or is it maroon?
Okay, so we have seen very few scenes of these two actually getting along and trusting each other at all.
Yeah, are they supposed to?
Well, maybe that's the point, ultimately. I don't know. It's just... It's also
would be
awkward
a
to
huge
me.
Red flag for me.
You guys need to figure out what kind of a character this woman is.
Because, like, I don't know. I feel like if you're in a relationship with someone, yeah, let them have that one room.
Oh, man. That close!
Tom just sent in a $2 super chat, and I'm way too tired to read that.
Hi back, what did I miss? Found my mail, going to yell at UPO Mon. So he found his mail.
That's great, Tom.
Tom, use the space bar. It won't hurt.
You merely adopted the space bar.
Who?
I was born in it.
I didn't see the enter key until I was a man. I feel like I'm saying a lot of things that aren't funny if you haven't been up as long as we have.
Oh, 1000%.
I feel like people are
Thanks,
can watch this.
Robert.
Like,
shut up.
Hilarious.
Freaking Robert, man.
Yeah,
Shut
Robert.
up.
What?
This should have been an adaptation of Firestarter.
No, this is
We
gonna
already
turn
did that.
This is gonna.
Oh,
turn
that's
into
true.
the
We
Wicker
should have
Man.
done it again. I would have rathered that episode twice.
What if every season we just remade Firestarter? It's really weird that there's like 10 of these very specific Kryptofreaks.
We don't just keep homaging King. It's all Firestarter. I don't understand
And it's always
that.
the coach. Also, no, we didn't mention this, but they do mention a new principal, but I'm not sure if it's the same one or different.
Is this our first ever Skybeam? Does this predate all of those?
What?
Yeah, probably. I can't think of one that predate this.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did Noah have more answers?
No, he just said, hey, the show would do something like that.
Oh, is he done? Is he done with his quiz?
Noah, what's your next answer?
Yeah, who killed
Wait,
Roger
did you
Nixon?
ask him? Oh, yeah.
Otherwise, I'm just gonna finish this for you. Hint: it's not bacon.
Okay, guys.
Because his stick is better than bacon.
I have to leave more abruptly. Sorry about that.
Are you serious? You're not even gonna finish this riveting
It's
show?
such a good episode, I know.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks for being here. Appreciate it,
Yeah,
man.
thanks for hanging out, man. See ya.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me.
Yeah,
I
of
really
course,
enjoyed
Robert.
this.
See you later, buddy. Bye. Bye. Oh, you think I should feel bad for telling him to shut up like 5 times?
No.
Oh, okay. It's kind of unfortunate this guy is sort of using this as an excuse to just not care about human beings. But it's, like, I guess somewhat understandable because of what he's been through. But, like, I also don't care.
TH1 killed Roger.
Okay. Now he's not even trying. Just put in a character that's in the show.
No, that's the most half-assed answer I've ever seen.
Who else can we make answer this quiz?
What? Like, what is the limits on this healing power? He just resurrected someone from the dead.
I don't even know if the ship could do that.
No, because Martha is technically pronounced dead.
Oh. What if
Like,
the
her
big
heart
twist...
stops.
What if the big twist at the end was he's the ship?
What if the big twist was season 3 was Blackest Night?
I'm actually shocked that Arrowverse didn't do Blackest Night.
Cap, did you add the bartender from Suspect to Bad Guy Deaths?
No, good call.
Suspect is the one where the sheriff shot the deputy, right?
Yes, more or less. The sheriff had a plot to kill Lionel Luthor and did not manage it. Yeah, not a lot of death this season. You know, Seb?
Yeah.
Did Byron's dad die, or does he survive?
Who?
the poetry kid.
Oh, I think he survives.
I know, it's been 3 weeks since we watched that episode, but...
No, like, I wasn't even joking. I mean, I said it jokingly.
Yeah,
but
I know.
Who Byron was.
Who is Byron? I know. I just know this season pretty well.
This season is definitely better than 1.
It is.
It's not Buffy season 1 into Buffy season 2, but it's good.
Okay, his body's there, but his mind's gone. I'm gonna call that amnesia. Not exactly, but yeah, it's sort of in there. The whole point is that it's contrived so he can't tell nobody about Clark's secret. Fine, Space Noah. Magic. You know, you could be a sport, but whatever.
Wow, Noah.
I'm not passive aggressive about it.
I think Noah should host season 3 with us.
I think he should. Okay, so Jonathan, I'll just do it for you then. Clark told she just wanted to be friends. That's true. She was liar. All of these were the freaks of the week featured in season 2. A girl who could morph into a wolf, a boy who could clone himself, and a boy who had insect-like powers. False! Because there's none of that.
Who's taking this quiz?
After the death of Principal Quan... What? What's that?
Who's taking this quiz?
I'm taking it now. I'm just finishing it.
Oh,
After
okay.
the death of Quan, a new principal was hired. His name was Reynolds. Yeah, so the ones at the end will be right. And some other ones will be wrong. True, false, and no.
Yeah, no.
It's not a
you
game
got so many wrong.
It was a watch, okay? And it's crow, not bears. I'm gonna make you eat bears.
Why would it be Smallville Bears?
Yeah, and it's the
Jeez,
torch.
What kind of person are you?
Oh, and Lex. Lex killed Roger Nixon. I don't know why I wrote the wrong thing.
Is this the first time that we see the Porsche room?
First time we see this room?
Yeah.
Yes.
Noah, you have a month to catch up on season 1 and 2. There is no excuse.
Am I right about that? Because I know he's going to show it to Clark at some point, but I don't think we've had that yet.
No, we definitely haven't, because I feel like that's what starts the biggest fracture in their friendship.
That's right, and it's toward the end of next season, I think. And we would have remembered it because it doesn't happen in season 1.
That was a very fast friendship and turned enemies. It lasted 2 episodes.
AMC, we're only doing 2 honorary Kryptofreaks this show because I'm giving away a couple of mugs I have for Counting Kryptofreaks, and I've only got the 2. And I also just didn't know what the turnout was going to be, so I didn't want to put, too many names on the list when we're going to do 10 of these.
Noah paid us to not announce the second one until he showed up.
He did what now?
He paid us not to announce the second one until he was here. So we're going to announce it when he's
I don't understand what you're talking about. What do you mean he paid us?
It's a joke.
Oh, okay. Anyway, no, we're gonna announce that toward the end of the show. Probably not at the very, very end, but maybe before the last episode or 2.
No, you have to do Smallville.
Yeah, we can talk about Gotham if you watch Smallville. I think I'm gonna murder myself in the middle of Gotham though. I don't know if I could even.
I don't know if I can do that.
I don't know if I could do that.
I'm at least nostalgic for this.
I would have to. People would not have to expect any insight from me, as to just be watching and responding. You
merely adopted the Gotham.
Yes.
He's so excited about Lana and Clark.
No, I don't give a crap about Chloe in the loft. That's not exciting.
Ring a ding ding.
Oh my.
And as soon as she says, I don't care, tell me things. Then you tell her things. After you tell your dad, okay, look, I put a key in the cave wall and we're all still here, aren't we? So I'm just going to tell people my secret so that I can have, a life. Okay? All right, how about that? Is that cool? Now look, I'm not gonna put on a red Kryptonite ring. I'm not gonna go buy GameCubes, but I am gonna tell Lana my secret.
You know what? On second thought, I am gonna go buy GameCubes.
Oh, the day ghosts are crawling on our skin. That's unfortunate. I think you should be freaked out anytime you see something that looks like a shooting star in Smallville.
No, Smallville's like fun bad. Gotham just sucks.
Yeah, I'm not with you on that. Sorry, not you, Code Anime fan.
Oh yeah. Code Anime fan also says Cap should give away strands of his hair to the fans and then cosplays Lex Luthor after he's given all his hair away. Parentheses JK.
Is that messed up to anybody? Is that creepy to anybody? I'm gonna send my hair in the mail. I promise you, it's mine.
It's only not creepy if you're Lionel Luthor, who apparently keeps his child's hair in a locket.
I'm bored. This episode's boring, and it's. I don't think I ever thought. Maybe it's in the review I did of this a long time ago. I don't think I even thought, hey, wait a minute, the spaceship's already healing people. Why do we need this guy? But I already didn't care about the premise. That really ruins it. Like,
I can see why he would be important, but he needs a different power set.
Sure.
But overall, I'm gonna give this like a light red.
It could be an okay character arc for Clark.
A what?
I said it could be an okay character arc for Clark.
A what? A what?
How many? Why are you doing that? How
What's
many
a character arc?
How many more episodes do I have to put up with you? Is this what you're like drunk? Is this what it's like dealing with you like actually inebriated? Because
yeah, I'm way worse drunk.
Okay, good to know, guys. We're gonna take a little break because frankly, John's difficult to tolerate sometimes, and no, I'm kidding. And I gotta trade out my disc and stuff. John, are you okay?
No, yeah, I'm good. I'm just trying to keep it entertaining.
No, I'm with you. I'm just messing with you. You're good.
No, I'm good.
I just want to make sure you're not dying or anything over there.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Now we're gonna make it. We got 5 episodes.
I don't know.
3:30 my
if
time.
I'm gonna survive precipice.
Oh yeah, you weren't looking forward to this one. This one's not great, is it? Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks, guys. We'll be back in just give us like 4 or 5 minutes, and we'll get going on the next 2. And we will, given how late it is already, we will probably have to take a dinner break. I don't know yet. I was gonna try to write it out. I guess we'll just see how John and I are feeling.
Yeah. So far, I'm okay.
Okay. All right. We'll see what happens. We're gonna play things by ear. We'll see you guys in a bit. There are like 5 of them. Who? How's everybody doing? We're still going. We got 5 left. Going strong, I think. We need to watch Precipice next. And John just can't wait. He's been stoked for this one.
I am definitely feeling it, but I'm having fun.
Are you feeling it?
Yeah, I'm feeling it, but I'm
having
fun.
That's a different sentiment than this.
Yeah,
it's not
this.
It's not really what he means. It's not that he's feeling it. It's that he's feeling it. Getting a little red in the face, it looks like. Like, I'm feeling pretty good. But I look like I've been up a long, long time. You know, it's going to be a long, long time.
What?
All right, folks. Once again, if you haven't been here the whole time, we've got our Super Chat menu. I think we've got still maybe a couple more wheels to spin, so we should probably do that sometime this episode. Get ready for guys in fake neck casts. I think that's this episode, isn't it? Clark throws a guy
this is
on a car.
He fakes injury.
It's one of those things that's worth exploring. You know, it's kind of the, like, low-key collateral damage issue. I just think the execution is a little off. We'll talk about it. Here we go. Everybody get it to timestamp 0. Make sure you're watching the 19th episode of the season. And get ready to press play when I say now. Here we go. Everybody please press play right now.
So one thing I'm noticing with season 2 is there's less of a like dead zone of episodes than season 1 so far.
Yeah. Yeah, it's more kind of a couple on, one off. Than just a big swath of ugh.
Yeah, like that back half of season 1 is like ugh.
I mean, these 2 in a row are going to be rough, but then I'm pretty sure Witness is okay.
I think it is. The description just says that he meets someone that's strong as he is.
I don't immediately remember what that is. That's not... Wow, your descriptions are terrible.
That's Hulu's description.
Oh, no. If that's what I think it is, it's pretty bad too, actually. That's not the one with the Kryptonite inhalers, is it?
Wasn't that? No, that's the tattoos.
We haven't gotten to the inhalers yet. That's the season, isn't it?
It might be, because it says Ian Burnley witnesses the robbery of a Luther Corp truck carrying Kryptonite. This time realized that he can't stop the thieves. They are strong as he is.
Yep. Nope. You spoke too soon, sir.
Oh no.
We're in our back end rough patch here. And we're back into kind of season 1 stuff. Especially with the Kryptonite inhalers. This at least isn't like a Kryptofreak story. See, Lana just shouldn't be places by herself. She needs to hire a squad of snipers to follow her around.
A suicide squad?
Exactly. See, Amanda Waller in this universe exists just to make sure Lana Lang's okay. And she'll do anything she has to. The ends always justify the means to make sure that Lana Lang is not dead.
Well, because see, in the DCEU, Lois was the key, but in Smallville, Lana is the key.
I think this thing is the key, actually. I think it's this.
Oh. But what if that thing is just Lana?
Oh, ugh.
Lana was never really there.
It's unfortunate, yeah. The Lana was inside you all along.
Oh, God.
I didn't mean it like that. Okay,
Maybe
Clark.
the real Lana was the friends we made along the way.
Clark, you need to be... Oh, you know what? I missed the episode, and he's not here to correct me.
Oh.
That's unfortunate. That's a bad day.
So, I do question this as just a premise.
Do
Clark
you really?
doesn't often lose control like this.
So, the whole problem... I know I say this all the time, but it's true. The whole problem is just how contrived the situation is. That's it. Clark is... The reason I think you're saying that, like, I agree with you, is because of what the situation is. But if this was a Kryptofreak he was fighting, he would have done exactly the same thing. Like, he does throw people into walls and into cars, and they always get up and they're fine because the script says that they are. And this episode... Weirdly, we've decided he's going to go too far in just protecting Lana, and you're right, he doesn't usually go that far with this kind of situation. But then how often have we had this kind of situation where he goes up against somebody that doesn't have any powers? Right? Like, we don't really do that very often.
Yeah.
But even with, like, a Sam Phelan or somebody, like, I don't know, he will kind of throw people around.
How do you feel about Superman, Lois, Lana compared to Smallville Lana?
Yeah, she's great.
Oh, Superman and Lois?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's great.
Yeah, she's great.
She's one of the best parts of season 2.
Oh, really? I'm excited about that, yeah. It really just feels like they kind of took notes, you know? Here's everything people couldn't stand. Oh, Anson Mount is in this episode? I didn't remember that.
You think his head's gonna explode?
What?
Do you think his head's gonna explode?
Why would his head explode?
Isn't he Black Bolt?
Oh yeah, that's true. He is Black Bolt. I forgot about that.
I just wanted to make sure I didn't have the wrong actor.
No, you're right. It's just that's not the first thing that comes to mind because he's playing Pike in Star Trek.
Dane. That's my own personal list. Star Trek references. One of those 3.
It sounds like your main list is characters whose heads blow up.
No, it's characters that go
This is
splat.
a great cappuccino. She's so intimidating. I really like the sheriff. And I like that she's replaced as quickly as she is. It's like they kind of learned from season 1. It was kind of sort of weird we didn't have a principal for a while. Kind of weird when we finally got one. Say again?
Doesn't she die?
I think she does die. But yeah, I think the setup for this premise is too easy, is kind of contrived. I think dealing with it is not a bad idea, because although what I would much prefer is just we're not so obsessed with having characters flying all over the screen, because it seems like, and they talk about this on Talkville, apparently there's sort of a quota for how often that has to happen. Like at a certain point in the script, the character is supposed to fly across the screen. Like that's some of the things we count is because they really do have a set number of times that it's supposed to happen, which is funny.
Oh, that's right. She ends up dying in season 5 in that episode where Lana and Lex are stuck in his panic room.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
So yeah, she doesn't show up much, but she's gonna be here for at least 3 years.
Yeah, it's just too bad she isn't here more often. But and she is legitimately kind of an intimidating force, I think. Okay, a bit of a force.
Yeah. Now she's in Christmas movies.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, I forgot.
Oh,
this
she's
also this episode.
She's in Arrow.
Probably stuff I haven't watched.
Yeah, it looks like it's the very last episode. She plays Maria Bertinelli.
Oh, I mean, I watched that, but I don't remember that she was in it.
She was in the fan favorite Omen 4.
Wait, why was there a Bertinelli in the last episode of Arrow? I don't remember that.
I don't know.
Anyway,
watch it.
So these are going to be this is just going to be an A story and a B story that I don't care about. And this, again, retroactively, or I keep saying that, this, in hindsight, after you've seen the whole season, feels like another kind of wasting your time episode, because I don't care about Helen's ex-boyfriend when Helen is going to try to kill Lex in an airplane.
Oh, because that's the episode where they're in the future, and it's the spinoff for that stupid.
Yeah, I figured it was something like that, but anyway.
Sorry, I was just curious.
Yeah,
I didn't realize that Stephen DeKnight ended up writing for this show too.
I'm sorry, what?
Stephen DeKnight ends up writing for this show.
Yep.
He's a good writer. Oh, Kristen Cruick's in that Amazon show Reacher? I didn't know that.
I didn't either.
I didn't even realize that they were doing that until somebody mentioned that Smallville's Aquaman. Dan told me Smallville's Aquaman is in that.
See, we've got this weird sort of relative morality here where what Clark did really could have killed that guy, and his friends are kind of joking about it because he's on probation, but like, it's kind of a serious thing to give a dude a near concussion. And
yeah,
the way they play it, it's like, oh, ultimately he's okay, he's just playing it up. But the problem is, for the sake, and I guess I'm supposed to give this kind of a thing a pass, or at least the showrunners think I will, because I want dynamic action and I want, like exciting violence on the screen. But what you make has got to fit what the consequences are. So if you show the guy hitting the top of the car that hard and he's bleeding, like, it's one thing to have, kind of Hollywooded action and violence and whatever, where somebody gets thrown on a car and they get up and they're okay. But when you show it looks like he's really in bad shape, and then he's playing it up and pretending like it's worse than it was. But it looked terrible, though. So, I mean, it is kind of important what could have happened versus what the script just decides happened. Like, Clark really is in the wrong here. And the episode is sort of saying he needs to learn a lesson with this, but it's also playing it too much with kid gloves.
Yeah. I also think they expect you to be on his side because he saved Lana from a similar type of attack.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're trying to play like a gray area thing with it, where he is, because here's what I think this episode is doing. I think it's responding to this is what I was trying to get at earlier. I think it's responding to probably fan criticism that Clark is constantly throwing people into stuff and they get up and they're fine. So they went, let's do a kind of lip service, easy one-off episode where we addressed that in a real quick, get it out of the way kind of fashion. And then, like, now we've talked about it, now we've addressed it. Sort of like when you'll do a Star Trek episode where you finally let you do one, like, token is the word I was looking for. You do a token episode where we let like the red shirts have their day, the like no name characters, the lower deck people have a whole episode. And very often when that's done, they're unmemorable and nobody cares, but you go, oh, well, but there's the one example where it's not just the bridge crew that does things. And this is kind of like that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm of two minds of something like this, because that's definitely something you should explore. But at the same time, I think like you're just not going to be able to avoid collateral damage with someone like Superman. And also, it's hard to take it seriously when he's being sued for $1 million for a concussion.
Well, that's true, yeah. But I think the problem is you're halfway trying to take it seriously now, or at least make us think you are. But when you've had times before where there should be collateral damage, there hasn't been. Like, it's all about attitude. It's all about whose side the story is on. So when Clark is throwing people around before and they're fine, but it looks kind of violent, it looks kind of dangerous, and then suddenly we decide now it actually was dangerous. That's real inconsistent. Now I don't know where I stand with your Hollywood violence versus your realism.
Oh,
that's why it doesn't work.
Car won't start.
This doesn't work because she'll turn out to be a supervillain, so I don't care.
Ooh?
Well, not really a supervillain. I mean, that's going too far, but she's a villain. It really feels like this whole plot is here to try to, evoke sympathy for this character right before she tries to kill Lex in a plane crash. Because now that we're 5 episodes away from the end of the season, they probably have some sense of what they're doing with her. Maybe, maybe not. I still don't know.
I honestly don't remember who this is.
So you weren't looking at it earlier, but he's her ex-boyfriend who's like kind of a controlling psychopath guy.
Oh, okay. I must have missed that.
And again, like I said earlier, we're trying to make me care about her well-being when she's just going to be a villain 4 episodes from now.
Yeah. I remember hating that twist because, like, I think they have all right chemistry.
Yeah, I mean, I like her okay. Like we said before, she doesn't get enough screen time and she doesn't have enough presence early on with their actually getting along and building a foundation that I buy a marriage on. And it doesn't watch like we're supposed to worry that Lex is making the wrong choice either. Like, I think there's a little bit of talk of it being kind of fast, but like, other than that...
Really, the only red flag is just that she has to know every little thing in the mansion.
Right. And that she looked like she might have been in cahoots with Lionel that one time. And then it's going to turn out that she actually is. But I don't know that she has been that whole time.
Hey, Paul!
What's that?
His name is Paul. Hey, Paul! American Psycho. I don't know if you've seen that or not, but...
Oh my god, no, I haven't. Stop with the... I've just never gotten around to it. Stop it with the eyebrows. I feel like they cast men in the show 80% on eyebrows.
Is this Red Hot Chili Peppers?
It must be.
This is not one of their better tracks that I've heard.
Also, something about the look of this guy tells me he got into Hollywood hoping to play Batman. Never got that opportunity, but he sort of looks like he wants to be Bruce Wayne. Oh, wait, this is Anson Mount. It doesn't look like him. Is that actually...
I've only seen him as Black, what is that guy's name?
Black Bolt, yeah. Oh, this actually is Anson Mount. Okay, never mind. It's weird because he doesn't look crazy younger than he does later. He just looks kind of different than me here. I don't know if it's the way he's lit or what, but...
He looks like Sebastian Stan in the shot.
Kind of. But now I'm like, Anson Mount could have been Batman. Yep. Yeah, see, he's nuts, and he's doing that to pretend like he got in a fight with Lex, and I hate this episode.
That's kind of cool, though. Like, I like that they finally give us a character like, we'll go that far. But this is stupid, because when would Lex have had time to do this?
Yeah.
You left with him, and he doesn't know where this guy is.
You know, I really wish shows would plan their episodes around the possibility of someone deciding to do a 24-hour stream on them. You know? So that I can get these kinds of episodes up front while I'm still kind of alert, because the really good episodes are a little easier to talk over. Why can't you have my needs in mind? Why'd you break his face? Well, I mean, I like that she doesn't actually believe him right away. That's good. Oh, is it really? Okay, Tom put another $5 super chat and said that Three Doors Down song is on one of the Smallville CDs. And I didn't realize that.
On Mitro Plus Mix. This sheriff just goes around arresting the wrong people.
Yeah, it's like the glue that holds this episode together, the converging subplots, because there's nothing... Well, I mean, I could stretch. There's not a whole lot even thematically connecting these subplots. It's just the sheriff has to be involved in both of them because they're legal issues. That's it.
What a terrible first day on the job.
Yeah. You got a kid that keeps showing up to crime scenes that's taking the law into his own hands and throwing kids on windshields. And then you got psycho hurt himself guy.
I'm amazed that they were allowed to get away with something that graphic on TV.
You think so?
In the early 2000s on primetime television?
Well, you haven't seen any 24. That is just torture every other episode.
That's true.
And from the first season. But it's on Fox versus CW. I'm not sure the CW has gone this far, really. Or WB, I should say.
Yeah, because, like, WB usually just airs, like, teen programming.
Well, I mean, there's some syndicated stuff, I think, that showed up on WB stations that maybe went a little darker. Like, I think Angel was in syndication for a while. I forget.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not that knowledgeable on the different TV rules.
Okay, and then this is the other subplot that I was talking about earlier, where Lex is gonna train Lana about how to fight, and then everybody's gonna call her Power Ranger Lana. Not in the show, but fans.
I'd still like to see her as a Power Ranger. She's probably too old at this point.
Yeah, but back then. Especially if you'd had a big screen reboot back then.
Adrian!
I do like Rosamund's performance in the scene, certainly. I mean, I almost always do, so I guess it's redundant. I keep saying that, but...
I like their relationship here.
I do too.
I think at the end of the day, I do like them as a romantic couple because it's a complete disaster. Like, he's so far gone at that point that he manipulates her into, like, the most horrendous stuff. But I like them better when it's like he's kind of the big brother.
Yeah, and that's all after the kind of crazy stuff he does with Chloe, where he's just trying to get to like Clark's secret through her, and it becomes really clear that he doesn't have her best interest at heart at all. And the same kind of thing happens with Lana with the artifact, like just give me the artifact, and then they get together even after that whole thing. So like that was never
and
out.
It's never like a truly loving relationship. He just thinks it is.
Yeah, because he's really lost his objectivity and some degree of
sanity
at that point. Yeah, sure, sanity, absolutely. Well, you look at some of the nutso things that happened to him, but okay, here's the problem. When you look at, I would love to make a chart for this, John. You look at all the trauma that Lex has gone through, and of course he's got parental issues and like really messed up, really messed up kind of psychosis having to do with his father and the way he is like mentally abused there. But even still, you look at everything he goes through versus everything Lana goes through, and how does Lana not become as like kind of crazed and nuts as Lex is? And then could you argue maybe she does?
Yeah. So I will see how it plays this time, but as a kid, I always fully bought that like that's the natural progression of his character as they've written it, because every single relationship he has in this ends in him being manipulated or almost killed.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But that's what I'm saying is I don't see how Lana would be any more well-adjusted than he is. Like, she should be about as screwed up.
Because she has Clark's positive influence until she doesn't.
And because at least she found her birth father and then hung out with him in the coffee shop a couple times and then and had like a legal thing and then never saw him again.
Chloe and stuff like that, whereas he doesn't really. Lex really only has Clark. Once that's gone, he goes off the deep end.
Yeah, and also like he goes crazy on an island.
Yeah, it was really weird. He came back and started wearing green, and kept telling people they failed the city. It was a bold choice for Rosenbaum.
I guess time on that island moves differently than in the rest of the world because it was only 3 months for everyone else, but it was 5 years for him. And then he keeps having this like voiceover at the beginning of episodes, where he's like,
"I must become
someone else." Yeah, what was that about? It was weird.
I don't know. He thinks his name is Oliver Queen.
He can grow hair on the island. Really strange.
There was a weird smoke monster on the island. I didn't understand that.
Oh yeah, don't get me started on Lex and his obsession with the numbers. God.
Numbers, Mason. What do they mean? I don't know if you get that reference, but
he's got to press a button every 108 minutes.
Lost wouldn't be a bad one of these to do at some point.
How familiar are you with it?
I've only seen the whole show once.
Oh, but you have seen the whole show?
Yeah. I am one of those crazy people who don't mind the finale.
I was that way at first. The more I've looked at it, the more I can't reconcile it. But I have bigger issues with other parts of that show. Well, I say that. I don't know. It's complicated. I don't think anybody would care about that. Who would want to? If we ever did that though, who would want to be on as much of that as possible? Jason. He loves that show.
Video game culture has just ruined me because every time you say his name, I just think of Heavy Rain. Jason.
Oh, sorry about that. I started that game at one point, but I never finished it. I should.
It's not great.
Is it not? Oh.
I mean, it's fine. But of their 3 games, I think it's the weakest.
It was hard. Here's the thing. I probably would have enjoyed it a lot more if I'd started with it. But I played Detroit, and then I tried to go back to it, and I just couldn't get into it.
Yeah.
Detroit, I thought, was a near masterpiece, man. Like,
I played Detroit. I played Heavy Rain way back on the PS3, and I thought it was amazing. But then when I tried to go back after Detroit, I also was like, this plays like crap.
Well, and all I could think, I played it for an hour, and I kept thinking, I mean, I got the worst possible ending on Detroit. I could just go play back through that and make better choices. Like,
yeah, I just love the memes. Jason. Do you ever just when you need your son's attention, go Jason?
But none of us will appreciate what you're talking about.
And Code Geass anime fan, they should make a spin-off to Lost called Found, and then have a crossover show called Lost and Found.
Good one.
Sure.
We're not really talking about this show right now.
I don't have anything to say.
Look, she's... Like, I'm supposed to be really worried for her safety. She's going to be fine by the end. She's going through this horrible traumatic ordeal. Now, am I supposed to believe that something about this sets her off to try to screw Lex over? I don't know. I kind of don't think so. I kind of think it's just a thing that happens and is a one-off that's pretending like it matters more. We do so much of this with, like recurring or like regular love interest characters in this show, where we just waste a lot of time giving them like thriller episodes like this, and then eventually they just go evil and try to kill the hero. It happens twice with Lana. It happens once with Lex. Has this occurred to you? I want to talk to you about this, John. Has it occurred to you? See, look at us. We're talking about Smallville again. We're not talking about Detroit Become Human now. We're talking about Smallville again. I'd rather talk about Detroit, but we're not going to. So, are you with me that, because I never thought about this before, that Helen is actually kind of the first of that irritating recurring trope? But it's not a Lana boyfriend. It's a Lex love interest. Like, it's the same thing.
Well, she's the first. Helena?
Yeah. Of these characters that we bring in, and we're supposed to get invested in the audience, and then we do episodes where they're put in danger, and it's supposed to be sad, and then ultimately they just go evil and try to kill our protagonist. It's the exact same thing that happens with the Lana boyfriends. There's no difference.
She's the finalized version, but the first one, and it's not 1-to-1, but the first one is that girl at the end of season 1 that like tries to betray him, but then he outsmarts her.
What are you talking about?
Oh, wait a minute. Maybe that is Helena.
That's
Helena's the doctor here, right?
Yeah.
I'm talking about that one girl that ends up. It turns out she's working for her dad to try to bankrupt Lex and Lionel.
But she's not a murderer.
Right. That's why I mean it's not a 1-to-1, but it's kind of the first one for a prototype.
No, that one doesn't count because they're not in love.
That's fair.
That it doesn't count. It's only 3 episodes. And I mean, this isn't a whole season, but it's through a lot of a season, even though there's a lot of space in between. And she doesn't get in the intro, but like it's the turning a character that kind of 3-part thing feels like they had an arc mapped out. Whether you like it or not, the other characters I'm talking about, it seems like there's a light switch placed somewhere where they go, we don't know what to do with this person anymore. We'll make them evil and we'll have them try to kill the protagonist.
No, yeah, that's fair.
So I'm saying they're all murderers.
Robert Wild, we're doing pretty good. I hope you enjoy your movie.
Yeah, have fun. I hope it doesn't suck.
AMC Comics says Arrow and Flash at their best were at least equal in quality to Smallville.
What's it?
AMC Comics says Arrow and Flash at their best were at least equal in quality to Smallville.
Yeah. I think Arrow at its best goes a little beyond Smallville, actually. I'll go that far. I think there's some better storytelling in some of the best in that show.
Agree with that.
There's just not a lot of it. It just doesn't last very long.
And TH1, I don't understand this one, but you know who doesn't have Chloe's best interest at heart? Keith. That's who. Too soon?
Yeah, let's not do that. He's talking about the real life cult thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, can we not? That's weird. I thought he was a character on the show. Lois Lane, Lana Lang, Lex Luthor, all Clark's great loves. I mean, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know why Meacham hasn't quit working for Lex by now. That is a big gun. Look at the size of that gun.
That's like something that the Commandos in Predator would carry as a sidearm.
This is trying to be like a serial killer thriller, and it'd kind of be better if whoever we were going after was just trying to kill Lex, and it didn't have anything to do with Helen. Oh, also, I've always made fun of this. This tiny town has this big train station.
Yeah, that's never been mentioned before.
It's never been mentioned before. And I've had people argue with me about this. I'm sticking to my guns on it, man. This is supposed to be, we keep saying it's a small town. And I know I say this all the time. It's 45,000 people. I lived in Lawrence, Kansas, which is supposed to be like some 20, 30 minutes away from Smallville, if Smallville was a real place. And it is 45 to 50,000. It's a college town. It's where the University of Kansas is. We don't have a train station like this. What is this doing in this town that I'm supposed to think is small enough it's only got 1 or 2 coffee shops? It's preposterous.
Yeah, that's
Come on,
nuts.
it's ridiculous. Look how many trains there are. And Lex knows something about guns and self-defense. But see, this time, he's maybe going to go even farther, where he's going to pretend like it's self-defense. Yeah, Tom, we're not going to keep doing more fanfics on After Dark, probably.
I will say, though, like, it doesn't make sense, but this is a nice... like atmospheric.
I really like how this is shot, and you know I've had almost nothing but negative things to say about this episode. The directing is really solid, and
is this Beeman?
Yeah, I think this is Beeman. Well, I don't remember. I'll look it up. I'll look it up. Now I'm second guessing myself because I think the last time I saw his name was like an episode or 2 before. I haven't pulled my textbook out yet, John.
Man, you came prepared. You brought a textbook.
Yeah. Well, remember I have these season companions.
Yeah.
That go through season 7 and they stop making them. No, this is Terrence O'Hara. I don't know who he is.
Interesting.
But if he didn't make like a independent thriller, he should, because this is edited really nicely. This would make it like a better short or a silent movie or something, because I don't care about the context of any of this, but suddenly I'm a little engaged because this looks great and I like you said, there's some nice atmosphere and some cool lighting, and Lex just got knocked down again. He got knocked down, but he got up again. And you're never gonna keep him down. Well, I don't know if I can count Lex getting knocked out yet, because he's just fighting.
No, he's definitely out now. No, wait.
No, he's just laying there. Oh God, what is it with people trying to kill Lex with axes? We could have almost counted Des. Oh yeah, this is great. We're like he knocks into the train. This whole episode should have just been this.
Yeah.
Oh, he can't bring himself to do it. He still can't do it.
I want you to do it. I want you to do it.
This episode is just not important enough for this to be a turning point for Lex toward the dark side.
I do like that it's kind of like full circle, right? Like, he didn't hesitate to with Nixon, but this guy...
But that situation was different.
That's fair.
Because Nixon was about to kill Jonathan Kent.
Why are you pointing a gun at him? He didn't shoot anyone.
And remember, like, he would have been killing that guy in cold blood. He couldn't get to his gun fast enough. So when Lex says,
yeah, that's fair.
Self-defense, he doesn't mean it's actually self-defense. He says nobody's there. He'll have an easy defense, and he'll win it. See, what I love about the sheriff is how much she can't stand his getting involved like this, and that there's nothing she can do about it because he just keeps showing up to stuff. She can't tell why. We could have done some really interesting parallels with her and Lex. I'm sorry, what?
The little marquee was Silent Film Festival.
Oh, cool. Do you know where this is going, John?
I know.
What do you think she's going to do?
She's going to punch the crap out of him.
No, she's going to go for a Power Ranger kick. This is insane.
Well, see, we got to pay off that one training scene.
Why is everybody in Smallville, like, nuts and takes these kinds of risks and stuff? See, this guy's not a Kryptofreak. Is it upbringing? Is it, like, what is it?
Well, I mean, considering what parents we've seen from Smallville, it probably is upbringing.
Maybe he had Kryptofreak parents. Oh, I don't want to watch this show now. The climax was fun. I don't think I can turn green based on that climax, though.
Yeah, no, it's a little preemptive, but I'm turning red.
You know what, though? I'm a little closer because they're in the loft, but I don't...
Cap loves when Lana and Clark are in the loft.
No, I just have to pretend like it's the most amazing thing ever because of all the crap I got from you early on. So now, yeah!
Woohoo!
Woohoo! All right.
AMC Comics says, no, a Chun-Li kick.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. She played
Chun-Li,
but she could have been a Power Ranger.
She could have been. What?
Don't trust her, Lex. You're getting close to a season finale, which means you have to be put in mortal danger.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Just make sure you have lots of parachutes. And don't sit with your wife, you know. You know what would be really funny? I don't think this is where it happens. It'd be really funny if he had this whole speech where he wanted to kill that guy, and I love that he says he could have gotten away with it. Like that was absolutely his intention. It would be really funny if this was where he proposed. Maybe it is though. I don't remember. I wanted to kill that man. Marry me. Oh, I think it is. Okay, this is pretty funny. You don't... See, this is how you know that this is a bad idea to get married. Because you started your engagement speech with, I wanted to kill him for you. And that's when I knew we had to get married. Him.
Interesting song choice.
Oh, yeah. Maybe...
Like, this is not the song you would pick if this was supposed to be a happy moment.
And yet it still plays kind of mixed to me. No, I think you're right. But maybe it's... But it doesn't read that the reason it's a not a happy moment is because something's going on with her. It's that Lex is doing it for the wrong reason. You know what I mean? Like, I would almost expect this to turn... Maybe the direction this should have gone is Lex does something, like, uncouth that accidentally gets her killed. You know? That's where it feels like this is going.
And these episodes are just getting... Descriptions are just getting lamer and lamer.
I thought you were going to say the episodes were getting longer and longer.
The next one after this is Accelerate. After Lana is visited by the ghost of her childhood friend, she turns to Clark for help uncovering the truth about the stranger visitor.
Yeah, the girl that it turns out died in front of Lana when she was a child. I mean, so much trauma in her life. How is she even remotely adjusted? And some of the things I don't like about her, you could say, well, yeah, Cap, it's because she's not well adjusted. But the show doesn't know that. If that were the case. And then they do a follow up to this. This is Emily. This is the... Do you remember this whole thing?
Emily sounds familiar.
This girl that died and then a clone of her comes back.
Oh yeah, I do remember that. I always thought this was kind of lame.
Are you having the best time?
I was until we got to this string of episodes.
Yeah, we've got Witness before Accelerate.
Yeah.
That's that other episode I was telling you is kind of lame.
Yeah.
We've got 4 in a row.
It really feels like this is where they ran out of budget.
And ideas. For one-offs.
Because let's see, after that is Calling, which is... Looks like that's back to story and then the finale.
Yeah. It's just like they did with season 1, except this feels a lot more like a 2-part finale. Because I don't think there's any kind of, like, Kryptofreak A story or anything with that. Okay. Do you need to get up and get anything, or do you want to just blow through this next one?
Let's just blow through this next one.
Okay. What John really says is that we're going to fall asleep, and this is going to be the one show where we don't say anything. This one's not bad. Like, it's all right. Okay, make sure you're at timestamp 0. You're watching episode 19 now? No, 20. I can count. Look, I don't have the mathematician here anymore.
It's on your screen.
No, I know, but I had the way the dots were, I couldn't tell where I was. Okay, everybody, please. If I wasn't looking at the episode title, I should have been. Look, I'm getting out of it. Okay, all right. It's late.
What?
Don't worry. He'll do something stupid here in like 3 minutes, and then I can make fun of him too. Okay, everybody, please. Sorry, what?
I said, yeah, pretty much.
That's where we're at right now. Everybody, please press play right now.
Update the episode title.
Thanks, man.
I also think, do we owe everybody a wheel spin?
I think we do at least. I think we got to do at least one. Oh, it's crazy that we've watched 19 of these today already.
Yeah.
Don't you feel accomplished and also wondering why?
I felt very accomplished until we hit the last 3 episodes so far. Now I feel like my time has been wasted by the show.
I told you, man. Big waste of time. Oh, no. He's like the vulture. He overextended himself. Oh no, come on, Clark. You gotta have your priorities straight. He just wants to spend all of his time with Lana now that she seems to have forgotten once again the last time he acted like he was on Red Kryptonite. What were we doing? Wheel spin. All right. Oh, there it goes. It's a spin-in. Pick something in the scene and count it every time it comes up.
Chloe's jealousy.
1.
2. Just
3.
every word.
Sorry, what?
Just every word.
I'm counting facial expressions too. 4, 5, 6,
12. So that's how numbers work.
That's how numbers work. Oh, let's count these polls. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I got 19 of those polls. I count 1 crossbow.
Leo, I'm excited that you're inspired to watch Daredevil. I hope that goes well for you.
Yeah. I'm glad that...
Oh
hey, I wonder
God.
if these guys are from Krypton.
That's just what actual Kryptonians look like. Clark's a fraud.
It's weird how they're born with their heads open in the back like that. That's a car crash.
Do you think Christopher Nolan was just a really big fan of this specific episode of Smallville?
Flip that truck
He's like,
upside
I
down.
can do that.
I could do it, but a lot bigger and in the middle of a city street. John, I think that's exactly what happened.
There's somebody goes flying.
Oh wait, no, this is the same episode that I was talking about. You read the A story and I kind of forgot, or maybe the B story, and I kind of forgot that it was the same thing as this. These things, I have the same problem I do with a lot of like episodic, more modern day Star Trek, where it's like, okay, I remember this plot in this, but then there's another subplot, and I remember that also, but I don't know which one goes with which. And I've got that with a lot of Smallville. Which means I need to figure out what accelerate is. That's not the Pete driving the car show, is it? Because I always think that's season 2, but I bet that is what it is. Oh no, this is the Emily one. Accelerate.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because you told me that.
Oh, no. Sorry. I'm confused now. Oh, we're just farther along than I think we are. I need to copy and paste here, don't I?
No, you're on the right.
Am I on the right one? Okay.
Yeah, episode 20.
Oh, okay. So it's Emily after... Sorry, my brain's not working at all right now. I'm catching up. My apologies.
Who?
What?
Where?
That's a nice bit of continuity. He doesn't want to report what he saw because Sheriff Adams seeing him again seems like a bad idea.
I just love the idea that the sheriff is so mad at him he can never witness a crime ever again.
Well, he can't use his powers. I mean, that's decent drama. I like that. What's a little bit odd is he identifies them as going to the high school by the high school rings, which, of course, makes sense. But isn't it kind of weird to do a big close-up of the ring, and this doesn't end up having anything to do with Red Kryptonite? Because the first place my brain goes is, oh, man, somehow he's going to wind up on Red Kryptonite again.
Yeah, like, why are they green?
I think they ran out of red. No, it wasn't green. He didn't get hit with green kryptonite.
Oh. It looked green.
Yeah, it didn't look red. I'm not sure if like they ran out of the vein and they had to use some other material or.
Yep, there's the inhalers.
Yep. And then this is weird because this is the other brother from Home Improvement.
We're just missing the third one.
Yeah. He's like, well, if Jonathan Taylor Thomas can be in this show, I can do it too. We were both in the Vancouver neighborhood. And I don't mean to say every time there's any sort of Kryptofreak, it feels like a first season episode, but the formula of this and the absurdity of the choice just makes it feel like
this feels like a leftover.
Yeah, exactly. Well, he's not Hercules.
He's not Superman, you know.
Wait, he said 0 to hero. You see.
This actor is really good at just pulling off the dumbest facial expressions.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember this, but he's also in a one-off episode of Buffy season 7, and he's also really stupid in that.
Yo, yeah. Yeah. I remember that.
I love that episode, but...
Look, he can't help the facial expressions he was born with. Oh, Lionel's back. Time to pull the hair down.
It's Lewis. Or what were we calling him?
I don't remember. But he's up there pretending to read a book.
That's why we're all gonna die. He didn't read the book.
What was his name? Oh, Liam, right?
Yeah, it was Liam. It's Liam Luthor.
Liam Luthor. Stuff of legend!
The Grand Adventures of Liam and Lexi Luthor.
Lexi Luthor. Popular film director makes a movie based on truck that flipped over in our town.
For some reason, they decided to call it Superman. I don't know where they got that title.
Okay, well, you guys have gone back and forth, like, bugging each other and stealing stuff from each other and getting your friend's mom kidnapped. It's just a normal year in Smallville. You think it's more refined kryptonite? Just how much of that stuff do you need?
All of it. Edge one $2 super chat. At my school, we get to pick what our rings look like, stone and design. Are most schools like that for their rings?
Yeah, I don't know.
The almighty Dagon Sphere is back.
Oh, hi, Dagon Sphere. I think this is going to be the last appearance of Henry Small. I forgot he was in this.
Yeah, because I think they write him off when his wife, like, files for divorce.
Oh, did they actually write him out? Oh, you know what? They did. I think
yeah, because he wanted to try to repair his marriage.
That's what it was, and he's like, I can't. Okay, so I said that the warning that she gave him earlier, or that she gave Lana, his wife, earlier, doesn't amount to anything. Maybe they think that pays it off, okay? Where he's like, well, I gotta repair my marriage because of all these mistakes I've made, so I don't have time for you now. And like, is that what she's warning her about? Because if it is, that's kind of clunky. Because not exactly what she was talking about.
That just makes the wife look like, yeah.
No, she seems kind of awful. Yeah.
That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah, when you stand up too long, your vocabulary dwindles down to a much shorter number than what you began with.
Evolution, I said this earlier in the season episode.
Well, hey, it's been a while, man. Sometimes I gotta experience it for myself.
That was a week ago.
It was. I think it might have been 9 months ago.
Well, you know, with Martha being pregnant, that's possible.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah. Thanks to the ship, man. It's the alien aphrodisiac. That thing's important.
I like that they're still doing this. Like, nothing's changed.
Yeah.
It looks like he's got a pop figure.
And also, what? And also, what is she wearing?
Screw you, Chloe. I'm taking the pop figures.
We're having a professional divorce, and I want all the cool trinkets from your desk. Anything
you know
that
I'm gonna
kid.
Give Chloe this one.
Yeah.
She's in the right here. He blew her off again.
Yeah. No, I think so. I think that's true. The problem is whenever actors make choices.
Oh, walking away angry.
Oh, thank you. Whenever actors make choices that are the same as, like now when they are being reasonable, as a time when they weren't reasonable and I was irritated with them, it's hard for my brain not to get triggered by that and go, God, you're annoying. I don't care if you're right. I don't like the way I don't like your face. You know what I mean?
Look, it's Flubber.
Flubber?
Yeah, in the jar.
God, there are too many secrets of the U.S., seriously. There are so many of them.
That's what makes TMNT 2 brilliant.
You know what these guys need? They need kryptonite
melt kryptonite?
They need kryptonite tattoos to go along with their... Actually, they I can't remember. Did that also give you super strength? It did, right? You could walk through walls and it gave you super strength? Or did it just give you super strength? I mean,
I don't remember them saying it gave them super strength.
Okay. I was going to say, because if it did, then the walking through walls thing...
He was just weak against them because they had kryptonite in their veins.
So the only real memorable thing about this part of the episode, about this part of the story, is that he gets thrown in this oven and all of his clothes burn up. And the way they shoot it's kind of cool. That's why it's memorable.
How did they figure out how to do this?
That's always the question. How do you figure out you can put a tattoo on yourself and you walk through walls? Who was the first person that had to try that? Kind of embarrassing when you just slam into something.
Who decided, I'm going to inhale this?
Look, baseball is very important to me, okay? Because James Earl Jones told me that baseball marks the times.
Tom is once again asking what happened to Mark after Home Improvement. I have no idea. I assume he's also a character actor.
Or maybe not acting, just like Jonathan Taylor Thomas. Maybe he became a baseball player.
Like Frankie Muniz became a race car driver?
Right, yeah, exactly. That's just what I was thinking about.
That still weirds me out.
I don't know who that is.
Frankie Muniz?
I mean, I don't right off knew who that is. Why don't you tell me?
Malcolm in the Middle, Agent Cody Banks.
Oh, okay. I mean, I know who you're talking about now. I've never seen those things.
He's just like a staple of TV when I was a kid, so I was like, I thought everybody knew him.
Yeah, but that's all after my time, so if it's aimed at like teenagers, I'm not looking at it at that point.
No, that's fair.
We got an age gap, man.
Oh, weird.
I gotta say Kryptonite as many times as I can say it because now we get to say it.
Yeah, Tom. So just so you are aware, I guess he literally only did 4 things. He did Home Improvement, an episode of Batman Beyond, and Little Bigfoot 2, and Seventh Heaven.
Weird. And this.
No, not him. The youngest one in Home Improvement.
Oh, I see.
He played Rat Boy in Batman Beyond. That's the last thing he's credited.
You're an idiot. But I like the high school kid doesn't know how that works. It's funny.
Well, if I'd been Clark, I would have been sitting there watching.
Yeah. Batmite says you guys are strong. Thanks. We figured out how to sit in a chair for 24 hours.
Without killing each other.
Yeah, and I can still string a sentence together. 2 sentences might be pushing it. There, I did it. That's 3. Holy God, that's amazing. Anyway. Okay, so it will turn out that she is in fact not cheating on her husband, and that's like her lawyer or something. But they were like way too friendly.
No, that was straight up just kissing. Like
for that to make sense, too friendly. She said, "You didn't see what you thought you saw." Well, I thought I saw you kiss that guy. Oh, you didn't kiss that guy.
Why did you show up behind her like a horror movie character?
Is that face? Look, everybody.
That's not what you think it is.
Lana, everyone in Smallville has the potential to kill you. You could probably tell me more of the people that have not tried to kill you. You need bodyguards. All the time.
I hate this.
Yeah. And I just don't like her.
That's just not fair. Like,
yeah, that you she finally finds her like this woman needs to look at it from Lana's perspective. Her parents died by meteors in front of her. Come on now. See, this whole you win thing, that's I keep saying passive aggressive, but that's this show sometimes.
Like, you're telling this 16-year-old girl that she came between you and your husband.
Yeah, she ruined your marriage. And so Lana's gonna, I guess from her perspective, do the right thing and say, fine, I guess I'm not gonna be in your life anymore. I forgot they wrote him out like this. I thought they just forgot about him. It's all coming back to me now, folks. Dagon Spear, that lawyer could be a close friend. Yeah, she's married. You don't kiss a close friend like that.
Yeah,
it's just bad form. Especially in public. Like, you know, you live your life the way you live your life. Whatever. I'm not going to judge.
Behind a 16-year-old girl.
Yeah, you don't do that either.
It's not what you thought it was.
Yeah, no.
You ruined my marriage.
You see what I'm saying with this show? Like, showing one thing and then saying it's something else because it's like Snyder sometimes, you know? It's like we gotta show you what's entertaining and what'll keep your attention, and then we'll afterwards tell you that it's the thing we need to make the story work. We do it with violence, and I guess we do it with attraction.
That must be why I like the Snyder trilogy as well.
I guess.
All connected.
But I've always complained that I don't want to get into this too much again. But wait, you know what? I don't want to talk about this right now.
No, that's fair.
This is the start of not to get anything, not because I'm worried about getting into it with you, but because I want to talk about this. So the whole Lionel Chloe thing, is weird, but like I like them on screen together so much. I get conflicted about it because it's just so weird that he would even give a high school kid the time of day like this.
I like that he respects her in a way.
Yeah, that's true.
But no, like, that's fair. I don't have the like brain power to debate film. But no, like I like that she's kind of in a dark place after that argument with Clark, even though that argument was nonsense, and he kind of takes advantage. I'm reading the newspaper. Haven't you ever seen a newspaper? Where all of the woman in Lana's crazy now, this lady, what was her mom and grandmother like? By all accounts, her mom was a nice person. If I remember correctly.
Yeah, as far as anybody can tell.
And then they never mentioned the grandma.
Yeah, I mean, all we really have that I remember anyway is what little Henry Small says about his relationship with her and that speech in that early season 1 episode. That's all I remember.
That Chloe's an insanely jealous person who can only have it one way or another. Okay, so that's what they're doing, right? It's the parallel, like she's come between this marriage and come between the friendship.
Yep.
Apparently Lana should just like disappear.
But everyone who she cares about leaves.
Yeah, because apparently she just makes them so mad. This kid could have also been a Power Rangers actor.
Yeah, absolutely. Dagon Spear, I get what the show is doing with Lionel and Chloe, but my point is just the fact that he ever even thought to look at a high school newspaper is kind of crazy.
I can kind of see it just because he would know that she's close to Clark.
If that's the reason that he did it, I kind of like some connective tissue there because I don't know.
No, that's fair.
They never tell us that, but sure, yeah. I mean that makes sense. If he's looking into people, because he's got a whole file on Clark, but we never see him actually investigating and doing any of that. So
we also don't know if he could actually read the file.
What do you mean?
Was he blind when he had the file, or was he already able to see?
Well, we don't know how long he was compiling it either.
True.
Like, he could have had that started before he was blind, I guess? Question mark?
There's so many questions. Whoa.
That's a cool set redress. Oh, it's still our office.
This is a question for... This is a mystery for Scooby-Doo.
Walking away angry. This is the thing this show does a lot too, where we'll kind of like jump between subplots by having Clark like in the middle of some character drama, and then suddenly, oh god, the Kryptofreak story just came back in. I gotta deal with this again. It's kind of weird that we're coming up against, this is so like back to basics, brass tacks, that he's just fighting super strength again. Like, I guess they're more, they're stronger than anybody else he's been up against.
Are they though? Like, are they any stronger than Tina?
Yeah, maybe not. But strength in numbers, John.
Oh.
There's more of them now.
They have an army. We have a Clark Kent. How did they get there, though?
How did they get where? What?
So, he threatens Clark's parents.
Yeah.
By the time Clark gets there, they've already beat them up, tied them up, and left. But he's supposed to be super fast. The timeline doesn't make sense there.
Did he? Well, yeah, but we didn't see the other guys.
True.
So when he says that to Clark, I think the implication is that they've already got his parents up in the ceiling like that. And he's at school, but the other kids aren't. I think that's supposed to be the idea, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Because they're not there with him. But they could have been up there a really long time.
I just like the idea that they've been there for like a week, waiting. Day 5, they think I am the boulder. Day 6, he keeps bringing this one girl over and they argue in this loft. I don't understand.
Tom, does the torch get destroyed at least once a season? I don't think it did last season, did it?
Doesn't it? Yeah, it gets burned down by the coach.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I guess it does. Forgot about that. We could have counted that.
The torch
Robert
goes away
count
after season 4.
No, I don't actually want to count that. Oh, it was refined meteor rocks. Why does he need so much of that?
Oh, yeah, I figured that's what it was. Because that's why they stole it, to melt it down.
Yeah. And I think eventually we'll see more of the stuff he was doing with experiments. I can't remember now. Like, it's not just the stuff with the cave. He's doing other crazy things with it. Okay, here's an idea, Lex. We're going to give you a kryptonite tattoo. We're going to have you walk through the truck.
Well, no, see, knowing Lex's luck, he instead, like, sink through the floor.
Oh. It's unfortunate.
Because it's never guaranteed that you get the same power.
The universe really doesn't like Clark much of the time, does it?
No, it doesn't.
I like all the Luthor Corp trucks. Can I just say, and I was wearing the shirt last time, I've always been a big fan of the Luthor Corp logo.
That's a good one. You know, they were like clunky and really pain to use. I love those old cell phone looks.
Oh, sure.
For, like, media.
Well, it's nice for TV because it's nice and big.
Like, I love the like flip phone he has in the Matrix, or not the flip phone, but like the slide phone.
You know, I'm gonna sound really lazy when I say this, and it's not like I can't deal with subtitles and things, But is it not refreshing sometimes to go back to shows like this? It's weird to think, you know, how old this stuff is now, and not have to read people texting.
It is kind of refreshing, but I also always use subtitles, so it's kind of the same thing.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, I do that, but it's different narratively. Where, like, I've constantly, I like a good dialogue exchange. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
I don't like reading it on the screen. It's just I like people talking to each other, and not always just writing to each other, because that's a whole different other dynamic, and it kind of, you know, reminds me too much of my everyday life. I'm constantly having to text people.
Well, no, and that's fair, especially with a lot of the times when there's like a text scene, it really feels like a 50-year-old trying to write like how a 16-year-old texts.
Oh, sure.
That's like when game companies will show off multiplayer games, they'll have this like demo, you know, to show off the gameplay, and it sounds like everybody's just reading from a script.
Robo Brando, hey, I only did a few of these in a row and I fell asleep. I don't know how you guys are still going. And I like Smallville.
I've had 3 monsters and 4 cups of coffee.
Oh my goodness. I haven't done anything like that much caffeine. I've had 3 cups of coffee from start to a few hours ago.
The only downside with the coffee is, so I just put a little bit of creamer and like that's my cup of coffee. But they gave me this fat-free creamer and it's disgusting. Or not fat-free, sugar-free, sorry. And it doesn't taste right.
So, this Eric kid just gets insane here, and it's hilarious. Clark's like, don't do it. That's bullet time.
He's on the same level as, like, the heat vampire.
Yeah, and because we've been talking over this, am I right about this? Where Clark's solution finally is just show up and actually fight them?
Yeah, he just shows up and smacks them with a brick.
Does he do anything special? Like, because before it's
the only one.
Oh no, they're really strong. What am I gonna do? I guess get thrown in a furnace. And now it's just your answer is be proactive. Show up.
The only one that I saw him fight was the lead guy, and he just smacked him with a heavy piece of brick. But I also think, like, the other ones was like he was either holding back or caught off guard.
Yeah, it's sort of like last week when there was a guy trying to kill me in a train, and the train started rocking and we all just fell over. That was weird, right?
You're talking about Scream 6?
No, I'm not.
Oh.
I haven't seen that.
I haven't either, but Austin and I kept joking that because the only footage we saw for a while is Ghostface on a train, that the whole movie is just going to be Ghostface on a train.
Well, I think they'd sell more tickets if they called it that.
I mean, yeah.
I would go see Ghostface on a train. I want to see Scream 6. I don't give a crap about Scream, the other movies I might go back to that franchise at some point. I'm just saying, like, I'm not going to watch them all right now. But if you called it Ghostface on a train, I might think, you know what? Maybe I don't need to see those other Scream movies. Maybe I just want to see Ghostface on a train. You know what I'm saying?
That's all I want to see.
You know, I've thought about seeing prequels to things that I didn't care about just because the premise looked interesting and they changed the name. Marketing is important, kids. This is another thing that makes me feel sometimes like my time is wasted, where I have to watch you write characters out because actors are leaving. And I get that you need to do something with them, but it's not always, you know, super compelling. And there's not always a great answer to it. Like, this isn't god-awful or anything, but it's, I don't know. It sucks. It's disappointing. I like this guy. And I don't like his wife. And I kind of don't care if they get divorced. I think it'd be better for Henry Small if he let that woman divorce him and then had a relationship with Lana. I think that'd be better for him, probably, but that's just me.
Robo Brando says, If we develop some kind of Geiger counter that calculated levels of unlikability, who would it set off more out of season 2 through 4 Chloe and post season 2 Felicity? I think Felicity gets way worse than Chloe ever did.
Easily, because Chloe has ups and downs. There are still points in the show that I find her sympathetic and like her okay, and other points where I don't. And Felicity, there's a place, as soon as she becomes a love interest for Oliver, it's all downhill from there. There's never a place where she jumps back up in my favor again. Like, it never happens. So there you go.
The Arrow also, like, changes the entire show to revolve around her.
Yeah, and that's a huge mistake. Like, Clark and his parents really need rules about, like, looking both ways before you use your powers. Lana's just standing right in the doorway, and Clark could have been doing anything. He could have been like, "Oh, Dad, you have some bread. Let me heat it up for you." "Oh, hi, Lana."
The fact that nobody, like, even questions, or, like, the fact that just people drop by constantly is amazing.
Yeah, it's amazing. They need a perimeter fence, man. As much as Lana needs bodyguards.
No, Lana needs a suicide squad.
She does, man. You know what that would be, too? It'd be the stuff of legend.
Yes. I want Peacemaker, the John Cena Peacemaker, to be running around Smallville. And King Shark running around, "New dumb friend." And, like, the entire town is just terrified of him.
I don't care that you have secrets, Clark. I don't think he should ever say that.
I mean, to be fair, she can't count on him to keep her safe.
That's true. Sure. Oh, he's wearing his creepy coat.
He's gonna take her to his pizza roll basement.
No, don't say that.
Sorry, I was gonna stop, but then it felt awkward to stop halfway through the sentence.
I like how he's. Oh, I was gonna say he's pretending like he didn't know that this happened, but he's not. He said he didn't hear about it, but let's not pretend like that's not the reason he's here. He's gonna offer her something. We all know where this is going.
"I'm here to make you an offer you can't refuse." Is he the Luther father?
What's that?
Is he the Luther father instead of the Godfather?
Yeah, it just rolls off the tongue. Daggspear, I didn't say the fence would be practical. I just say they need something. They need it. They should get it like an invisible one.
Would it really be that? Would it really be that suspicious? They live on a farm. They used to have livestock.
They still have some livestock.
Do they? I just feel like we haven't seen them in a few episodes.
No. We had cows recently. There was like an overhead shot. There were cows.
We've got cows.
Yeah. We don't want them coming in and out of the house again.
Yeah, so we built a fence.
So we built this barbed wire fence. You're gonna have to ring the doorbell and talk to the ring so that you don't see us use our superpowers.
Oh, so yeah, she's already spent her summer at the Daily Planet. Interesting. I thought that was season 2 into 3.
No. That happens. That happens over the summer. She talked about that in the beginning, in Heat. In Heat.
Everyone's favorite episode, the puberty metaphor.
Right. But they can only have one word episode title, so they called it Heat. You know, puberty metaphor would have been a little bit on the nose too. Like,
what if they just called it puberty?
That's great. Yeah.
Or metaphor.
Yeah, well, there's one thing I wanted to mention. We're doing an episode, a couple of these now from now called Calling, and I just realized that we weirdly have like almost band names that are in the show in the first 2 seasons, because we got one in the first season called Zero, like Remy Zero, and then we have The Calling. I want to make sure I said that, someplace. Yeah, I know Lionel gets to the job later, but she had... I thought she had the internship in the first place, like she was already at the Daily Planet. I don't remember.
Yeah, he mentions that she had a internship with the Daily Planet.
Okay, so anyway, we're going to take a little break here, guys. That was 2 episodes, was it not?
It was.
You ready to do a sign flip?
I like the very ending, but the rest suck.
Yeah, it's a good ending, certainly. Got some intriguing stuff with Chloe and Lionel there, and I'm back and forth on it through next season. I ultimately really like how some of that goes down at the end. We'll talk about all that when we get to it. But the rest of that was kind of rough.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. We've got 3 left. John, we should make a call here. Do you want to... I'm going to give you a couple of options here. Do you want to... It's a little early. Well, it's a little early on my end, not so much your end. Do you want to go ahead and break for dinner? Or do you want to watch one more after a quick break and then break for dinner? Or do you want to just come back after a break and do all 3 and eat later?
I'm not really hungry, so like I'm good with just taking a break and then pushing through and going from there.
Okay.
What do you want to do?
No, I can do that. I think. Yeah, I think I'll be right. I'm gonna get some coffee probably.
Yeah.
All right.
If we need to, we can break later for lunch or dinner, whatever it is.
Sweet. We'll be all right, man. We're nearly there. It's like it's practically home stretch time.
Yeah.
No, there's no episodes called Zeppelin and Floyd, but that'd be great. I was reading the Brando. Thanks, Robo Brando. Is that like Robo Marlon Brando? Because that's really funny, actually.
I made him an offer he can't beep boop beep beep.
Oh my god. I love doing this with John. John's the best. Okay, we'll see you in about 4 minutes, guys. Hey everybody, we have 3 episodes left, and we're still alive. I can't speak for John. He was alive last I saw him 5 minutes ago. So much Superman, so much Smallville. Oh, there he is. Hello, John.
I live.
He lives to tell the tale, but perhaps not as articulately as yesterday. All right, guys. We've got 3 more, man. We are in the home stretch here. John, let's do one more, and I'm going to see how I'm feeling. My wife's actually got dinner cooking for me. She's going to, that she already had put in. She's going to kind of have it heating. So I don't know if I'm going to do one more and then eat, or if I'm going to go ahead and just go eat really quick after this one. We'll see where we're at. Is that all right?
Whichever. Yeah.
All right. Thanks, buddy. All right, so now it's time for the first Emily episode. Like I said, this one's not bad. It's better than the one we just watched, I think. I think my sign will flip green on this one, like mildly, but we'll see how I feel about it after seeing it again.
No, for sure. And now for the Gungan impressions.
See, I can't even hardly do it when you.
Oh.
Yeah,
I just like my head.
You don't do it with headphones on, John. And by planet core, I assume you mean planet core.
Misa ready for Smallville.
Misa ready for some Smallville.
Should just review this entire episode in Gunganese. That's a commentary. We do a commentary on the Phantom Menace, but just like talking in Gungan.
Misa ship Chloe and Clark. Misa ship
like this drama.
Clark.
Chalark.
Chalark.
Misa think Chalark go to Chili's.
Oh boy, we're gonna listen to this back when we've had sleep and be like, I don't know if we'd call that a good show.
I would love to be played by Nick Cage. That would be an honor.
Okay, are we ready?
Yeah.
But he's Nick Cage. He doesn't need John.
Misa Nick Cage.
Misa called Nicolas Cage. All right, we're gonna watch. What is it? It's not Witness.
Misa watching Accelerate.
Accelerate. Thank you. This is an episode called Accelerate.
This episode brought to you by Boss Nass.
That last episode, muy bombad. You got me in a mode now. I'll do anything, man. Like. Okay, I want to do the Jar Jar Binks version of the thing you keep doing. You ready?
I'm ready.
Say something about Pete Ross.
Pete Ross is not in last week's episode.
Whosa? Are you, sir?
How would?
All right. 10 people are listening to this right now. It's really unfortunate anybody heard any of that. Okay, you guys ready? Let's get into it. Make sure at timestamp 0, you're watching episode 21 of season 2. It's Accelerate. We're going to get right into it. Everybody, please press play right now.
We still watching old movies.
He's still doing it. Oh, man. We should be in the stuff of legend.
Oh, Pete would be the worst person to go see a movie with.
This movie is from like 1941, and Lana is freaked the hell out.
Yeah, she's got to touch Clark's hand to make Chloe mad.
Like, I'm sorry, but even in 0203, you're just going to be too desensitized if you've ever watched anything to have that reaction to that movie.
Oh, and I've seen House on Haunted Hill.
Well, do you agree with what I just said?
Yeah, I mean, that movie's pretty tame.
I don't see it.
I can if you're not into the genre.
Well, I guess that's fair. But there's such a, even at this point, there's just such a blend of genre. I guess.
Remember The Shining?
I guess this show is one of the big things that starts doing that in the early 2000s, though, so. I mean, what we're basically learning is that Lana couldn't watch an episode of Smallville.
Yeah, she'd see herself getting attacked by Tina Greer and she'd freak out.
Well, sure. Or Emily. Yeah, see, the little girl's there. She came out of the. She didn't actually come out of the movie. I like this little girl. I think she does a really good job. She's good and creepy, but she's also adorable. You know, you gotta have one part of each for these kinds of horror roles. Of course, the big one for me is the little girl from Poltergeist.
I'm pretty sure that was House on Haunted Hill, Catherine.
It would be weird if the title on the marquee didn't match what they were watching.
Have you ever seen House on Haunted Hill?
I haven't.
The remake is like, it's okay. But the most impressive part of that is they turned Jeffrey Rush just into a clone of Vincent Price.
Oh.
Like, he looks exactly like Vincent Price. It's insane.
Okay, so I don't think I've ever had this thought before. Then you go back to my old review, I probably said this. But I don't remember ever having this thought. This, in a really weird way, is kind of like a Lana retread of Zero.
Yeah, I could see that.
Because it's about a horrible thing from her past that she feels bad about, that nobody knows about. And she didn't cover it up in the same way Lex did his thing. But with a character that she thought was dead, watched die, and seems to come back to life. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
It's not exactly the same thing, because it's a childhood thing and all of that. But yeah, it's interesting how many episodes this season are, if not sequels to previous episodes, are like, throwbacks in spirit to a previous episode or retreads. But I don't remember it feeling too horribly samey, like we kept doing the same thing over and over again that we'd done before.
And this one's much more horror-y.
Oh yeah, definitely.
That one's more psychological.
Psychological thriller, yeah.
Spooky kids scare me. Misa Spooky from Spooky Kids.
Make Misa freaking out!
Clark, Misa see dead people.
Misa know what you did last summer.
Tom would like to inform you that you did not make that point on your review for this episode.
Oh, good. Thanks, Tom. Look at me. I'm treading new ground, folks.
It broke new ground.
It broke new ground.
I quote Red Letter Media like every day, and half my friends are just like, "Oh, what?"
Yeah, I do that as well. Maybe not every day now, but a lot.
My favorite is still, how does it feel to see all your favorite franchises go up in flames? Feels great.
Hey, John, do you know how Lana feels right now as her past is being dredged up?
Spooked.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Catherine Hall, why would a ghost have the early 2000s butterfly clips in her hair? Because it's not a ghost.
What does a ghost need with a starship?
What does a ghost need with a starship? Aren't you a ghost? Don't you know?
No, we should ask Austin. No, I'm gonna ask Austin.
Austin, what does a ghost need with a starship?
I'm asking him right now.
Do you think this is another Greg Beeman episode? Because it kind of looks like it to me.
Yeah, I could see that, because I think at this point, I don't know, directed by James Marshall.
Oh, well, Marshall was another regular director who showed up a lot. Yep. I think they have kind of a similar style, but of course there's also sort of a Bible for certain things that you have to do to make a Smallville episode look like a Smallville episode. They talk about that in Talkville. But anyway, what are you saying?
Well, because at this point, wasn't Beeman doing a lot of like more show running stuff?
Yeah, but he still directed a ton of episodes.
This guy looks familiar.
Does he?
Yeah.
I think he directed more than anybody else, honestly. Like, when we get to Calling... No, that's another Terrence O'Hara episode, so I wonder how many he did. And, of course, there were several directors they had in the first season that they didn't bring back, and then as they went along, they started dwindling it down to, like, a rotation of 5 or 6 that they used most of the time. And I think a lot of long-running shows do that. Yeah, Beeman did Exodus. Like, I think he starts doing a lot of the real big shows.
Mm.
We're starting to get into kind of a formula with the season arcs where we're not quite to the big finale yet, but we're gearing up for it. So we got to have everybody starting to set up for a big event that may or may not get ruined. In this case, it won't. The ruining comes later.
Austin just replied, same reason as everything else, with a gif of Storm from X-Men. Take that as you will.
I will. I haven't decided how I'm going to take it yet, though.
Oh! I don't know if you've ever seen it, but the dad of the girl that everyone thinks is dead is the janitor in Scrubs.
Oh, okay. Oh, Catherine Hall just told you that already. You didn't have to look it up. She gave it to you.
Oh. Apparently he's also a police officer in Home Alone 3. Oh, interesting. He's also Jonathan Kent in Man of Tomorrow.
Oh, crazy. Have you seen that yet?
Yes, I was quite impressed.
It's great.
So I am almost caught up with the animated films.
Oh, I'm not. I'm like 6 behind.
That Green Lantern one sucked.
Everybody said that, but I'll still watch it.
I would actually be really curious about your thoughts on it.
Okay, so clearly Lionel has an angle here. Because I want you dead, son.
Is it a 90-degree angle?
Now, can I ask you a question? Because I can't remember how ambiguous we are about how behind the plane drop Lionel will end up being. I'm talking about things that haven't happened yet, but just as we're setting all of that up, do you, and kind of cool that it's this far back, do you buy, if he indeed is trying to kill Lex, that he would do that at this juncture?
No.
I'm not
Everything
sure
else in this season has been him wanting to bring Lex back into the fold.
Yeah.
He wants him under his control, not dead.
But then, because I think the issue is the writers haven't decided, I've talked about this already, but like just how much he knows about what's going on with the caves and Kryptonian technology and Clark and his powers. And so I think we're supposed to believe that all of that is important enough for him to have complete control over, that he might do something terrible to Lex. But I just don't know how much he knows and how much he thinks he can get from Lex at this point. Like, even beyond just, hasn't he put too much, like, investment in trying to finally, like, mold Lex into who he wants him to be? Like, even if you throw that out the window, it feels a little premature to me. I'm just not sure.
Is that the most professional that Chloe has dressed this entire season?
I thought you were going to say, is that the most professional layout she's done for the newspaper? I wasn't looking real close at what she was wearing. Hey, are bunnies like a typical creepy horror film thing?
No. Most of the times when horror goes to animals, it's like dogs and cats.
So this is trying to use something that's not used all the time.
Yeah.
Trying to make bunnies kind of creepy.
Is Granville a reference?
Say again?
Is Granville a reference?
No, it comes up a lot in this show, but I think Smallville invented that one. I'll look it up, though. I'm looking here, folks. Oh, no, that is a DC thing. I'm glad I looked. That's in Earth 2 place.
Oh, interesting.
That shows up in 1936. Like, it predates Superman.
Oh, weird.
Right? I guess they used it because it's in Kansas in the comics.
He did.
He's... Wait, I didn't think he died. I can't remember. Did Lionel, like, also clone him or something? Because I know he's in the other episode with Emily. When she grows up.
Is the whole cloning thing too far of a pseudoscience for where the show has been so far for you?
No, because it's essentially possible. I guess the difficulty with it is just that the clone has memories of the previous life. I think I'm just so used to that in like genre stuff.
I got you.
And because Kryptonite can do anything. I always love Snow's
bullet time
piano stuff. Yeah, like Ultra Bullet Time. God, this has got me wanting to watch The Matrix real bad.
Whoa.
Whoa. Clark knows Kung Fu. Oh, wait, no, he doesn't.
The new John Wick movie is getting really good reviews, so I'm hoping that's good.
The consistency of quality in that series, man.
It's crazy. Especially with they took some time off with like COVID and everything.
Yeah.
Aha, a clue.
Oh my God. What a jump scare.
You'll float too.
And we'll all float on okay.
You used to float down here, sir.
So how do you feel about this like straight up horror stuff in Smallville being more of a horror fan, John?
I like it potentially. Especially now that I'm older. I think the only problem with this is another like this isn't something I think you can just spring out of nowhere. Like you should have set this up.
In what way? Like we're talking about her in previous episodes, or?
Yeah, like we never get the gist that like she ever had a friend that died, or that she felt guilty about it.
I mean, I hate to play devil's advocate too much because I usually feel that way about stuff like this, but like it was a real early childhood thing. I can see her not talking about it. I can see her kind of burying things like that. I don't know how much she talks about her parents. You know, I mean, it's like real close together traumas.
Yeah, that's fair.
I can see the argument for it. But I'm conflicted as well. I'm not straight up taken up for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It can't be Jude Royce. He's dead. I just hope this doesn't end up with this little girl mailing them Casage's hand again.
That'll be their Christmas present.
We are going to see a severed hand next episode, though.
Oh.
And we're going to see one of Lionel's best line deliveries in the whole show. One of Glover's best deliveries. You just wait. It's going to be great. Oh, yeah, I'm going to get a Lionel suit next time, you guys. I'm actually really looking forward to seeing the finale of 3 again, because it's been a long time, and as perplexed as I've always been by Lionel shaving his head in prison, because I don't understand why he does that. There's no identity thing about him trying to be more like Lex or anything. I don't know why he does that, but his delivery or his performance is amazing, because he gets right to the end. He looks directly at a camera and he just says, "Thank you." It's like super unnerving. Catherine says they were 10, so it should only be 5 or 6 years ago. How long ago do they say it is? Like, are they ambiguous about the time period?
They don't say how long ago, but she just said that, like, how is she still 10? And if they're sophomores, they've got to be 15 or 16.
Yeah, well, and to be fair, that is consistent with the second episode where she'll age rapidly and then be the age that Lana is now.
Yeah. Well, I guess he's still alive.
That's what I was gonna say. I thought he lived, because I know that actor comes back.
He got impaled, so I thought he died.
They like to make things look real definite, John. That's what they do. God, watching Lex and Lionel just makes me want to dress up more. So, this episode is actually doing a decent job of keeping the mystery more or less under wraps, isn't it, John? Or like too often we'll kind of come out right away with a Kryptofreak and be like, we know that she's doing bad stuff, but we don't know what exactly she is yet. We're getting clues. It's like, well, she killed somebody or almost did. She is interacting with Lex, so she can't be a ghost.
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember the resolution of this, so I'm just kind of like, I have no idea what's going on.
I do, and I like it quite a bit. Got kind of a Scooby Gang thing going on. We don't have Clark and Lana investigating stuff together very often.
They just need a talking dog.
Indeed.
Everything would be better with a talking dog.
I mean, it depends on your definition of better.
What if their talking dog was just Chucky?
Another season formula thing. Tell me if you think I'm wrong about this, John, that I think, because I haven't really thought about this much, that I think we do a lot with Smallville is 2 to 3 from the end of the season, we like to do the kind of one-off horror episode like this. And, of course, we'll sometimes have more than one a season, but they're just real overt kind of jump scare type, you know, like long walking down hallway suspenseful scene kind of episodes. Like, I know season 4 has got the one where all the students get trapped in a duplicate of the high school. Do you remember that? Like a replica of the high school?
I vaguely remember.
Right, there's a kid that wants to keep everybody in high school forever, but he doesn't have the power to keep himself young, so he like forces everybody. That is also about this place in a season.
Interesting. I could see that. I don't remember. What was season 1?
See, that's what I'm trying to remember. I'll go back to an episode list and see if my theory holds any water or if I'm trying to make a pattern out of 2. But yeah, so you have a hard time connecting with this because it just hasn't come up before?
So far, but I could see it going either way as we get further into the mystery. Because I only really remember the vague, premise of this episode.
I think it's working tonally okay.
Yeah, no, tonally it's pretty consistent. Although Clark continues to find things that he shouldn't be able to find.
Okay, so I don't know if my theory is right, but here's a couple of things. So I guess the thing is, what brand of horror are we talking about? Because you can make the argument that like a fourth to a fifth of Smallville episodes every season are kind of horror episodes, and then others have elements sprinkled in. But like the one that is most like this in being, kind of more somber horror is 17 in season 1, which is 5 from the end, and that's Reaper. Do you remember Reaper?
Oh yeah, I remember Reaper. No, I can see that there's a little bit of a pattern there. It's not always the exact same episode.
And then Crush was 3 from the end, like this is, and that was kind of a slasher episode. But then a lot of Kryptofreaks come off that way.
Yeah, for sure.
Anyway, I don't want to belabor that, but it was just a thought I had. Oh my god, it's the clone of the Iron Lung.
Spooky kids scare me.
It could be worse. She could be coming out of a TV.
True. 7 days.
Are you a Ring fan?
I think the American remake is really good. The Japanese film is alright. 2, I remember being really bad, and then that last one that we tried, Rings, or whatever, is hilariously bad.
Yeah, Austin was talking about doing that with the Blind.
He made me watch that.
I love The Ring, dude. I haven't seen it in a long time, and I saw that in the theater, and that had a big impact on me.
It's good. It's one of those things where it's good, but I prefer more like zombies and serial killer horror.
Sure. I want to like supernatural horror more, but too often just everything doesn't add up by the end.
Yeah, usually it's like The Conjuring or some crap like that.
It's just about the spectacle. Yeah. But like I was real impressionable when I first saw that because I had not seen a lot of horror, and I see that and 28 Days Later the same year, and those were just big movies for me that kind of made me accept the genre a little more.
I do like 28 Days.
It's my favorite zombie movie.
I actually have, I don't know where it's at right now, but I have the 28 Days Omnibus, which bridges 28 days and 28 weeks.
Is that any good?
It's alright.
Okay.
If you like Celine from that first movie.
Yeah, I didn't know that existed. Okay, so I'm going to give the Kent some advice here. If you're in the middle of a horror episode, turn your lights on. Try to make your place less spooky.
Okay, but there's clearly something was there.
Yes, Catherine, I do believe that was the cellar set again. And you know what? We could have been counting the cellar set. I'm hoping that Robert will put that on his list of 75. I challenge Robert to come up with 75 things we could have counted if we really wanted to. I don't know if he'll ever hear this far into this monster stream, but I hope we can get him to do that. I'm going to message him about it. I'm going to be like, you have homework now. We're not going to count it all. I just want to see what he comes up with. You know what's going to be on there, right?
Everything.
Disco Ball.
Of course. Misa like a disco ball.
AMC says bullet time in the graveyard. Did I miss bullet time? Where was their bullet time?
The one that I said, bullet time, where he was like, it's super bullet time.
I counted it.
Okay.
Is AMC just super far behind us? Because I counted that.
I don't know if he's either super behind or he didn't see that you counted it.
Yeah, or if we have a real bad lag for some reason, but I don't think we do. Okay, somebody watching right now, and welcome if you're just tuning in. We're only 3 episodes away from the end of season 2 Smallville. Do me a favor, somebody just real quick type any comment at all. Go, because I just want to see what the lag is like. Something real quick. Just be like, "Hi, Cap Logan." Just something real quick. Anyway. We've also got a decently sympathetic Kryptofreak here.
Yeah. Did you count her already?
Oh, yeah, I keep forgetting she has super speed. See, she has to... Did I count her? Dang it, I don't remember. I think I did. Oh, yeah, we have a little bit of a lag, it looks like. Yeah, these comments are all popping up at once, and it took, like, 30, 45 seconds.
Yeah.
I don't know what that's about. Dang it, I don't remember if I counted it. I don't think I did, though. Okay, somebody tell me if I did this already, if you happen to notice it. And I can try to go back and look later, but I'm going to count it for right now. So, the look of this episode, just how dark this is shot, is a lot of the back half of season 3.
Oh, okay, interesting.
It has a whole stint of kind of somber episodes. I don't want to say bleak, but like sometimes spooky, sometimes just a little, I don't know what I'm looking for.
Why would you leave her alone when there's a demon?
Oh, we've got to stop doing this. Like,
where's her suicide?
Wrap her up in bubble wrap and then put a bulletproof vest over, and then have 5 men with guns all surrounding her at all times. She's like, I'm used to jump scares now. I can handle this. I'm gonna be all right. But yeah, just kind of more morbid stuff, I guess.
I liked that shot. They don't immediately make it a jump scare.
So, are you okay with the contrivance of super speed so that she can get away with seeming like a ghost?
Yeah, she's a lab experiment.
But it has to be specifically that power so that she can jump around like that and make people think she's a ghost, right? Because she's a clone of somebody that died?
Yeah.
At least it's consistent.
That's true.
But I think the backstory is plausible enough. It just... all this stuff stacked on Lana makes it seem like she should be just, like, certifiable.
Oh, yeah.
And again, I say, why does anybody still live in Smallville?
The same reason they still live in Sunnydale.
Hey, Lex, why don't you protect Lana? And I don't mean in the way that you and Clark like are always talking about, especially later when you're dating her. I mean, hire bodyguards. Have we had like a child Kryptofreak yet? Is this the first one?
Ryan?
No, I'm sorry. I mean like a bad guy.
No, they're usually teenagers.
Yeah. Or old men that then become teenagers. You know, that old chestnut. Under the bridge. Something's in the way.
Something's in the ways.
Something's in the way, sir. Ooh, I like that shot a lot. If I were Lana, my first response here would be, can we not be here?
Mine would be push them off the bridge.
It's a little girl and she doesn't know it's a clone, I don't think. Does she know that yet? We've been talking over stuff.
I don't think so. But she also doesn't know it's actually alive.
Yeah, she has to still be tortured. And... yeah, she doesn't know what's going on.
No, this is a good performance.
No, it really is. You think you mean from Kurik or from the little girl or both?
Both, really. I think this is the best Kurik's been in 4 or 5 episodes.
She knows how to act with this younger kid.
Well, and it's like she talks about in that Talkville episode. You see her get more confident in the role.
Well, you can always tell when she likes the material she's given a little bit more. Because she's not having to do the standard God Clark just open up to me kind of drama this episode. She gets to play a different, she gets to exercise a different set of muscles.
Convenient unconsciousness.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you. I always forget about that one. Even though it comes up all the time. Tom says Lana has a lot of dead friends. The cheerleader in this. The cheerleader.
Save the cheerleader, save the world.
I can't remember. What cheerleader died? Was that in the one with that Chrissy girl, or was that earlier? I forget now.
I have no idea.
I don't remember. Paradox camera, Lex isn't even in this scene. And we always do the kind of creepy music box melody with like a scary little kid, bad guy with horror things like this. And a lot of this should read cliche, but I think it's just executed well. I don't know. There's a lot of familiar here that I'm not minding. It's like, is it homage? Is it pastiche? Is it ripping off? I don't know. It's atmospheric and it's moody and it's watchable. Like, I was not looking forward to this one. I'm not disliking this,
No, yeah, for sure.
Well, you're in science fiction, it turns out. So now he's just flat out lying. There's a lot of places with Lionel where there's kind of half-truths and it's hard to tell what he's telling the truth about and what not. Now he's, I don't know, it almost seems kind of desperate when he has to just come right out and bold-face lie because he can often get away with half-truths. Oh, things are coming to a head here. So this episode is a lot like the penultimate episode of Season 1 in that you've got the A story with the Kryptofreak, but then we're really laying the bricks to get to the finale. This is more ambitious because it does it for the third to last episode. And then the next two will feel kind of like a double sized finale, if memory serves. I don't think there's a Kryptofreak or anything like that. I think it's all about Walden going crazy and getting the language, and Jor-El calling out to Clark, and unless that doesn't happen until the beginning of the next part. But I mean, I guess we'll see here in a second. But like, everything that happens with Martha's baby should be more heartbreaking to me than it is. Somehow I was just always really distanced from that whole thing. I think it's because, John, I never expected them to actually go through with it.
Yeah.
Do you have that?
Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah, where it's like, it's Superman. He's not gonna end up with a step brother or something. Like, that's not gonna happen, right? Or not step, but like.
Can you imagine Chris, the half brother of Superman?
The spinoff is Superman.
That's a book I'd
and
read.
Chris. Yeah, Catherine just said the opposite of me. She said the baby plot always makes me sad. Yeah, I wish it did me more. They're laying it on kind of thick here, not in a bad way, like they're trying with the crib and everything. But I don't know. I never bought that we'd go that far. So
yeah.
When we have the miscarriage, I'm not surprised. Yeah, everybody, this really puts this episode over the top. Just nailing it, man.
Banger after banger after banger.
I like this episode.
It's just weird because the episode's almost over, and I don't feel like we actually resolved anything with the kid.
Well, you'll see. We haven't, and there's a reason for that.
Great, now I have gills. We're all.
Robotters agreed it felt like the subplot to have personal matters at home for the kids. Yeah, exactly. And just kind of plot twists to make you, oh, wow, I never thought they'd do that. And then, I don't know, you're maybe a little naive if you think they'll go that far. Until they do something that would get really far away from Superman's status quo. And in some weird ways, they do that.
I love this song.
I'm glad I'm not alone with with some of this style of music. I've always been kind of a closeted fan of this sort of thing.
That's the stuff, when I was a kid, this is what was popular. This is Avril Lavigne, right?
I think this is an Avril song, yeah. And she has a lot of stuff that's awful, especially later, but like, it's not like I'm a giant fan of hers or anything. But she has a song that was also in the show called Tomorrow. It's like one of my favorite songs ever.
Oh, interesting. She a few of her early hits I really like, and then she gets too far into the pop side of her
man, when it's just her and an acoustic guitar, man.
That song Nobody's Home, so good.
Yeah, she has, I don't know, she had pipes, man.
Oh, that's a window. I thought it was a hologram.
Oh, how did Lionel turn into a hologram? This is weird.
I was very confused.
Is it weird to anybody else that we have that this guy's name is Pete?
I thought he was talking to Pete Ross for a second. I was like, who are you talking to?
Dave Atkins, hey, Cap, not to sound like your pa, but I hope these 24-hour streams aren't straining you too much, my friend. So far, I'm good. I mean, they're long and you get tired, and I'm a little red in the face right now, but we got through it last month. It went really well, and so far I'm doing all right. I don't know. I'm really enjoying this format. It's fun to push yourself, see if you can get through it.
I don't like you.
I like this scene a lot. We just really kind of put it over the top with... This is just how evil Lionel is. Because she really is just an experiment. She's a means to an end. And he's going to make her think she's more than that. And it's kind of heartbreaking. Even though she tried to murder Lana. You know. She's an angry little kid. She doesn't know any better. With superpowers. I guess. See, this is what's super heartbreaking. Like, the dad's on the outside. She is property to Lionel. He's not actually her dad because it's a clone that he owns.
I'm gonna give this a very light reading, feeling it.
Yeah.
I liked it, but if you're gonna do a cliffhanger, I need it to be a little tighter at the end. Because like it almost doesn't feel like the episode's over when we resolve that stuff with Lana.
That's fair.
But no, I like that one well enough.
Yeah, no, it's fair. And it's one of those things where I think the payoff later is like just okay. But it's one of those things that feels like it's building to something maybe a little bit bigger, and you'll see her one more time. And I guess it was
an idea.
I guess it is in the sense that that's the first inclination we get of some of the experiments that Lionel's doing, and that he's getting into cloning and all that.
It's Attack of the Clones. Remember when Lionel hired all those bug people to make clones?
That was a weird choice.
That was a very weird choice.
Not sure what he was doing there. All right, we got Calling, and we got Exodus, and then we're home free.
We are.
John, how hungry are you, man?
Mildly hungry. More than anything, I think I just need to get up and stretch. If
Okay.
you need to go eat, I'm good with that.
Yeah, let's do that, because like I said, my wife's got food she's keeping warm for me. I don't want to keep it probably too long. So, I don't know. I probably don't need more than 10 minutes.
That'll work.
Is that all right?
Yep, that's good.
Okay. Let me know if you need a little more time. But, yeah, guys, we're going to take a somewhat longer break for dinner, and then we got 2 episodes, and that's it. So, we should be done close to 8 my time, a little after. And we're right on track to where we were last time, man. We finished at 6 last time, and it's 6 o'clock right now, and we have done the 21 episodes we did last time.
Okay, yeah, that sounds about right.
So, that's pretty good.
Yeah, not bad.
All right, see you in a bit, buddy. Thanks for everything.
Absolutely.
All right, everybody. We are in the absolute home stretch now. We've got 2 more episodes left from season 2. It's Calling an Exodus, which works as basically a 2-hour finale, if memory serves. So it'll be appropriate to watch them together, which we didn't do last time, I don't think. I think we took a break between the last 2. But this time we're going to just watch them both down, and we'll be all finished. We'll have done the whole thing. Let me remind folks that maybe haven't been here the whole time that we've still got the Super Chat menu there. We can still do the soundboard and Wheel of Weird and all of that. We've been taking a lot of Smallville quizzes tonight. That's been a lot of fun. So feel free to get those things in there if you want to. And, of course, leave regular comments. We'll respond to that stuff, chat with you as we go along as articulately as possible. I feel like we've still got at least 1 or 2 wheel spins we're supposed to do. So maybe we'll do one of those right at the beginning here. John, are you good?
I am good.
You look good. You look ready to go.
I am ready. We say in the end game now.
We say in the end game now. All right, folks. You get me this tired, and the Jar Jar Binks apparently comes out. I don't know. John started something. He can't put it back in the box now. Yusa can't put that back in the box. All right. Everybody, please.
Yusa changed things.
Yusa changed things. Back. Misa crashed this plane with no survivors. Oh my god. Alright, is everybody ready? Press play. Right! Sorry, make sure you're watching Calling. It's episode 22. Press play right now.
Make sure to update the title.
Oh, thanks. That's the thing I most forget about.
Meanwhile, at the laboratory...
Yeah, I feel like there are episodes, and I don't care, it's not important, but it's just an observation. I think there are episodes that could do to have a previously on that don't. You know, like these days, you would definitely have one with what's going on with Walden here. Because we haven't seen him in a few episodes. I mean, it was Rosetta, right?
Yes.
But you don't, so shut up. Oh my god! Ah! Well, that was scarier than any jump scare from the big horror episode last episode. Last time.
Spooky jump scares scare me.
See, what we're really fearful of is bald men in white contact lenses.
I
right?
Evil,
oh my god!
If there's 2 things Evil Dead taught me, it's fear white contact
opening
lenses and books.
On a high note, folks. John, it's Christmas, man. Got to end and begin an episode with the loft, sir.
It's like a poetry. It rhymes.
It's like a poetry. It rhymes.
I can't do a Lucas, so Jar Jar is the best you get.
Yeah, see, Lana gets to this place where she's in such like a self-centered, entitled sort of mode that she doesn't get to get silly and fun very often. When she does, it almost feels out of character now. She'll go back to where she is in early first season occasionally, here, where she does this kind of cute thing with her teeth, where she's just kind of gritting silly, and I'm like, oh, that's right. This was supposed to be a fun character at one time. Oh, now she's back to that face. It's not even love triangle face. It's... I don't even know what to call it. It's Clark's having one of his thing faces, and then, oh, I understand face. And And eat my cake face. So they're finally gonna maybe start getting together and dating. What could possibly go wrong? Hey, John, do you think this is all gonna work out?
No. We don't get that till season 7.
And even then.
They at least get that season.
Isn't it too little too late at that point?
Oh no, it absolutely is.
Oh good. I'm glad it's not just me, because I'm done with that whole thing by then. I'm done with that whole thing by like middle to end of 3. I'm just like, stop. Catapult her into space or something at that point. Like, they do have a fair bit of chemistry when they don't suck. It'd be nice if, again, they had, you know, interests and things, especially Clark.
His interests are Lana Lang.
This concludes my list of interests.
Senior Sticks Cap, if you were affected by Red K, would you be the bad boy of Kansas like Bad Boy Clark?
No, I don't know what Red K would do with me. I'd probably just be a little, like, less uptight. Say what's on my mind more. That's probably what I'd do. I might ride a motorcycle. There's probably some kind of like Daredevil type stuff that I've always wanted to do. Maybe I would put on a costume and fight crime. Austin. That's probably what I'd do, John. I'd become a real life crime fighter.
I like to think you'd fire Austin and then delete the channel, just because you're like, screw this. I'm not watching any more Smallville.
Did you say I'd fire Austin and then delete the channel?
Yeah.
Is that what you think is like my deepest desire that I just can't bring myself to do because I have inhibitions?
Yeah.
Is that what you get off
watch
of me?
Any more,
I really don't want to be here.
Modern Marvel movies.
Man, it's got depressing quick.
No, but see, then you just start
you
a new channel and just make like a general movie channel or something, or a writer channel.
Yeah, something I'd really want to do, but like 6 people would watch.
Yeah. And then you'd come off the Red K and you'd be like, what have I done?
I ruined my career, but I'm happy now.
You put this as 23, not 22, by the way.
I really, well, you know, wishful thinking. Ultimately. No, shut up, John. I like what I do, man.
Well, I think if you don't have anyone to blame, you could blame discussing topics of importance. Yes, discussing. That did kind of feel like the end of an episode.
You know what, though? I don't always know what that means with the show, because we do a lot of cold opens.
Well, the cold open would be the scientist guy.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, no, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
The Lana thing feels like the end of an episode.
And you're right. It feels arbitrarily placed. We easily could have just put that and tacked that like at the end of last episode or something. Like, you wouldn't have it at the very end of the episode. But imagine if we did that and then you... I'm not saying we should have done this. But then you end with Lionel and the little girl. That would have been hilarious. Okay. Hey, John, do you want to say it or shall I?
Go for it.
Chloe, what are you wearing?
It's even weirder because this isn't like anything she wears for the rest of the show.
Is she starting to get a little darker? Are we inching toward the emo phase? Because I don't think we are. I think she just light switched. Well, I'm working for Lionel now, so...
Yeah, it's all planned.
Oh, okay. Okay, where's Chloe's love triangle face? It's coming. Is that it? Not quite yet. And there it is. That's the love triangle face I've come to expect from a woman who doesn't know how to dress herself.
This is so awkward.
It really is. Don't you just love scenes like this?
Pete's just like, I just moved here. What is happening?
Pete is the audience. Pete goes, can we just have fun occasionally? You know, my biggest issue ends up becoming with this show in the later seasons, and part of why I have a really difficult time appreciating what it turns into. Nobody ever gets together and just does anything. You know, like, you don't, it's so rare in this show to see people, like, going over to dinner at each other's houses, or go out to a movie, or go bowling. Yeah, that kind of stuff. It's like every episode is just, it's just business, business, business.
I think they dedicate enough time to Chloe, at the very least Chloe and Clark's friendship in the later episodes. Once they get past this love triangle nonsense.
Boy, that is not what I remember.
Also, like, we make fun of the Lana thing and how long it takes. I'm already over the whole Chloe and Clark thing.
Dagon Spear, I'm aware that Chloe doesn't agree to work for Lionel at the end of the finale. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like, she's wearing a thing that looks suspiciously more like something she would wear later on in 3 when that happens.
Dagon Spear's just like, no, you don't say that.
You don't say that. You're just wrong. Why don't you watch Smallville before you watch Smallville?
Chloe is like, the way that we keep Chloe frozen in this one spot is almost worse than the 7 years that Lana and Clark are stuck in that one spot.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, at some point you just have to accept that he's not into you.
And Lex, you need to accept that she's going to try to kill you in an airplane.
She's going to crash this plane.
Oh yeah, Robert, we're still here, man.
Sticks, what about Sam Jones?
What about Sam Jones?
I mean, who?
Just answer the question, John. What about him? You know, this happens a lot in this show.
It does.
We could rename this series to Ransacked. Uh-oh. The blood's gone. More importantly, the tuna fish sandwich that I was saving for lunch.
I was going to put that blood on the sandwich.
What, you never
like
have
ketchup.
blood sandwich? I guess it's like a regional thing.
It's like ketchup.
Cody, I'm a fan. Imagine if they gave Pete a spin-off show. What is that show, John?
Who?
The logo is just an owl's eyes.
With question marks in them. We don't know who this show's about.
Who? The whole thing is a mystery about who the protagonist is. So yeah, I didn't remember also this kind of uneasy alliance between Jonathan and Helen coming quite this late. So I guess this whole thing always kind of stuck with me a little bit. Because again, he's going to have to confide in her a little more than he wants to. Your life with that man who's welcome here anytime.
He proved himself with farm work, but I guess not.
Look, Clark, I'm really sick of giving you advice about Lana, okay? We've been doing this for 2 seasons.
That's the real reason their friendship ended. He's just sick of hearing about Lana.
Lex is like, look, you got rid of the quarterback, and it's taken this long. Stop it.
Do you get it? Because they're not.
Yeah, no, I understand.
So you said they brought in Lois too soon.
You also said that.
I know, but I was thinking about this because we were talking about how long the Lois stuff goes, or the Lana stuff goes on.
Yeah.
I think what they should have done, if they're going to bring Lois in that soon, is that's when you start to switch towards he's interested in her and she's easier to talk to. Instead, they just kind of bide their time and she's
instead of doing the irritating, everything's got to be ironically the opposite thing. Oh God, we can't stand each other. Stop it.
I think that would have made more sense to bring her in if you're going to replace her as the love interest.
They just seem like bickering siblings for too long for me to really buy a romance from them. And, like, do they get a little closer, like, sort of by the chemistry by the end? Yeah, but they force themselves way over some hurdles. Like, why can't we just play it, like, more of a platonic thing in the first place? Or like you're saying, like, let Clark actually, like, change his interests a little bit. So he grows up and realizes that his infatuation with Lana was indeed a little superficial. That would be a very mature thing for a high school drama that turns into a college drama or whatever to deal with, wouldn't it? Like, the girl next door that I was obsessed with all this time. Now, if I really look hard at myself, what was my whole thing? Why did I care that much about her? Like, did I really care that much about her? Or was it really fulfilling? Self-serving, I should say.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, do you know why he's looking up into space while he's hearing Jor-El's voice?
Because space.
No, because Jor-El is God.
Oh. Here's another set we'll keep for a while.
Yeah, Dagon Spear he says that they have a type of friendship by the end of season 4. He says, I think they're more playful than actually hating each other. Sure, they tolerate each other, and they have a mutual respect and all of that. It's the introduction thing where everything with the show has to be, that's the exact opposite. These people don't care about or hate the thing that they will eventually be, will be their whole lives. And I always really resisted that. But it's been a long time since I've watched that later stuff, so we'll see how I feel about it. I kind of think a lot of it I'm going to have a very difficult time taking seriously, but we'll see what happens. And I'm going to give that stuff another once over before we do it here.
Oh, for sure.
I love this language. Is this
the first time Clark wears the blue shirt with the red jacket?
What, it's been inverted this whole time?
Well, he usually either wears the plaid, like the beige jacket, or a blue jacket, yeah.
Yeah, Dagon Spear, you keep saying that. He says Jor-El has no real power to actually make things happen. I disagree.
I don't believe you.
I disagree based on everything I remember from the show, but I'll look for it and see what merit there is to what you're saying, but I don't understand that. Tell me how he got a girl off the street and into the cave wall. Because he didn't have any help with that. He gives Jonathan superpowers. I mean, he at least has the power to make things happen if you go into the cave. No?
And also, like, This screams that this was something Jor-El planned.
Yeah.
Like, this guy knows what he's doing.
Thing is, Peter, from what the show gives, Jor-El basically gives and takes away Clark's powers. I mean, that is power to make something happen, but also I think he's doing more than that.
I mean, the implication I got was always that he caused the second meteor shower.
Yeah. Well, I think it's, to be fair, and I never understood this, I think the idea is supposed to be that, like, maybe that he knows that that's going to happen unless Clark does something to stop it with the artifacts, but it's so vague. Like, where does that come from? Why are there more meteors? Why now? So she's going to confide in Helen, and the show's going to keep kind of putting us off the course on Helen just trying to kill Lex for his money, because she seems like a really helpful, nice lady right now. John, do you feel like the conversation right now, like, again, like we've said before, I get that they're high school students and that
my god,
that they're that they're kids and that they can be, you know, wishy-washy and uncertain of what they want and all of that. Don't you think that if they're talking really seriously about getting together, it'd be nice if the conversation was just, okay, Clark, once and for all, I really need to just make sure that you're not going to do all that crazy red kryptonite crap again?
Yeah.
So that was the thing holding her back, and I don't know what's changed on that.
Well, she's changed her stance on the secrets again.
Well, that's true, but what about the behavior? It happened twice in 1 year. See, in Dagaspear, this is this kind of like vague, cryptic kind of stuff that just drives me crazy because it looks mystical when Jor-El is a computer program. Jor-El says that because human blood stained one of the crystals, the great darkness from space was awakened. And it seemed to be Brainiac and or Zod's people, maybe. Like, okay. I just want some rules, man. I just want to know why any of that crap happens.
First time he wears this.
The writers don't know. I'm sorry, what?
This is definitely the first time he wears this outfit.
I think you're right.
Which is crazy, because then that's like all he wears for the next 3 seasons.
Yeah, and so here in a little bit, Lionel's going to completely take over the cave. And then he's going to build the green one.
Oh. The symbols, Mason, what do they mean?
What's that?
The symbols, Mason, what do they mean?
Okay, so it's very thinly veiled that Lionel is not figuring out all of this for the first time. Like he's already noticed all of this. And he's like, wait a minute, these symbols went from here to over here.
Yeah, he's clearly like messing with Clark.
Why is Jonathan's like, why is all this mythology in our freaking everyday lives? I'm just trying to feed my cows. Yeah, that's the big question that the show kind of weirdly forgets about or wants to stay, ambiguous about. Whether Lionel, how much Lionel actually knows about Clark's secret. And that's the stuff that I was most interested in because, like, Lionel and Lex are both, swooping down like vultures and getting really, really close to it. And they're both kind of scary right now. Like, just, obviously you're more sympathetic with Lex, but both of them are getting way too close.
Yeah.
And those things need real for sure answers that we never really get, or that we kind of backtrack, and again, eventually Lionel just doesn't know anything like as much as he seemed to, and I'm like, well, that's not interesting. Lex drinks a lot.
I mean, I would too if I hated my father.
That's fair. And this was kind of a surprise that Walden comes out of his, like, Kryptonian crazy coma. But that's one of my favorite things when Lex looks up at the ceiling and goes, I think it says he's coming. It's just an educated guess. Oh man, they're all over it. Okay, but Lionel, why do you think it's or Lex, why do you think it's a leap? Considering that you've been trying to figure out all this time why Clark's always down there. Not that he should go along with that, but... Oh, God.
So,
the man's putting his hand in my face.
I can kind of buy that. It's not necessarily that he's denying it.
Yeah.
But A, he's giving Clark the benefit of the doubt again. And B, he's not going to pretend to believe. He's not going to admit to believing anything in front of Lionel.
Well, that's a good point. Sure, he could be covering as much as anything.
And it's because of you.
I feel like this whole season, it's been no fun being on screen together.
Which is crazy, because by season 4, they're like the best of friends. They also kind of retcon it to be like they were childhood friends.
Is that a retcon?
Or at the very least, it's like a reimagining, because the way I understood it is like him and Pete were friends first. But then they never mentioned
That's
Pete.
true, and in first season, she even comes out at one point and says that, like, you know, as if the two of them were close before they even met Chloe.
Yeah. Whereas after season 3, they just kind of pretend Pete didn't exist. So, I mean, not really much different than when he was on the show, but, you know.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's pretty easy to pretend that right now, and he knows the secret.
They were, in fact, the stuff of legend sticks.
He's been a little bit more of a plot device this season, but anything. But at least he's had reason to be there and has had some screen time. It's not like Sam Jones has gotten to really do all that much acting, besides when he's acting out of character.
But no, like I legitimately like the friendship with Chloe and Clark once they get out of the I'm in love with you and I'm just gonna keep beating my head against this stone wall until I get a concussion.
Jonathan's a little bit hilariously two-faced with Lex there. Like in the back of his mind, he's like, you know, just yesterday in front of your wife, I called you that man. That's also what my spaceship said. I guess what I like about the potential, like, conquering angle is, like, with the whole Destiny versus, you know, making your own way. Like, that's actually what Lex sort of wants, is to build an empire. And Clark feels like he's maybe going to be forced to do the thing.
Why are you still on this?
That Lex would sort of naturally do. Still on what?
She's just sitting here in the dark looking at pictures of her and Clark. She's worse than Clark in some ways. Like, at least with Clark, like, Lana gives hints that she's interested. Clark is like, nah, I'm not interested in you. And Chloe's like, if you're not interested in me, I'm going to throw a fit.
I think that's kind of like, I think they're attempting like a visual storytelling thing, where it's like we have to be reminded that she is, you know, feeling the way she is about that, so that she's got immediate motivation to maybe say yes to this. I want to know how much time Chloe spends in front of a computer trying to decide whether to click delete or save. Like,
I like to think she spends like 6 out of 8 hours of the school day, and then like 6 more hours after school.
Just being indecisive about file saving?
Yeah.
That's spectacular. The intrigue of this stuff is so much better than it has any right to be, though. Because, like I said, I'm immediately, you know, I was trying to explain how I felt in the moment when these things first come up, where I'm like, really, he's like this interested in the journalism of a high school kid, and then his like getting himself in the middle of all that suddenly as he's learning more about Clark, it works better than it ought to.
Okay, but every interaction they have is her mad because he's interested in Lana. The only time she's been right is that one time where he blew her off for a date with Lana and she turned it into a whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, she can feel the way she feels, but she's being very often kind of unfairly, you know, antagonistic toward him, like he can help that. And if it's just, well, you led me on that one time, I kind of get that, but eventually you got to get over that, because it's not like he's continued, you know, pretending like he's going to date her through the season.
Yeah, the first episode they agree to be friends.
Yeah.
But she keeps bringing
She's
it
still
up.
holding it over his head. It's just stretching it out for moments. That's the problem with the plotting of a lot of, particularly the high school drama with the show. and the angst stuff, and what puts people off to teen angst stories very often.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't feel naturally character driven. Whether or not you're dealing with characters that are young and irrational and haven't found themselves yet. It's just I've seen that done in a more sophisticated, mature way than this, and this doesn't have it. And Buffy's not always good about it either. It does make a lot of mistakes, but it's smarter than this is by a couple of notches usually, I think.
Well, and the problem with Buffy is never the romance.
Well, ironically, it's hardly ever the teenage romance. I mean, I don't like some of that stuff in 2 with sorry, we're talking about another show now. With Cordelia and Xander and all that. Like, I've never been the biggest fan of that stuff. But it never gets...
I don't mind that because I think the show knows they're not fit for each other.
It never gets really bad until Anya and Xander at 6. It's like, it's not until after high school that it's awful.
Oh, see, I like the Anya and Xander stuff.
Oh boy, we're not gonna get along when we watch that show.
Because it's just their insecurities, but neither one of them wants to talk about it.
Yeah, but that wedding episode is god-awful.
Oh, interesting.
Like, her being left at the altar and all that, that's terrible. That's some of the worst high school drama I've ever seen that wasn't in high school.
Well, but it's her past coming back to bite her.
Oh, I get what they're trying to do. I just think it's horribly ineffective. I hate that stuff.
See, I don't mind it. It's someone she wronged in the past, and they use Xander's family life to manipulate him.
Yeah, I get what the story is, but it's there so that characters can't be allowed to ever be happy for any amount of time.
And that is fair.
That's what I'm talking about.
You can see the formula. That is fair. I think the only romance I don't really like in that show is Spike and Buffy. I've never liked that.
Yeah, I don't think we should do that show. We're just gonna butt heads the whole damn time. We're like, we both like this show. We don't like any of the same things in this show.
Oh, you like Spike and Buffy?
I think it's interesting. It's not like my favorite thing or anything. But I thought it was an interesting thing to explore, and I can't stand anything in 5 except for like 2 episodes. And I know you like that season. I don't know how we're gonna watch that together. Like, get to 5, I want to slip my wrists every way from Sunday. I can't even deal with it.
That's really interesting.
Like, every time I've gone back to that show since the first time I watched that, I've skipped that entire season except for like 2 episodes. I can't watch it.
Interesting. I think that's my second favorite season finale.
Well, the season finale's okay. That's one of the 2 episodes. I guess it's maybe like more like 3 or 4, I guess. I don't know. It's been too long. Anyway, we should talk about this. Stop looking through my stuff. Boy, we don't trust each other very well. We probably shouldn't get married. Remember, Lex, you proposed to her by saying, "I wanted to kill this man for you."
AMC says the barn exploding was a really good stunt.
Oh yeah, yeah. We were talking over that. Kablams! Boom! Kaboom!
Xander is worse than Chloe. No, I'm gonna fight you on that one. I think Xander's better than that.
Same here.
They at least they flesh him out, and like you can see why he is the way he is, and like he changes, kind of. The only thing that drives me nuts with Xander is we never have a conversation about him basically tricking Buffy.
I hate it when this is a trope. I hate it when characters do this. She just left. You only open that up for the audience's benefit. She could walk back in at any moment. Like, what if she forgot her keys?
And
why
also,
do people do this in TV shows? Sorry, what?
And also, why does he have that? He has no way of knowing that's Clark's.
I'm trying to remember now. There was something that tipped him off. I remember that actually making sense. I'm sure Dakin Spear will explain it because apparently he knows this show like I used to know Star Trek. I don't know.
Vito. Okay.
Okay, here goes. John, you gotta watch the scene, man. So here's the here's the severed hand. That's super gross. That's a prop I'd love to have.
That's an awesome effect. Or maybe not effect.
Okay, here we go. Here's his best line of the whole season. It's so good. Send me the hand. Because he's going to use the indentation in the hand to make the green octagonal key. And it's such a fun plot point. I love it. I mean, it gets really silly because, of course, we're going to put the green key in the ship and use that to blow it up. And it's a little easy that he makes that this episode, the very next episode. Oh, good. There's a Kryptonite key I can put in the ship. Wonder what'll happen. Oh my God, they're in the loft again. 2 in 1 episode, folks.
He's not gonna make it to the finale. He's so excited.
I am, man. There's as many instances of Clark and Lana in the loft as there are episodes of the previous season. +1. Oh, we're almost done with this episode, dude.
Yeah.
It's shocking.
Yeah, this is very much a setup episode.
Well, just like that setup we had in the, second to last episode last season, like I was saying.
Yeah.
And see, we had to have this slow build-up where we still have the will they, won't they, like, oh, Lana's scared. Maybe she's not even going to go through with it. Oh, now, finally, they're kind of going to have a relationship. And then, next episode, the buzz sound that our friend Jean can't handle. Oh, my God, no. The love triangle face. That is my least favorite thing ever in television, ever.
Like, you cannot tell me Chloe's done nothing wrong at this point. Like, I don't know why she still expects anything.
And if she's just not mature enough to handle the fact that she can't get what she wants, she needs to keep her distance for a while and like learn to live with it, right?
So that's love triangle face and running off angrily.
Sure is. Running off, blubbering, I think.
Okay, but Xander doesn't hold on to the same thing for 2 seasons.
Yeah, exactly.
He acts like a real human being. Like, we've all met a Xander. What?
But she's not just emotional about it. She's ultimately going to take a job to spy on her friend over it. And I mean, like, she turns that around later, but she's kind of awful initially when that happens. Don't do it, Clark. It's actually Zod from Superman 2.
Austin, are you going to come watch the finale with us?
Yeah, come watch the last episode with us, Austin. We got one more to do. We're almost there. We are almost done. Well, let's see if Austin wants to come in here before we start the next one.
Yeah, we need the day ghost to tell us what a ghost needs with a spaceship.
He said, "Yeah, I made it." I still don't know if he's gonna come in or if he just wants to be in the comments.
Yeah, I don't either. Mark.
Clark. I need a wheel that we can spin that just has that every time on it. Chloe says in season 3 that the reason she did that was to find out why Lionel was so intrigued by Clark. We'll talk about that. We'll look at it when we get there, because I don't think that was the only motivation, but I get that you're sure about it. It's been a while since I've watched this stuff. That's not what I remember.
The ship.
And she also could be saying that, like, somewhat retroactively to try to take up for, you know, poor decision making, like making up for it after the fact. I don't know if I'm right about that.
The day ghost is joining us.
Oh, is he? All right.
He said, I'll be
Don't make us wait too long, man. I'm ready for bed.
Well, you're not gonna go out to eat, you know, go to like IHOP or I don't know.
No, I just had some dinner.
No, I'm just messing with
I had some drumsticks.
Ooh.
Pretty good.
I had chicken for lunch.
Oh, you did? What kind of chicken?
Just like chicken breasts.
Oh, cool.
Like leftover. I just heated them up and with some leftover mac and cheese.
What'd you have for dinner?
A couple pieces of bacon.
Yum!
I wasn't like starving.
Bacon. Yeah, AMC Comics, they're just talking about making out there. They didn't. And to be fair, it does read really ambiguous. It did on TV the first time around, where it's like, did something more than that happen? And then, yeah, he's right. In season 4, I think. Well, 3 into 4, they make a big deal out of.
I'm gonna give this a mild green. There's some good character stuff, but it mostly feels like filler. Not filler. Setup for the finale.
Yeah, and I mean, it is set up, but I don't have a problem with that because it watches like a 2-part finale. Like if this was titled, the show just doesn't do this, John. Like if it was titled Part 1 and Part 2, you wouldn't complain about a setup episode because it's not done yet.
No, that's fair. Whenever you get in here, Austin.
I almost want to make John flip green or red for these whole last 2 episodes.
So what I'll do...
I'm just kidding.
No, what I'll do is once we finish this, I will flip it as the episode individual, and then I will flip them both.
Sure. So I don't mean to give you crap for your opinion. I just think that they're kind of one episode.
Well, that's what makes me wonder. Is like, will my opinion change when I have the whole thing?
Yeah, sure. AMC also bring back Robert and Jason. We can't do that right now.
Avengers assemble. We're gonna assemble the Avengers up.
Well, and I mean, AMC, all I eat meat-wise, for the most part, is chicken now.
How's it going?
Whoa!
Lisa got a Canadian.
Lisa got Austin Emery Smith.
I'm not sure if I'll be able to make the whole thing. My phone's at 20%.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Why
yeah.
you know to charge your phone?
Charge your phone.
I know.
Why
I charged it for like a few minutes when you guys were like, "Come on."
Are we gonna spend the whole time just wondering why Austin is even here again?
Of course.
No, it's good to see you, buddy. Where are you this time? You got this cool purple wall behind you.
Oh, I think that's just lighting. Oh yeah, that's just.
Okay. Because where you're sitting, it looks like
place.
intentional, like mood lighting on that wall. It's cool.
Oh no. So I was upstairs last night.
Just own it. It looks awesome.
That's where I watched him play Dead Space, literally.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't actually watch him play the game. I just watched him play.
Okay.
A documentary about elephants upstairs, so coming in for this.
Hey, real quick, John, we need to pick on one more honorary Kryptofreak for the evening.
Me.
All you do is say Clark.
And am I wrong?
Discuss. Did we already add him?
Discussing.
Discussing.
You think so?
He's been here most of the time, and he's the most consistent in like reminding you to update episodes.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I agree with that. Yeah, that's true. He was helping me specifically, and I think he might have mentioned some counts here and there, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe.
But he was definitely engaged with us.
The only counts Austin helps is with Clark. Okay, so Austin, you said no. Watch a Smallville. So.
I watched 3. And apparently I'm gonna watch this finale, so that's gonna be real weird.
This is kind of what I was hoping would happen, though, is that you would come in just for like the beginning or end of things and have no idea what you were looking at.
Hayden, you's a good friend, but we already picked someone.
How are you guys feeling?
Wait, Discussing said he has to pass.
Oh, what?
So I guess we'll give it to Hayden. I don't see anybody else in the chat that's been here for a while that we haven't already picked. Cap will rob me if he knows where I live.
How are you guys feeling?
I'm good.
Yeah,
John?
not too bad. I'm alright.
Better than last time?
About the same.
Oh, okay.
Well, we already got Dagon Spear on here is the thing.
I nominate myself. First name Clark.
Okay. We'll discuss this privately and get one in there after the show tonight, guys.
Okay.
I need to have a conversation with John about that. Anyway, let's go ahead and sorry about that, but we'll get somebody in there and we'll get mugs out to people. Let's go ahead and watch the last episode of the season. I'm feeling pretty good right now. This usually happens on the last one where I'm in this like false sense of totally awake, and then I finish and I stand up and I'm like, oh, that's how I really feel right now. Oh, you know what's kind of interesting though? Austin is gonna see this after having only watched a couple of episodes and read, so he'll actually sort of get what's happening at the end of this at least.
Yeah,
because he did see Red.
Oh, okay.
Do you remember what you've seen?
Well, when you said Red, I was like, how did you know I was reading today? What?
No, and you have seen Rosetta before, and a lot of this is also, predicated on that. But anyway, everybody ready?
Yep.
All right, here we go. And it's not going to matter because Austin's only going to be here for like 15 minutes.
Yes, it's 16%. Sorry.
Everybody, please press play. I hope you're at timestamp 0. It's the last episode of the season. It's episode 23. Everybody, please press play right now.
Don't forget to update the title.
Oh, my God. Every
It's
time.
Whoever does it.
Discussing topics did it again.
This is already a very different status quo.
Austin, are you ready?
Yeah.
Are you excited?
Oh, it's Terrence Stamp.
It is Terrence Stamp. And I do all kinds of crazy crap that he probably would never do.
His ship
This
looks
would
like
work a lot better. This would work a lot better if they just talked about how like the AI has been corrupted.
So I want to know if the ship itself is actually transforming right now, or if it just kind of has a hologram around it that cloaks the ship while this is all happening. I don't think they know, but it looks cool. Well, that's not true because you're gonna use Jonathan later.
I don't feel so good, Clark.
What'd you say?
Said I don't feel so good, Clark.
Oh God, they just blipped.
Infinity War was looking at this movie.
He's talking to the Soul Stone right now.
AMC, Dr. Walden was not a Kryptofreak. Right? I mean, none of that had anything to do with Kryptonite.
No, yeah.
He was a Krypton freak. We could have a separate category for Krypton freaks.
Is Clark?
Well, I mean, at some point we're gonna have to change the Kryptofreak counting because they stopped using the real Kryptofreaks.
No, that's right. Yeah, I don't know what we'll count after that. And then if we ever do other Superman shows, I'm thinking about changing the title to Krypton Freaks.
I would be down to do Superman and Lois.
We're just gonna be married to Superman for a long time.
That sounds like a really good sitcom.
Married to Superman?
Married with Superman.
Married with Superman. That's great.
Clark.
Clark.
Hello, Clark.
So Austin, how did you like that cold opening?
Well, it was like immediate, like 0 to hero, like 1 to 11.
Oh yeah.
The last episodes I was in.
Well, that's because the last episode he was just walking down there. 5 minutes of nothing but compliments and facts.
Oh.
I love when we get this in Austin's here.
Have you noticed that Clark is wearing all blue but no red?
Yeah, and he had the red
neat.
over the blue last episode, which John observed is the first time he's done that.
He did that in one of the episodes I was in, where he had a red jacket over blue.
It was the plaid one though that had some blue in it. This one was like all red. Yeah, where it was intentionally a lot more Superman iconography because he's going into the cellar and he's about to, like, you know, come face to face with Jor-El.
Well, it was like a red jacket over like a blue shirt, I think.
Well, I mean, it's also possible that John is wrong.
Yeah, I think it's probably just that. John's just saying things.
Oh, this is a Beeman episode.
Yeah, I mentioned that Beeman does a lot of the big episodes. I looked that up in my handy Smallville companion. Oh. Austin, have I told you about this? There are only 7 of these. They just quit making them after season 7.
That's awesome.
There's nothing else after this. There's not even like unofficial ones. So I got books for 7, and that's all I got.
That's because the internet was invented after 7.
Yeah, stupid internet. I like books. I like physical media.
So Austin, I'm just curious. Well, from the little you've seen, how do you feel about Tom Welling as Clark Kent?
I don't know. I'm just kind of indifferent. Like he's like a good CW Clark.
You can't ask him a critical question right now. He has to only give
exactly
compliments and facts.
Well, he stated a fact. He's a good CW Clark.
Yeah,
well, sure.
A compliment and a fact. I mean, if you read it from a certain point of view.
From my point of view, the Jedi are evil.
Oh, that was really funny.
It's the best Lex Luthor.
Oh, hey, it's this woman.
Yeah, she's getting married to Lex.
He's gonna get to see the end of the.
Oh, that's gonna be great. Well, no, he's not, because his phone's gonna die.
If your phone dies, Austin, you need to finish this episode because I need to hear your reaction.
Okay, we can talk about whatever now. Cap, do you like how fast and loose this day gets beard? The show plays with the science magic nonsense aspect of the ship? No, I mean, I complain about it all the time. No, they have no rules. And like you said earlier, I don't understand why Kryptonite hurts the ship.
I think Austin has the answer to that.
For why Kryptonite can hurt a spaceship?
Yeah.
Is it love?
Yes.
Is that the answer?
Yeah, that's why Austin also knows, why does a ghost need a spaceship?
Well, does that mean you have to count the ship as a Kryptofreak?
See, Lex just stole that because he's compelled.
No, because then the ship would just be a Kryptonian.
But I like that Lex is, still conflicted, still really trying to change here because he legitimately does care about this woman and wants to get married. I think I like that plot point.
So I just know her from, she was in 2.5 Men and she was going to marry Charlie Sheen. So it's just, it's like that.
Yeah, I still can't remember, John, if there was any bigger impetus going to that.
But how do you know it's going to give you those answers?
Yeah.
What?
Is this Clark's blood?
Yeah.
And he doesn't know.
He shouldn't know that.
He doesn't know whose blood it is.
Oh, okay. He just found blood and he was like, "This will give me answers."
Yeah, this is important.
Hey,
There's something special about this blood.
The horse.
Like I said, I thought there was something. Yeah, that made sense, but.
Are they finally a couple now? Though?
Dagan Spirit also says he's not sure why Lex steals the blood. It really watches like there's a whole scene or a subplot missing. I mean, we have to have.
You ever looked at the deleted scenes that were like on the DVDs?
They're very rarely really important plot stuff the episode needs, though.
Oh, okay. I've never watched them, so I was just curious.
So these two finally got together?
For now.
Yeah. For the next half hour or so.
So keep in mind, Austin, these two don't officially get together for good. Or not, well, never for good, but like really get together until season 7. They're off and on again until season 7. And then then they get season 7 together and then she leaves the show.
Don't tell Chloe she'll commit suicide over it.
Oh.
Then she'll be on the wall of weird.
Why does this... And look, I'm not saying that, like, I don't want, like, romance in Smallville, but why does it have to be staged like a romance, like, paperback novel cover?
That's exactly what I was thinking of. Like, replace Tom Welling with Fabio.
Hey, all I'm saying is they brought the horses.
That's true.
Discussing topics. For someone out just to steal money, Helen seems legitimately mad right now. The way it plays all the way through is that the actress doesn't know that she's malicious. Oh, and also that Walden guy thought that you were, like, God or something. I just wanted to give you the memo about that.
You know, I was expecting to come in and it was going to be, like, some sort of epic conclusion to a season. It's kind of just like another episode.
Oh, it kind of will be. But I mean, this is
we gotta get there, Austin. Jeez.
Well, Austin, it's kind of a talky show. Like,
yeah,
it's just the nature of the show.
But like, yeah, but I mean, you can be like epic conclusion talky.
This is exactly what the finale of the last season does too, though. We're like, we're ramping up to some major stuff, and it's the calm before the storm, and we lay the music out, we sit down, we have a really serious conversation, and then some stuff, and there's like some kind of a get together, a party, and then bad things happen. Because Lex is about to get married. Like, this is his wedding day. And we're about to introduce the Kryptonian key, or the Kryptonite key rather, and like I said, it's a little easy that we suddenly have this now, and so Clark has a way to destroy the spaceship.
Did the spaceship just destroy itself? It like exploded at the end of that scene.
No.
No, I think it goes invisible and makes a hologram out of itself. I don't know.
Well, like, yeah, it exploded into shards, so I assumed it was done.
Oh, Lionel does come out and tell him about that. I forgot. Boy, that looks like such a stock response, Clark. Like, try to be slightly more surprised that Walden is saying that you're gonna rule the world. He comes off like, I've heard this before. You know, from my spaceship! Dagon Spear, this show's a soap opera. I adore it. LOL. See, that's the difference between me and you, I think, is that don't get me wrong, I don't mind a good melodrama. It's just sometimes this show is way better than that. And sometimes it's not. And it's that inconsistency that kind of drives me crazy. So like Lois and Clark, super sappy melodrama. And it always knows what it is. And I'm fine with that.
I think that's why I like the later seasons, is they just settled into being a melodrama.
Yeah, and I struggle with it because it seems like degeneration.
Degeneration X?
Exactly.
Damn it.
Can I just say vernacular? Oh, look, he fashioned a key, and I have that key. He made that.
This key is really cool.
I'm gonna try to get more props for season 3. I'm thinking about getting a red kryptonite ring.
Like that's really cool prop. If I was to own anything from this show, I'd want to own that.
The red kryptonite ring or this?
The green kryptonite key.
Yeah.
He's lucky he didn't have Hulk veins there.
That's Clark on green kryptonite.
Oh, good call. Also, the box that he puts it in is also a prop replica that you can get.
Oh, interesting.
And I don't have that.
I still want that CD player that Lex had in that one episode where he's tearing his heart.
That is the coolest CD player, the translucent one.
Yeah,
that's so cool. That's like green behind it. Yeah, it's awesome. Chloe, what are you? You know what? Never mind. That outfit's okay.
It's kind of like a TV. It's a TV version of the dress that MJ wears in the first Spider-Man.
See, I was gonna say that, but there have been she and Lana have both worn stuff like that all through the season, like 4 or 5 instances of that kind of thing.
Was Austin here for the weird board game bracelet that she had?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, when she had the Mahjong bracelet that had the 9 on one of the tiles.
Thank you. I couldn't think of the name of the game.
I thought he was here for that.
If I was, I don't remember. This doesn't
Meanwhile,
sound familiar.
at the matte painting.
Meanwhile, at the matte painting of Doom. Where's his telescope? How can he perv without his precious telescope?
This is clearly a different window.
Hey, Dad, would you come and watch this romantic sunset with me?
Well, he was trying to imagine Lana
fire
coming in, but he imagined his dad coming in talking about hero cake.
But that's a different guy.
Eh.
There's a little bit of ominous.
That sunset like really quick.
Oh, it's super ominous because he's about to go do something crazy. You can always tell when he's about to do that. And Jonathan should be able to tell too because he's the worst liar in the world. Jonathan's reaction...
That was 50%.
I think Jonathan knows. Like,
no,
just the look on his face.
No, he doesn't. Because he's too surprised by what happens later.
Oh, okay.
No, see, I think for Clark it was ominous, and for Jonathan it was sexual tension, because it was 50-50 between that.
If he knew for sure what Clark, because keep in mind, he was never okay with Clark putting the key in the wall, and now he's going to try to do it to the ship. And if he knew that, Jonathan would be like, "Dude, you have no idea what's going to happen to the house, the farm, any like."
So I was wrong that he's the gatekeeper in Red. He's actually the keymaster, is what you're saying.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, okay.
I like that this is still a proactive Clark that's trying to...
Okay, we got to throw that in as a reference, I guess, since it's on his chest again.
Oh.
Oh, and this is one of the most iconic images in the show.
But to be fair, it's not the S.
Well, no, because they already painted that in the first episode.
No, but that's why I'm gonna count it, because it's on its chest. Jarrell's the one that put it there, and it's it is the like the crest comes out of it.
I also love that he won't have that in later seasons.
No, it comes off.
Oh, okay.
It comes off when he's in Metropolis. Like it disappears. I mean, it's kind of silly that it disappears, but it does. I'm just saying it kind of disappears off his chest.
Well, that's because these people don't understand if Kryptonians are like born that way or if they can change into a human.
Oh, we're back to this again, are we? Oh. Wow. Now, unfortunately, that's the best lying he's ever done. Yeah, Paradox, this is the last episode for today. We've got about half an hour left in Season 2. And now we get to watch Catastrophe happen and have to wait a whole month to find out what happens, but at least it's not 3. Sorry, what?
This is better than Season 2, or Season 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Although I don't think we have fewer reds now. Well, let's see.
You guys, I see a lot of red.
Well, yeah, this is from 1. I'm counting.
Oh.
No, I've got one more red than in Season 1.
So technically it's not better.
What?
I think the overall quality is there's this batch of really mediocre to bad episodes toward the end.
Austin's like, I only watch TV shows that are perfect. If it has a bad episode, it's a bad TV show.
Hey, Austin, can I say it a different way without hurting your feelings?
Yeah, go for it.
Austin only watches TV shows that he likes well enough to ignore their flaws and pretend like they're perfect.
I mean, that is also true.
And I mean, The Simpsons has no flaws. So.
He didn't say anything. I think I hurt his feelings.
Oh, can you not hear me?
I can hear you now. It's just it took you a while to say anything. I think I hurt his feelings. I think he's gonna cry.
Oh no, I responded. I don't know why.
You gonna cry?
Little goblin.
I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye.
You guys are sleep deprived.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, that's the job, man. Them's the breaks.
That's because you abandoned us.
Yeah, from our insanity. I'm getting to where you guys are in sleep deprived just in this one episode.
This isn't even that bad. This is actually pretty good.
Give it a shot, son.
I don't know. I still maintain for its time, this was one of the best TV shows that was on. At least on like regular cable.
It definitely was the stuff I was watching.
I mean, from what I remember of like what was on TV at the time, the only thing that I could see people saying was better was just like the premium cable stuff, like HBO.
Well,
that's
it's
like
stuff
a whole
that,
different beast, in my opinion.
like, I would put stuff like Firefly leaps and bounds above this, but it was canceled before the season.
100%.
I've never been able to get through Firefly.
Season.
Yeah,
Austin,
I've never been able to
I
get
just
through
don't know
Firefly.
how much longer I'm going to get along with John.
Maybe that's something that we should do, so I can just finally say I've seen it.
You know, he and I both love Buffy, but we like entirely opposite things in Buffy.
Yeah, see, but you can talk to John about Buffy, and you can talk to me about Firefly.
That's true. I can split my Whedon shows.
Yeah.
But then I'm probably on my own on
we only have
Dollhouse.
13 episodes.
I
Yeah,
haven't seen Dollhouse yet, so I have no opinion.
Not that I'm a giant Dollhouse fan. I'm just saying if I ever wanted to talk about it.
I do want to see Dollhouse just to like complete the Whedon shows that I've seen.
And I can talk to you guys about the first 2 seasons of Buffy.
Yeah, he didn't even finish the best season, and he's like, "Oh, this show's bad."
Hey, you know, you got your own taste, man. Oh, we're talking over this. This is wonderful. Here it comes. See, Pete's always the patsy.
No, I'm Austin. I'm just messing with you.
My name is Pete, and this is my diversion. Seeing Lionel and Pete square off like that is wonderful, though. That's a nice payoff to all the stuff about his hating the Luthers because of what they did to the Cream Corn Factory, and then the way that connects to lineage and all of that. It's nice to give him that moment. It'd be nice if it somehow went a little farther somewhere later, but gotta appreciate what you can get.
20 minutes, my phone's at 2%.
Oh, no.
Robert Wild said, "I see the Dagos couldn't wait to watch more Smallville."
I definitely could.
But he's here. It's so nice of him to do this.
Yeah, I do appreciate you popping in, man.
Watch, my phone's gonna die like right before anything crazy happens. So I get all the setup, but none of the payoff.
Are you watching it on your phone?
No, I'm watching on my iPad, but I'm on Skype with you guys on my phone.
So yeah, you can still keep watching and then tell us what you thought.
Oh yeah, I would definitely keep watching.
Yeah, what?
A likely story, sir.
It's a dinosaur story. Oh, Cap, you gotta get excited. They're in the loft.
Oh my god, yes!
I just like to imagine that Austin keeps his phone permanently on 20% so he can get out of anything he doesn't want to do.
Well, I didn't know I was doing anything, so I didn't have it charged.
See, I'm the opposite. If I don't have my phone like fully charged, it bugs me.
John, I gotta ask this question though. She says, and I like that line. The last time anybody said that they went off to war. If Clark went off to war right now, how long would it be before she sent him a video letter?
8 episodes.
I wish Clark just walked in and was like, "I'm going to Iraq," and then he flew away.
And then she goes, "God,
this
again?
Clark can't fly.
Now I gotta go back to the."
Well, that's how you find out that he can.
Gotta go back to the bus station.
Haven't
and hope
you
there's
been
no
paying
tornadoes.
attention? He's scared of heights.
Nobody flew in the second episode that I saw.
But that wasn't.
Oh my God, is she walking away happy? This never happens. She walked away happy.
I'd count it anyways.
Oh, that's not happy. I don't think it's angry.
Oh no, she's angry now. Yep, that's an angry strat.
All right,
I'd count
fine.
it.
God, I can't believe that turned into walking away angry again. God,
that
so
towel or whatever
that's
hung up for a second, I thought it was going to be a Confederate flag when it was showing it. I was like, whoa.
I'm so out of it for a second. I thought he was up there playing Game Boy.
His girlfriend leaves angry. He's
angry. He's just playing Tetris.
Starts playing Metroid 2.
Catherine, I'm screaming at my screen right now saying he was an idiot. Yup. But you know, that's the teen drama of it. People eat that stuff up. allegedly.
This is the first wedding where it's the best man that doesn't come. Oh, so
there's his Game Boy.
Dramatic thing gonna be that he's gonna kiss Chloe by the end of this?
No,
there's gonna be romance.
She's gonna throw a fit because they were kissing because they're in love, and he's not in love with her, and that's not okay with her, even though she said they were just friends.
Oh.
You see,
she's got what he needs, but
this
she
is awful.
says she's just a friend. He should just heat vision her and be done with it.
Look, I've got a lot going on, okay? My biological computer father is trying to get me to leave town, okay?
My biological father burned an 8 into my chest.
It'd be great if that was the end of the scene where he just opens up his shirt and is like, look, okay, this is the reason I didn't tell you anything. It's nuts.
Like pestering him.
Yeah.
What if this is the scene where Clark is like, I'm going to Iraq, and then flies away?
Like, this is the most selfish she's been in like 3 episodes, and that's saying something.
This is awful. I mean, he wasn't...
Like, how does she even know he's had time to tell her?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He wasn't dishonest with her. He hasn't.
Wait a minute.
Anywhere.
She ran away angry, and then it looked like Clark was gonna speed away angry.
So that would be 2 more. I missed when she changed her mind on marrying him. Because last I saw that he was pretty sure the wedding was canceled.
We're kind of ambiguous about religion in this show, but I don't totally see Lex in a church wedding.
Yeah, that's a weird choice.
This
looks
Lex,
like a lantern in the background. That might be a DC reference.
That's such a cool box.
Yeah, I want one.
There's the Williams score.
Yep.
Why did he crack it? Slide it open. Clark on green K.
Clark on a lot of green K. We should count it like... Yeah, that effect has always really bothered me. Like, it makes me go... Ugh.
It looks so silly. It looks like he's turning into the Hulk.
Whoever earlier said maybe the ship is biological, just listen to all the, like, metal scrunchy noises.
Well, the ship is like Christine. It also looks like the Jedi ships that they have in the prequels.
That's a bad name. That's Car Crash. and of course that's a call back to the car crash of the pilot. It's a little silly that it flips upside down again, because it's already shot like the way they drove up when the meteor shower happened in the first place.
But Daggensford, he doesn't have time to tell her right now. He has to take care of the ship, which is a lot more important than satisfying Chloe's ego.
I wish this plane had the little just married cans hanging at the back of it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. She's just looking for an excuse to act entitled. I have a really hard time seeing it any other way.
They're also not like officially together. They just kissed.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, Clark's
like, I expect you to immediately come to me and tell me about this. Any way he did, if he called her, he'd be like, "You're supposed to come to me in person." Went in person, she'd be like, you should have had me out for breakfast first. Like, she's just jealous and can't get over herself. Like, sorry, that's how it reads.
Okay, but like, he didn't lie to her. He just hadn't had time to tell her.
Yeah, that's it. She's being unreasonable.
Oh, she's evil.
And this is the first sense we get at all that maybe she's evil. Like, that look is the first time I'm like, wait a tick.
Okay, so is that why she changed her mind on marrying him?
Yeah, and I think when we get the explanation next season, we get into that whole thing. So we'll have to see if we buy that, but... See, he did not know what Clark was going to do. Why? Because we're in a Western now, okay?
Okay, but like, she doesn't take time to consider if he does or not. She just assumes and jumps down his throat. And also, like, yeah, they agreed no more secrets, but like, I don't know. I don't run around telling everyone I've kissed someone.
Yeah, is she entitled to that information right away? Like, why? Like, she's not being a good friend. Sorry, that's not how you,
if it wasn't just
not how you treat
the
people.
rest of it, where she keeps acting like he owes her something, then maybe you would have a point where it's like she's just upset that he didn't feel the need to come to her, but it just doesn't play that way.
Yeah, you gotta give your friends more the benefit of the doubt than that. Maybe he's having a difficult time figuring out how to tell her. Like, she doesn't know. He can tell she's super sensitive about it. I know that's a difficult conversation to have with your friends. That's a good commercial. That's a good choice.
The way Snyder plays that is perfect.
Yeah, no, it's wonderful. And again, I've never liked that situation because, like, you call that from a mile away. Of course, they're not going to have the baby.
I like it in the terms of that it's like we've talked about. There's a lot of Spider-Man in this. That's a Spider-Man. He was irresponsible and he pays the price for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, no, that's the most predictable outcome.
And I don't know, there's a part of me that really kind of wonders, like why he didn't say more to his dad about the voice. I'm not totally sure why he's keeping all that a secret. After the whole thing with the cave wall, they kind of dodged a bullet there.
It's not expecting her to know things. It's expecting her to treat him like a friend, not an enemy. This whole season, she has just treated him like he's supposed to feel the same way for her. And when he doesn't, she flips out. I didn't even realize Austin's phone had died.
Oh, yeah, I thought he was just...
I thought he was just frozen.
Yeah. Well, I didn't even realize he was frozen. I thought that was just the position he'd stayed in for a long time.
Austin, how did you feel about that finale?
Yeah, and now they're just playing her up as being kind of evil. Let's put her in all black and give her some dark eyeshadow and... frizz her hair a little bit.
Yeah, no, this is awful.
Correct.
This is not
Really
the
egotistical.
Chloe that I end up really liking in this show.
Yeah.
Austin. It's like every interaction she's mad at him for something. Mostly not reciprocating his feelings.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Naked Spear. We're just going to have to agree to disagree, man.
Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Did you think we would get this far?
What do you mean?
We're at the end.
Yeah. Now we've made it. Now I'm in that place where I feel relatively normal, but I know I'm going to get up and I'm going to, like, just trip all over myself, probably.
Yeah, as soon as we're done here, I'm going to go lay down.
Beeman knows how to shoot a show, man.
He really does. I like that this is shot with a certain sense of urgency.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's the big thing the first two finales have in common.
Do you think this was the mistake in the finale, that he runs away from his mistake?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I've always been a little bit conflicted about it. I mean, you can take a character down to his lowest point and have him make all the wrong choices, certainly. The question is, like, do we buy that he got to the decision he made that ruined everything, that is basically making him, like, drown himself in a bottle of Kryptonian alcohol right now? Like,
that I do buy.
Okay.
Because we've established that the thing he cares more about most, other than Lana, is his parents, and he hurt them.
No, but that's not what I mean.
Like,
what I'm saying is, do we buy that he'd put the key in the ship?
Oh, okay.
Do you see what I'm saying? The rest of this, I'm okay with, but he's got to like he can make all the wrong choices after this. He's in a real bad funk where he's ruined everything, and like the show is not on his side, right? But before that, I'm a little unsure about his going all the way to putting the key in without talking to his parents first. So I'm sure it's like, well, I know you guys aren't going to understand, but there's nothing really stopping him from saying, look, this is the speech Jarrell gave me. I can't think of another recourse. They could talk and try to come up with at least another place to take it before they try it. You know? Like, why don't we go to the emptiest field we can find? Like, we don't know what's going to happen if we put the key in.
I would say that's at least somewhat consistent because, like, yeah, he always takes his parents' advice under consideration, but at least at this point in the show, he still does what he thinks is right before anything else. But yeah, I don't fully know.
Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to decide how reasonable I need him to be at this point, you know, in his life. Where, like, am I buying that he's making that boneheaded of a move? Because obviously the show knows it's boneheaded.
Yeah.
Discussing topic says he's going to put the ring right on in front of Lana. That's very dangerous. Yeah, fair enough.
I'm more surprised he didn't ask her to go with it.
Oh, AMC, yeah, I'll count a running away angry there.
Would the Lana one count as well?
Say again?
Would the Lana one count as well?
Which one?
He races off on his motorcycle, kind of angry.
Oh. Yeah, I'll count that. Why not? As many of these as we can get.
Crashing this plane.
Misa gonna crash this plane. With no survivors.
I'm sad Austin's missing this part. I think he'd find this really funny.
The water coming right into the cockpit while he's staring at it is a little bit much. It's like, I don't see how he survives that.
Kind of an interesting parallel, right? Like, Clark is running away while Lex is basically shipwrecked.
Yeah, and both of them are in, like, and I like that Clark's not in, like, straight up danger or having to rescue someone. He's, like, you know, just full stop running away from his problems while Lex thinks that he has found the solution to his problems and she's going to kill him. I'm going to say this. I think overall it's a better season than the first season. I don't know that it's a better finale.
I like it better than the tornado.
Do you?
Yeah. I don't know. The tornado just seems too impersonal. Like, yeah, Lana's in danger, but, like, I don't know, it's a tornado, and it's a stupid choice from her.
Okay, so I think the issue is that, first of all, especially on repeat viewings of you know, more of the show, I don't care as much about what happens to Lana, and Clark's there, so I know she's fine. So I'm not really all that worried about it. Like, you don't see her just go up in a tornado. You see Clark rush in there. Well, gee, I wonder what's going to happen. Well, she's going to get rescued. Like, what's great about that first cliffhanger, I mean, that's all fun just because it's a giant tornado and it looks pretty good for TV back in, you know, 2001, 2002. But But what's really interesting, looking at the two finales, is the first one is a killer Lex cliffhanger, and the second one is a really interesting Clark cliffhanger. And I think the issue is I'm a Lex guy before I'm a Clark guy, so I'm liking that first finale more.
No, yeah, for sure.
Because
Robert Watt, once again, the Kryptofreaks have been counted thanks to Geekvolution.
We have, and I don't know if we got everybody and everything, but we got quite a bit here. It looks like
I'm gonna flip green for not only the finale but the overall two-parter.
So, like,
stronger green with the two-parter completed.
Yeah, cool. Well, we did have, it looks like, one extra. Okay, I had an extra red. Because I gave Fever a red, but you didn't. So I was actually harsher on the season overall. I had one extra red. You actually tied for number of reds for both first and second season.
Interesting.
And I gave one extra for second season, even though overall I'm saying I think the quality of season 2 is higher. Like the best episodes are more high quality episodes generally than the best episodes of the first season.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Yeah, I would say overall this is a higher quality. There's also a lesser amount of, like, filler, dead air, like, waste of time episodes. There's only 3 here. I feel like there was, like, 5 in season 1.
Yeah, and they're all in a row.
They're always in a row.
Maybe not really. I mean, like, Nocturne was kind of nothing.
Because this one we only had 3 in a row, and I feel like on season 1 we had like 5.
Season 1. So it wasn't 5 in a row, but it was in real close succession.
Yeah.
Do you see that? Where it's like red, green, red, red, green, red. And then with this season, the reds were real spread out until we got to the end. Or at least they were real spread out for you. I had more of that going on because of the extra one I didn't like.
We'll see what season 3 brings.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, John and I are going to discuss among ourselves who gets the other honorary Kryptofreaks. I will announce that on the channel tomorrow. I'll put it in a community post, and I'll give away a couple of mugs. I'll make sure and get those prints out for the first season. Sorry, I haven't gotten around to that yet. And I will be back Monday night with something I'm not sure yet, because with this thing and things I got going on tomorrow, I'm not sure if I can get a rewind put together, but I'll try to do at least some kind of Batman review or commentary or something. And John, thanks again for doing all this with me, man.
Yeah, not a problem. I had a lot of fun. I'm excited for season 3, and I will see you guys next time.
Yeah, I get a little bit nervous after this because there's a lot of stuff in 3 I really like, and then after that, I'm super dicey. It's gonna be really strange going back to like 5, 6, and 7 because I haven't seen those in forever.
Oh, absolutely. Are you ready for Bizarro?
Sure. We start getting into the actual, Superman stuff. Yeah. Well, guys, thanks so much for hanging out with us with this insanity, whether you watched part of this or all of this while we did it after the fact. These are going really well. We've got a nice group of guys all the way through whenever we've been doing this, and it's so nuts that you guys are willing to do this with us. We're going to keep aiming for once a month as much as possible. This is a crazy, long overnight effort, so we can't promise we'll do it every month, but we're going to try, and we'll keep going until we get it done. And I'm going to get going and go to bed, and so is John. Thanks, everybody. We will see you again next time. I was Captain Logan, and we had John.
John.
And thanks to everybody else that came on with us. Bye, everybody.